Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Today is Thursday, and it is February 23rd. The time is 8:26 a.m. We are back on the record. We're going to continue with public testimony. I'm going to begin this morning with second calls for folks that were called first yesterday. So the second calls will be Craig Titus, Peter Jackson, Shantae Kachutin, Rob Tripp, Warren Wilson, Ivan Dementef, Tom Murtha, William Alstrom, Fred Huntington, and Gabe Canfield. And once we get through the second calls, we will resume our list at testifier number 210. So good morning, everybody. Is Craig Titus in the room? No Craig? Second call for Craig. How about Peter Jackson? Second call, Peter Jackson. No Peter? Second call, Shantae Kachutin. Second call, Rob Tripp. Hi, Rob. Good morning, welcome. Go ahead and put yourself on the record and begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair, esteemed members of the board. My name is Rob Tripp. I'm an area set-net fisherman. I strongly oppose Proposal 140 as a loss of any more fishing time or area will add to an already struggling revenue and economy in the Aleutian, Eastboro, and Sandpoint. With that, I'm also in support of Proposal 142, 147, and 151. I've been a set-net fisherman in Sandpoint for 20 plus years, and I've watched our fishery slowly dwindle time area. And just as a whole, it's harder to make a living. I've got two boys that fish with me, and I'd like to be able to pass that on. You know, we're a low-volume fishery, and as a set netter, I need more time, more area. With that, I thank you for your time. And
thanks, Rob. Are there any questions? Thanks for being here, and thanks for your testimony this morning.
thank you.
Warren Wilson. Hi, Warren.
Morning. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here on behalf of our King Cove Advisory Committee. And we can refer to RC9. Okay, Wednesday, February 15th, 23, we called a meeting to order in the King Cove Harbor House, 10 a.m. Members present was Grant Newton, Kenny Mack, Gary Mack, Herman Samuelson, Bill Sager, Warren Wilson, Alvin Newman. Absent was Corey Wilson and Henry Mack. There was 4 members from the community with Ernie Weiss from our AEB present. The AC committee mostly supported the ADF&G staff on housekeeping regulations and boundary line subsistence opportunities. Proposal number 98 support. We supported increase excess for subsistence. Proposal number 99 to 102, no action for sport fish. Proposal 103, we oppose. There was not a conservation concern for stocks in Coal Bay. Proposal number 104, no action. The health of the Chignik salmon and environment is important to Area M, as it often affects our own season openings and is a hardship for those fishers and communities. We support more opportunity for harvest when done in a manner that is not detrimental to the overstock of concern. overall stock of concern, sorry. Proposal 105, support housekeeping. Proposal number 106, we oppose. Proposal number 107, 108, we supported more fishing opportunity. Proposal number 109, we oppose fishing closer to Chignik with no escapement goals. Proposal number 110 to 116, no action. Proposal number 117 to 119, we oppose westward migration of ARM stocks in August, mostly pink salmon. North Peninsula fishery is a vital importance to the drift gillnet fleet in ARM. Often it contributes more than 70% of our salmon season catch. It has several rivers that are managed individually, allowing the opportunity to spread the fleet out and not impact any individual system adversely. Proposal number 120, we oppose, limits ADF&G ability to manage other river districts by their escapements. Proposal number 122 to 121 and 122, support. We supported align early openings ability to harvest stocks that are over escaped. Proposal number 123, we opposed. Proposal number 124, we supported. This would help stop over escapement in the Cinder River. Proposal number 125, we supported, would help North Line fisheries with make the line more perpendicular to the beach. There is I know that proposal is pretty important up there this year, and I think that our concerned ARM and our fishermen up there pretty well explained that, a lot of their testimonies. Proposal number 126, we opposed, would cause shallow water hazards to the fleet with no gain in stocks. Last year I got to observe one of the boats that were in Port Hyden, and this is anchored up in Port Hyden during a storm, and their anchor drug, and they ended up alongside the beach with the southwest wind coming in there. I mean, it was awful to see that. The guy lost his boat for the summer, and you know, they barely escape, and that's inside the lagoon. And I know out on the beach where the seas are coming in, and there are 10 to 15 foot seas, and they're crashing over when they get in there with their gear. One set I had up there, we went up along the Stroganoff Beach, and we ended up in 11 feet of water, and we had some. When your boat gets, when you have RSW on, you're kind of halfway loaded anyway. And when we pick our nets and you do get a good set, and then the breakers come over, and a lot of the drifters have wells on their decks. So when the wave comes over, it washes the hatch covers off and fills the boat up, and then you're foundering into sea, and it's time to get off. And you just don't. Things happen so fast that it's you know, you have to save your own life. So first thing you do is abandon ship and call for help. Lucky the Coast Guard is there, and they require us to have survival suits in rafts now. But even with a raft, to get in or to a raft, and a survival, it's really hard. I mean, you have to have your wits about you. And I know everybody's tough out there. We think we're tough, but when it comes down to a survival situation, things turn around and too fast, and we've seen that with a lot of accidents in the Bering Sea, even with the crab fleet, and I won't get into that. Proposition 128, we oppose. It's costly to change gear specs from 70 down to 45. When I started fishing in Port Muller, we did have the guys did only use the 40 mesh nets, but anyway, that, wow. That was like on the beach fishing only gear, and that was back in 1976. Proposal number 129, we oppose. King Cove AC Committee is familiar with the, okay. King Cove AC Committee is unfamiliar with the South District Mainland Fishery Proposal 130 and 131, 132, we took no action on. The South Peninsula June Fishery has been our community's mainstay for well over a century. It's been on our doorstep. It is our doorstep river fish made up of mixed stocks from all over the North Pacific and the Bering Sea. WASF has shown the impact of our individual stocks is negligible. We have to defend the baseless accusations of its negative impact to fisheries elsewhere in the state of Alaska for decades. We have had run failures and missed fishing time, battling the most severe weather of any fishery. We are regulated as heavily as other states' fisheries by gear and fishing days. We are not in favor of any reductions in fishing time because there is no evidence of any stocks that we have been noticeably impacting. And I want to just kind of point out the new, the study that is put out with the genetic study, and it's new, and I know that we could, if we could put a cost on that study, it would, none of our budgets would be able to do it by ourselves. It takes a lot of people, a lot of work, a lot of labor to be able to pull off a study like that, and to be able to have scientists on board, which are hard to find. And then there's people that are saying that we got to throw it out now, and man, that just kind of blew me away yesterday to hear some of that. But anyway, everybody has their own view on everything. Proposal number 133 to 141, we opposed. All seek to reduce fishing opportunity in the South Peninsula. Proposal 142, no action. South Peninsula post-June. Proposal 143, opposed. Set nets do not target immature salmon or fish small enough web size. Proposal 144 to 146, we took no action. Proposal 145, we opposed. South Peninsula proposal 148 and 149, we oppose reduced fishing time with no evidence of noticeably improving stock management in our areas. South Peninsula Gear Districts, proposal 150, we oppose. Proposal 151, we oppose. St. Webb lead is for near shore safety and efficiency. Proposal number 152, we supported conservation of our stock. Proposal 154, we oppose. Drum seines are not for Alaska. Proposal number 161, we supported. This will help marketing of our ground fish. So we had an adjournment at 11 a.m. So we went through those proposals pretty fast, but we had some fishermen that were fishing and they weren't able to make the meeting, so we waited till, the 15th of February. That's pretty late for getting our advisory board together, but a lot of people, everybody has their own lives, and we have a hard time getting them together in King Cove. Fortunately enough, I was there. So one thing I'd like to say here is when we do the meetings, I hate to see this end up in a court case because our budgets just aren't there anymore to handle a bunch of litigation over some of these issues that are before us today. And with our airfares out to King Cove, it's $1,000 one way now. And the prices aren't going down with the way things look. And I know in King Cove, we're pretty fortunate to have a salmon plant there that has a cannery yet that actually can fish. That's about all I have today. Thank you very much for your time, and thanks again for coming on out to King Cove to visit our village in the area out there. And you have a picture of how things look out there and how we operate. Thanks again.
Thank you, Warren. That was a great report. Appreciate your service on the AC. Any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, second call, Ivan Dementev. Is Ivan with us this morning? How about Tom Murtha? Hi, Tom. Got to press the button, please.
Okay.
There you go.
Red's on, okay. Yeah, my name is Tom Murtha. I've been a drift gill netter in Area M since 1986 and been a member of Concerned Area M Fishermen since then. Today I would like to address Proposal 140, which would drastically reduce fishing time in the South Unimac, Shumagon Islands June salmon fishery. This proposal is similar to the plan we fished under from 2001 to 2003 to devastating effect. It reduced our fishing time to 3 16-hour openings in a 7-day period. With such short openings, there was simply not enough time to run very far in hopes that the sockeye to chum ratio would be better than where you left. Some useful information can be seen in reviewing the catches of sockeye and chum from the late 90s into the early 2000s. In 2001, there was a dispute over salmon prices and very limited fishing occurred in June. In 2002 and 2003, there was full fishing effort under the restrictive plan. The average chum harvest of 2002 and 2003 increased 36% compared to the average chum harvest from 1998 to 2000. The average sockeye harvest dropped 58% when comparing the same years. The goal of the 2001 management plan was not to increase chum catches while decimating sockeye catches. This is why the Board of Fish in 2004 made changes to the management plan that, along with minor changes made since then, is the plan that we've fished under through last year. I hope that this board will review the 2004 board's findings. The rationale for the changes they made to the management plan is still valid today. You have heard reports at this meeting from federal and state scientists that make clear the problems with AYK chums is poor in-river and ocean survival conditions. Also, the genetic studies show a low harvest rate on any chum stock of concern in our fishery. Proposal 140 will not accomplish what the proposers claim, but it will cause severe harm to the South Unimak-Shumagon Islands June fishery. I hope that the board will reject Proposal 140. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Questions? Thank you for your testimony this morning. Second call, Bill Alstrom, William Alstrom. Fred Huntington. Good morning, Fred.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me come up here and address the fisheries problem we've been having all the. I'm Fred Huntington from the Yukon. My stepfather was Sidney Huntington, who was served on the Board of Game for, I think, 22 years. Him and I, we fished. He lived to be 100 years old, and we fished until he was 92 years old. So whatever he knew, he bestowed it on me. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from. Over the years, we saw fish decline on the Yukon, and sometimes we had to take measures. But in order to start right out from the beginning, we started protecting the fish by having windows opening to fish. We had 2 48-hour periods a week to fish salmon. That way there'll be a guaranteed that the salmon spawned and go back out to the ocean and come back again. So there's always an avenue for fish to be rebounding. Over the last few years, last 3 years on the Yukon, we have not been able to fish any salmon species whatsoever. And I believe the salmon come in 6-year cycles. Either the 5-year-old comes up or the 6-year-old. There's no more 7- and 8-year-old fish coming up the Yukon to spawn. Those were wiped out years ago. So what I'm saying is we have a trend here that if we don't do something about it, we're not going to have any more fish. And I'm in agreement with Proposal 140 because what happens to us will happen to them too. And pretty soon, nobody will be fishing. I mean, maybe, I don't know if any of you will have a job after if there's no fish. So my statement is to make every effort to save what we have now, to start taking measures to help our fish rebound. This coming summer will be the 4th year, so that's 4 out of 6 year cycle. We're not going to be able to fish because I don't think there's any fish out there that's coming up the Yukon to spawn enough for us to do a harvest. When the fish come up the Yukon, that go to a pilot station and they have a sonar count. Between that sonar count and the eagle count, they measure how much fish is going and coming. Well, you know, it's not only Area M that's impacting on the fish population, it's other things. It's a lot of other things that we tend to not look at. And, you know, the problem I have is us subsistence fishermen on the Yukon are the only ones that are sacrificing our livelihood to see that the fish returns.
Thank you, Fred.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here today. Second call, Gabe Canfield. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Chair. Good morning, the board. My name is Gabe Canfield. My Inupiaq name is Kungana. I grew up in Ketchikan. I live here on Dena'ina lands in Anchorage, and my family comes from Wales and Nome, so throughout the entire state. And I work for the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association now as their policy and program coordinator. I want to start off by mentioning that I support Proposal 140 in its entirety, and here's why. My auntie, my Esarong, this past week, who was 88 years old, passed away peacefully, God rest her soul. She leaves behind 117 grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. That doesn't include me or any of her nieces, nephews, cousins in our large family. We as a large family wouldn't exist without our traditional foods. I credit an important leader in our Native community who brought up the shocking fact that this multi-species salmon crash happened in historical times, even the times when my Esarong was a kid. We wouldn't be able to fish the way that we would. We would be in famine. We would be starving and nutritionally deficient. Notice where our traditional food camps are. They're on the Yukon River, the Kuskokwim River, in the Norton Sound, in the Arctic, where the salmon are and have been for millennia. They lie empty now. Salmon has been a staple, a cornerstone of our food. Salmon is our bread and butter, our rice, and our eggs and bacon. Can you imagine being without these ingredients for 3 years, going on 4, and having to buy black caviar prices for your weekly dinner for your family? This is the reality on the Yukon River, and as I've seen it. My Esarong certainly can't imagine this. She loved her muktuk and her seal oil, her dry fish, her salmon heads, her stinkhead. She taught us so much about our lives and our culture and wanted nothing more than being able to continue our Alaskan way of life. This isn't possible without significant and substantial action to reduce bycatch in Area M and help bring back the Chinook and the Chum populations, because this is just one river out of thousands in Alaska, and they could all go in the same direction. We need to be able to do action for the first one before they all follow in the same direction. This famine we are experiencing is not on our hands, but on our shoulders as Native people, and it is long past time for the conservation burden to go beyond our elders and our children and our people. Proposal 140 is just an inch of a solution, but it takes us in the right direction when we have been hurting and losing out. Our people don't deserve that. We deserve a solution, and as people who have subsistence priority in the legislature, I hope we get one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabe. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. My condolences for you and your family's loss.
Thank you.
We're back to first calls here. We're at testifier number 210, Dominic Tunutmoak. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, followed by Laria Killingak, Heather Tumunganuck, Conrad Woodhead, and Serena Fitka. So is Dominic here today? Hi, Dominic. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Dominic Joseph Chungakanak Tunutmak, and I am from Scammon Bay. Currently, I am schooling at Kozovak Career Academy. The numbers of fish in the Yukon is going down, and it has impacted our food sources in our traditional ways. My community and family rely on fish and subsistence. We always go fishing, but the numbers of fish is getting less and less. We always subsistence fish because we need food during the winter. Winter time is the toughest season, and there are barely any animals around in the winter time. If our freezer is not stocked, we will struggle to survive. My family is not in a financial position to subsidize our native foods with store-bought food. For many years, my family and the community have been relying on fish as a source of food to keep everyone together. Every summer, I see the community go out fishing and bring it home to share the community with the fish they catch. The elders enjoy teaching young people the ways of our cultures. In the Yukon, the numbers of fish is decreasing, and it's causing our food sources and our culture to become threatened. I wish to extend my support on the record for the fishermen and the fisheries of the Yukon region and Proposal 140. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today.
Thank you for being here, Dominic. Are there any questions? Well done. Thank you for your testimony. Laria Killingak? Good morning. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Lyra Kilangak. I am from Imanak, Alaska. I am currently attending school at Kozovak Career Academy. I wish to extend my support on the record for the fishermen and fisheries of the Yukon region and Proposal 140. The declining number of fish in the Yukon River has impacted both my community and my family in many ways. My family, including other families, have been sad that there has not been enough fish for 2 years. If we really wanted fish, we would have to travel far to set up a net. We would only catch like 1 to 2 fish. With the decline of fish, we weren't able to go to fish camp because there were no fish to cut or hang in the smokehouse. Fish and Game would go somewhere far to catch some fish to give out to families so we can have fish to eat or keep in our freezer. This was nice, but it is not the same as spending summer at fish camp with my family, learning the traditions of my people. Having few fish in our Yukon River has impacted our families because native food is mostly all we eat. Thank you for your time today. Again, I urge you to stand with Native families and the fishermen impacted by these proposals.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Very good. Thank you. Heather Tumunganuck? Hi, Heather. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and esteemed board members. My name is Heather Tumunganuck. I am from Hoover Bay, Alaska, and currently a student at Kozovak Career Academy. The lack of fish in the Yukon River has impacted my community and other communities in many ways. As many families along the Yukon River rely on the providence of fish too. My family too is reliant on the subsistence. Fish are not the only sustenance for the Yukon families and communities, but are also a source of income. Without the large numbers of fish, some families and workers will be unable to receive income to get by, and especially in expensively challenging villages or towns. The decline in fish has not only impacted our sustenance and income, but it is chipping away at our cultural heritage that was passed down for generations. The decline in fish has led few seals in our waters, which has impacted our traditional crafts as well as additional strain on winter food supplies. I wish to extend my support on the record for the fishermen and fisheries of the Yukon region and Proposal 140. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Heather. Well done. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Conrad Woodhead? Good morning, Conrad.
Morning, Madam Chair. Morning, Board. Thank you for providing us time to speak on the issues here today. I appreciate your due diligence to hear all our comments. My name is Conrad Woodhead. I'm the director of Kuzovac Career Academy here in Anchorage. Our program was created to help close the equity gap that exists between CTE opportunities in rural Alaska and road system Alaska. And I applaud our school board for their vision. We bring juniors and seniors to our Anchorage-based program, which has 3 pillars: careers, culture, and leadership. In terms of leadership, the issue at hand weighs heavy on our students and our families. So I couldn't be more proud of those who spoke here today and last night. Many of our students struggle to say their name in front of a group of people when they arrive to us, and I wish more of our youth would follow their leadership as they represent a generation where fishing knowledge, both for commercial and subsistence use, is actively being lost in our region. Nearly every aspect of our program is conducted through a cultural lens because, well, let's face it, we know what boarding schools look like for Native students when culture isn't front and center. We have many partners throughout our region and now in Anchorage that helps us achieve this. And as for careers, there's a lot of different career courses and programs that our students have access to by being here in Anchorage. We have critical partnerships who help us expose our students to viable careers and trades. Sadly, for students in our region, fishing is not one of them. Our counterparts in areas like Bristol Bay Regional CTE provide classes such as set netting. We would never provide this opportunity to our students because there doesn't seem to be a future in it. The harsh reality is that our students are the generation who aren't being taught to fish. We conduct culture camps in our district without salmon. And with each passing year without a fishery, much like our native languages, the knowledge that has been passed down for generations is being lost. Our program is designed to counter some of the highest poverty and suicide rates in the country. Our program provides hope. But the idea that Alaska Native children aren't able to fish their traditional waters is heartbreaking to me. So I appreciate you providing this opportunity for them to speak. I wish more of our youth would speak out on this issue that their generation faces. And I encourage this body and others to seek their voice. Hopefully, their perspective can be used to make the most informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your work in empowering those students to engage with this board and at this level. Serena Fitka? Good morning, Serena.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for having me. My name is Serena Fitka. I'm the Executive Director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. I am originally from St. Mary's, and I'm a subsistence user. The Yukon River is home to more than 50 tribal communities spanning the state with 9 distinct native cultures, all which depend on salmon. With the abrupt declines in chum salmon in 2019, the commercial fisheries were closed for chum salmon, and the subsistence needs were not met, which was followed by complete closures in 2021 and 2022. The 100% loss of our harvest of salmon is affecting every single person on the Yukon River. From the young children who are not being taught their traditional ways of living, to the elders who cannot pass on their knowledge. For over 40 years, we have voiced our concerns in regards to the intercept fishery in Area M, and we have grown tired, which is resulting in anger and distrust in the management system. Area M is a documented contributor to the declines of Western Alaska chum. We cannot control the climate. We cannot control the warming of the water. We cannot control the disease in the fish. But we are asking you to take action to address the factor under human control. It is the state of Alaska's constitutional obligation and statutory obligation to 1, provide for escapement, 2, provide for subsistence opportunity. On the Yukon River, neither of your primary responsibilities are not being met. At the AYK and at this meeting, board members have challenged us to negotiate with Area M fishermen to provide the opportunity to discuss and negotiate. It is entirely unfair to place this burden on us, AYK subsistence communities, to negotiate with multi-million-dollar industry to produce solutions to a 40-year problem. We asked the Board of Fish to do their job, to put in regulations in place. We are at a pivotal point, and the Yukon River people cannot wait another season for research to answer questions because our threat of our salmon is happening now. The Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association is in full support of 140. Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Charles Manadaluk. Good morning, Charles.
Morning, Madam Chairman, board members, thank you. My name is Charles Manadaluk. I'm the Subsistence Resource Program Director for Quirk Incorporated. Quirk is in support of Proposal 140. Quirk is the Alaska Native nonprofit tribal consortium of 20 federally recognized tribes in the Bering Strait and Northern Sound region. The Southern Seward Peninsula had a chum salmon closure that lasted nearly 30 years, which resulted in the state of Alaska's only Tier 2 restricted fishery. Alaska Statute 16.05.258 clearly state that subsistence use is the highest priority above all else, including personal, sport, and commercial use. The continued process for managing a resource without taking into account all variables such as their home river system escapement goals and ensuring that those numbers are being met to sustain the population of those waterways is reckless and irresponsible. The complete cessation of Area M harvest is not necessary in order to make significant changes that would reduce the fisheries harvest of Western Alaska bound salmon. We are asking for practical and comprehensive actions through utilizing all management tools, such as ensuring escapement goals are met in Western Alaska waters, ensure the most accurate data is used in decision-making for the preservation of the salmon run and sustainable for everyone involved. Escapement goals aside and subsistence priorities notwithstanding, the goal of a regulatory body should be to preserve the species being harvested. The result of non-action by the Alaska Board of Fish may be, in fact, that the salmon population in western Alaska rivers will reach a point where they become extinct in those waterways. And the most tragic thing about that is that this is completely avoidable through regulatory measures. Again, CORC is not asking for an Area M fishery closure, but rather that the management measures be more comprehensive as mentioned in the above to ensure future escapement goals and population numbers are sustainable and, more importantly, sustained in western Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Alfredo Abuid. Good morning, Alfredo.
Good morning. Still on. I got PC 29, PC 150, RC 51, RC 41. That will be through my testimony. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board Member, and staff. My name is Alfredo Abuid. I live and fish in Chignik for 50 years, and I am an AC member for over 30 years, and a subsistence user. Proposal 105 and 132, I strongly oppose. I oppose this proposal for multiple reasons. PC 29 and PC 150 and RC 151 can help explain it. First, the Chignik AC has not had a sufficient time to commit on 105 and 132. Second, ADF and G not provided adequate information to manage the escapement of the two run and make it one run. Third, they have the potential to kill the first run and the second run. Fourth, this proposal could increase the interception of Chignik fish in Area M. Fifth, Chignik Lakes doesn't have any problem with supporting two different runs. All they need is more escapement, not less. More escapement equal more return, and vice versa. Six, that has proven in 2002, start the less escapement and we start getting less return. RC 41 support that. Seven, Chignik has its ups and downs in fish escapement through the year. But we don't have to change a healthy system to achieve escapement. We just have to need to put more fish in the river to make it healthier. Area M has been changed since the last 20 years or so. Their boats, they're saying, are getting bigger, stronger, and faster, more efficient to catch more fish, more than the old traditional boat fish. So they are better at intercepting eastbound fish, including Chignik fish. To get a better and healthier fish east of Area M, a closure up to 72 hours per week to help, it will take approximately that amount of time to the fish to travel from the Algoya area to south side Chignik. Area M need to share the burden of conservation with other shareholders. More effort has been shifted to fish the Chignik and then the old traditional way. This is not healthy for eastbound fish. Area M is still asking for more time and area to catch more fish instead of less. When are they going to be held accountable to conserve on fish? I support proposal 106, 109, 101, 118, 20, 126, 133 to 141, 143 to 148, 150. And oppose.
Which proposals do you oppose?
Okay. I oppose 107, 108, 112 to 144, to 117, 119, 121 to 124, 130, and 145 to 157. Thank you for your time. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer it.
Thank you, Alfredo. I have one quick question for you. So back to this idea of the escapement goal in 105, I mean, how do you think that that's going to jeopardize potentially the second run?
I'm glad you asked me. We got 2 runs. I mean, strong runs has been this system has been going for 60 years, over 60 years. We put that system after the traps, a fish trap used to be. So here we go. If we have first run was strong, and what the fishing game, they say is gonna open it 20,000. That's most of the first run is males. First few shots goes up now, it's a male. Then we go up fishing. What we gonna fish? On the females. And that's what the producer, to get the stock back again. So we keep doing that. It's gonna be killing that run. And then if we keep going, there is no stop. We usually have a period. We stop between the first run and the second run. And if we have to keep going through, then we're gonna fish the other second run. And that will kill them. I mean, we are concerned, stock management concerned, and you take any more or make it less escapement, we're gonna get it, lose it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thanks.
Clyde O'Diamond? Is Clyde here this morning? Jean Sandone, the Yukon Delta Fisheries Association. Morning, Jean.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, ADF&G staff, and public. My name is Gene Sandone. I'm representing Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association. And I live in Wasilla, and I've been associated with Fish and Game. I've been retired, been 26 years with Fish and Game, and most recently, the regional supervisor for AYK Comfish. Regardless of efforts by the seine fleet to avoid chum salmon, large sockeye salmon harvests will no doubt result in high chum salmon harvest. The harvest of chum salmon is driven by catches in purse seine gear. As the percentage of the harvest taken by purse seine gear increases, so does the harvest of chum salmon. I'm reading from RC 100, and you might want to get that in front of you because there's a lot of figures that I'm going to reference. Sorry about that. I should have said that right up front. Should I continue? Everybody ready? Okay. On the first page, you have figure 1, and I want to draw your attention to the right-hand section of each graph. There's sockeye, chum, and Chinook salmon graphs. And in the sockeye one, the last 2-year harvest was the highest on record. The average, the 5-year average was also the highest on record. The chum salmon graph in 2021, the harvest was the highest on record. The average, 5-year average, was also the highest on record. The Chinook salmon, this is post-June Chinook salmon harvest. In 2015, the harvest was the highest on record by far, over 50,000 fish. The 2 5-year averages, most recent, are the highest on record. Figures 2 and 3, the next page 3. Figure 2 is a little busy, but what I want you to see there is how the purse seine harvest is approaching dominance. It's been dominant, and the second graph there is kind of takes all the chum together from the Shumagon and Unimac and also the sockeye, put them together by percent harvest by year, and you can see that with the chum salmon, it's been over 90. The harvest by purse seine has been over at or over 90% for the last 4 years, and for sockeye, purse seine have dominated since 2017. Next page, figure 4 and figure 5. This is the 2022 GSI study. Purse seine gear accounted for 81.2% of the sea-wax stock-specific harvest in 2022. Drift gillnet accounted for 17.2, and set gillnet accounted for 1.6. And page 5, figure 6. Note that although the fleet made a concerted effort to avoid chum salmon in 2022, the chum salmon harvest was still relatively high. You can see these numbers represent the years, and you can see where 22 was on the graph. Next, the sockeye to chum ratio. Okay, I just want to close to say that Yukon Delta supports proposal 140.
Thank you, Gene, and perhaps when we get into committee of the whole, you can expand upon some of the graphics a little bit more.
Okay.
Mr. Wood has a question for you.
That might very well wait until that to happen. You're going to be here for that, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I was trying to keep up with you while you're going through it. I'll wait.
Yeah, I figured. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Robert Walker. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. George, nice to see you here too as a liaison for the Office of Substance Management, and also to the officers who work for our state of Alaska. Thank you for your service. I'm going to do a little something different here from everybody, and just to let you know that how we have predators in our area, brown bears, grizzly bears, we have hawks, we have eagles, otters that live in the river. And these animals follow the food chain. Every spring, they come and they migrate to our area, Anvik River, which is one of the biggest spawning areas for fall chum, summer chum, and reds also, we call them that. The Anvik River had the highest fish count at the weir back in the 70s of 1.75 million fish that went up. And it just has fallen over the years down to the last 3 years of probably 10,000 a year. In the last 2 years, we had the weir. We didn't let the biologists go up there because of COVID. We did not quite understand how this would work with us. So we asked them to stay away just the 1 year. After we got to be understanding a little more that they went up in 2021 and 2022. And when they reported back to the tribes in Anvik and Wheeling and Holy Cross that there was only 10,000 fish that went up, they were amazed too that, whatever happened? And last year, only 10 more thousand went up. Estimate was they had 9,400 fish past the weir, and they estimated another maybe 1,000 that was on their way up. Now, this really has caused us some issues in our community of Anvik. We have brown bears and grizzly bears that never ever been there before, coming to our community, breaking into caches, taking people's moose meat, scaring the people. I mean, you know, have you ever been to the woods sometime and you're standing there and all of a sudden the hair at the back of your neck stand up? You know, I mean, these are magnificent animals, beautiful to watch, but deadly, they're predators. I am just afraid that one of these days or years, or maybe this spring, when there's no fish here up the Anvik River, somebody's going to lose their life because of somebody's mismanagement, not ours. We thrive and we live there. We gather and we help each other. And this is for something, I'm just kind of wondering if the outdoor council would ever come and testify or something, or the Friends of Animals would come and testify, because they got to eat too. You know, and it is really hard too, because when we talked and sat down, when this got to be pretty dangerous, walking the middle of the streets, these bears at night. We shot approximately 30 bears.
Robert, I'm going to have to ask you to stop.
Okay, I'm just going to
Your
say,
time's
we
up.
shot 30 bears to protect our tribe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
members of the board.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here today. Sherman McNeely? Good morning.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. I'm Sherman McNeely. I'm here to speak on behalf of Nelson Lagoon and to support proposals 120 and 128. I'm 22 years old and I've been on the boat with my father since I was about 5 years old. And I've gone fishing every year since, and I am now our family's permit holder. The impact of the Nelson River system failing on fellow residents of the Nelson Lagoon have been severe, to say the least. Due to the poor harvest year after year, those who rely on fishing in Nelson Lagoon are struggling to keep up on preseason, in-season, and postseason expenses to keep their boats running and ready for the water in the next season, keep the lights on and food on the table during the winter months. Many who travel to Nelson Lagoon to fish don't even bother because the fishing has gotten so bad in the river, and their boats are only equipped to fish in the river. The majority don't have readily available nets nor trustworthy equipment that's capable of handling the outside weather, such as old engines that have been around since the 70s, navigational equipment from around the same time, and poorly operating pumps and electrical systems, as well as communication equipment. Meeting law and regulations to the bare minimum to make sure that the vessel they're fishing on is legal. Fishing has been a staple in our community and is the sole reason why Nelson Lagoon is here today. And if things keep going in that direction, I can see my home village, Nelson Lagoon, will lose its identity as a fishing village. I am in support of Proposal 120 because in 2013, rolling enclosures were put in place, and all local fishermen in Nelson Lagoon would tell you that it helped, but wasn't enough to sustain. In 2018, they were removed, and Nelson River has been going downhill ever since. Having basic knowledge of the ecosystem, when human intervention is absent, nature tends to flourish, which tells me that if Proposal 120 passes, it will give salmon a chance to travel unhindered on their way to spawn, ensuring a healthy future salmon harvest and escapement, as well as a chance for salmon to make it back to the streams that many people rely on for subsistence to feed their families. As of Proposal 128, some outer area M fishermen previously have stated that 70 mesh nets act as a sea anchor for the larger vessels, keeping them fishing in bad weather and not sailing in the high winds, having the net in the water longer, to which my understanding is that a drifter is supposed to drift and not be anchored. I can understand what they're getting at, but that the 70 mesh deep is a lot of net. 45 seem to work pretty fine for me. Another note is that the 70 mesh net can be cut down to 45 meshes deep, and the lead line can be hung back on, providing a 45 mesh net for fishing the outside and a 25 mesh piece of web that can be used for a set net on the beach. If those of us in Nelson Lagoon, primarily being the youth that are capable of fishing outside the river, are very few in terms of equipment that can make the trip. Those of us who are the youth are heavily depended on by the elders for help with their daily needs, and they are physically incapable of doing themselves. If all of us youth have to go away to fish, it will leave our elders without the help and their needs unattended to.
Thank you, Sherman.
Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Richard Reiswick, followed by Sullivan Helt, Reagan Hoblet, Kendrick Hoblet, and Dayton Hoblet. Good morning, Richard. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. I'm Richard Reiswick. I fished in Nelson Lagoon for many years. My main concerns are what happened to our run. I was there when the run was depleted by the Japanese fleet in the early 70s. Our government passed laws, 200-mile limit, to protect us from that intercept fishery. It took 10 years to rebuild our run, and now another interceptor is in play. It's called the North Line, a wall of nets letting no fish get by, too much fishing time, no windows. It shouldn't be open until after June 25th. That's when our run starts to move through that area. We need some windows to let our fish get by back to Nelson Lagoon. The rolling closures worked to a degree. We need them back. Our fish are coming down the coast from the north going to the south. Proof of that is when Port Muller fleet was put on limits, Nelson Lagoon got some fish back, telling me that our fish are coming down the coast from the north to the south. I have a friend that fishes up on the north end, and he told me that he catches red dogs up there. The only place in Alaska that you catch red dogs is in Nelson Lagoon. It's a cross between a red and a dog, and that's the only place in Alaska where they spawn. I'm in favor of I'm not in favor of heavy lead lines anchoring you down. This is called a drift fleet, not a set net fleet. 70 mesh should be cut down to 45 mesh, giving the fish a chance, another chance to give them to get beyond that wall. All I hear is trust the science. Look at where that's got us. All the studies show Nelson Lagoon reds are not being caught on the North Line. Camp gets the whole pie, and the rest of us get the crumbs. Management has to do something before it's too late, so the rest of us could share that pie. Please help. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Questions? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Sullivan Helt. Good morning.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Sullivan Holt, H-O-L-T, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and the next generation of fishing communities. I grew up participating in subsistence fishing practices like my Haida ancestors before me did. I'm here because I'm concerned about the future of fishing in Area M, especially the June fishery. Even though science doesn't show that commercial fishing activity is responsible for salmon declines, Area M seiners took measures to manage the chum catch. To do so, fishermen stood down multiple times in June, sometimes during the peak of our sockeye run. This is a huge sacrifice to us fishermen and our communities that we support. Fishing in Area M is a wonderful opportunity for first-generation fishermen like myself to establish a career in the fishing industry. If Area M loses fishing time, hundreds of community members and their families will be affected. This does not only include captains, but their crew members as well. 71% of Area M seining permits are held by members in the Aleutian's East Borough. There is no doubt that communities will suffer if fishing time is reduced because people will be unable to spend money supporting local businesses. I commercial fish year-round in Alaska, but the bulk of my yearly income comes from salmon seining in Area M. I strongly urge you to maintain the status quo of Area M management plan and oppose Proposition 140. Thank you.
Thanks, Sullivan. Sorry for the typo. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony today. Reagan Hoblet. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Fish. My name is Reagan Hoblet, and I've been salmon and crab fishing with my family in False Pass since I was 9 years old. I want to share an essay I wrote in high school about a day in the life of salmon fishing in Area M. It demonstrates resiliency, pride in who I am as an Unangan fisherman, and thanks for the land that has allowed me and many generations before me to survive on. Reagan, we're about to set the net, my dad yells to me in my bunk, loud enough to hear over the boat's engine. I heard the crew pull up the anchor a half an hour ago, but it felt like 2 minutes since then. I crawl out of bed to watch the net slide off the stern of the boat. I try to make it out on deck to make the first set, but it's especially hard on the fourth day. I'm holding on to the bunks and walls because the chop and swells are slamming up against the hull of the boat while we run the net straight off the beach. The past 3 days were not hot fishing. The weather, on the other hand, definitely was. I buy a black raincoat every year, and I always regret it on the beautiful Glasscom days, but today it's gonna do me just fine. One set takes approximately 1 hour, and it was a rolly, unstable hour standing on deck, stacking the net back aboard. Once we roll the bag of fish aboard, my dad runs back to the wheelhouse, and I count how many of each species of salmon that are on deck as I push them into the fish hold. 132 sockeye and 38 chums. I did not bother counting the pinks because they were not abundant among the load of fish we had. My dad was happy to hear those numbers. He started blasting the setting song, Shoot to Thrill by AC/DC. We keep setting the net over and over. The weather does not get any nicer, but the fish numbers are steady. Stacking the net on the swaying deck takes a toll on my legs and back. We are about halfway through the day, and I cannot help but take a 10-minute nap in between sets anywhere I could put my head down. It is 4:50, and we will only be able to make one more set before the opener closes at 6 p.m. We made about 10 sets, which will turn out to be a decent enough delivery. At this point, as it has been a long 4-day opener, but everyone is happy on the last day. In a couple of hours, we will have service and a shower. It is about a 3-hour ride back into town. We turn around the Aleutian Peninsula and have a straight ride across Aleutian Bay into False Pass. The ride in the bay is 10 times nicer than the spit we were fishing off of. The ride is perfect for cutting fish. I cut fish for everyone in town. My family puts fish away for the winter, and our friends in town love any fresh fish. This is one of my favorite things to do. I love sitting outside on deck with the wind, the sea spray, and the fish blood covering my hands and sweater. I could be cutting fish for hours and I still would not get cold. I focus on making each fillet nicer than before. My mind is so relaxed and calm because of how much I love this job. We get into town and everyone comes to get fish. They all thank us for catching the fish and for filleting them. I love the thanks I get. It is what makes me love cutting fish and why I do it after every opener. I love the ocean and everything it provides. I feel the most happy when I'm on the water, and I'm grateful for the ability to live and work on it every year.
Thank you, Reagan. Thank you for sharing your essay.
Thank you.
Quick question for you. Leads or corks?
Corks.
Me too. Mr. Jensen has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Reagan. That was well done. It reminds me of my youth when I was on the back of a seine boat. Very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for your testimony today. Kendrick. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, Madam Chair and Board of Fisheries. My name is Chignik Finfish. I'm a fourth-generation fisherman from Falls Pass. My grandpa, who has come before the Board of Fish countless times to protect Area M, is my motivation to also come before you today. I've fished with him since I was 10 years old, and I've seen him exhaust all resources he has and his voice and effort for each of you to pay attention to the science surrounding Area M. Knowing his dedication he has shown gives me the realization that I too must educate myself around the science of the fisheries and the science brought forth to you for this meeting and the decision around the future of my future in fishing. I attended Mount Edgecombe and have friends from all regions around the state, and it is disheartening to know our once practiced camaraderie has now become baseless blame against each other. This is not the values I was raised on or believe in. I'm urging you to focus on the research and give us young fishermen a future to continue to support sustainable science-based fisheries and ensure our communities can continue to exist. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendrick. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Dayton Hoblet, welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and Board of Fisheries. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dayton Hoblet. I am a fourth-generation fisherman from Falls Pass. Fishing has formed the core of our existence. I appreciate my upbringing in a subsistence lifestyle and value the lessons my grandparents, my mother, my uncles and aunts have taught me and continue to teach me. This is my first time being at the Board of Fish meetings, and I know how important this process is to sustain our fishery and for our region to remain viable. We value the fish and have taken extreme measures to ensure sustainability. I urge you sitting in front of us today to focus your attention on the science and facts before you. There is no shortage of that. You have heard many of the factors that are contributable to the salmon declines, a few being changing oceanic conditions, lack of available food, poor food quality, contributing to poor growth and poor smolt survival. What is happening in the AYK is devastating, but we cannot have emotions drive decisions that will have a devastating impact on our community and surrounding areas. I am only 19 years old and am in disbelief as the larger regions of Alaska have turned on my region and community. The research does not support the claims that the diminished salmon runs of the AYK will improve by reducing harvesting time in Area M. I do not support any proposals that reduce hours in Area M and ask that you consider maintaining the status quo for the current ADFG management plan. I ask that you realize the impact your decisions will have on my future as well as my communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Dayton. Any questions? Thank you all for being here and providing testimony today. Well done. Rick Eastlick, followed by Nana Kalmakoff, Harry Kalmakoff, Virginia Alec, and William Dushkin. Welcome, Rick.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name's Rick Eastlick. I live in Sandpoint. I'm a commercial set net fisherman and subsistence user. I'm here today to support 146 and 151 and to oppose 140. My proposal of 146 would not affect the management plan as it is for the openings in July, after the 10th of July. It would just, if adopted, this would provide a potential opportunity for me to fish 5 more days. How this would work would be the current period would just be extended 24 hours, and then the closure would be diminished by 24 hours. At this time of the year, the Bristol Bay is either winding down or just about closed, and the run timing on the concern stock up in Chignik is already passed by the 10th of July. It's over, and although evidence has shown that there's a small component of second run Chignik fish running through this area at this time, If you remember last year, the Chignik fishermen had 40 days of 24/7, 40 days of fishing time. And here we're sitting on the beach when we're wondering why. Proposal 151, this is primarily a safety issue, trying to jump up on a slippery rock. My crew member slipped and fell into the water. He was holding on to the painter, but even on a nice day with relatively little wind, we have a perpetual groundswell rolling in. So you have to time it between the swells to get up close to the rock. And, they first throw off a stock anchor and then try the next swell or so, try to jump up on there. Well, as soon as this guy's in the water, my only concern is about getting that man back on board. And so, again, I said primarily a safety issue, but at this point, it now becomes an economic issue also, because once your aluminum skiff is slammed into the rocks a few times, down on the bottom on the chimes, you get these nasty burrs. And then later on, when you're running through your gear, I'm rolling down the net and I start, there's a pop here and a pop there. And next thing you know, you start seeing your nets being frayed up close to the cork line. And so the amount of time that it takes me to patch nets, to get a file and start, trying to find these burrs and rake them down, and then eventually you got to pull the skiff out and put a splash zone. On 140, I'm opposed to that because of the 200.
Your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate your being here. Nana Kelmakoff? Good morning, Nana. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Nana Kelmakoff, and I am in support of Proposal 106, 109, and 140. I am a resident of Chignik Lake for over 50 years, and I still go back home every summer to put up subsistence fish for my family while my husband waits to go commercial fishing. The summer of 2022, I wasn't able to put away my subsistence fish like I usually do from previous years. I only take what I need for my family. I normally can about 4 cases of fish, and last summer we were only able to can 1 case of fish, and we weren't able to smoke fish or put up salt fish, and we were only able to put like about 8 fish in the freezer, which is pretty sad for a family of 5. And my mom is 83 years old. We bring her home with us in the summertime, and she puts up fish also. And she usually gets her fish done by the end of May or the middle of June, but she wasn't able to get hers done also, and she's telling me that it's getting harder and harder for her to get her fish. And I never thought I'd have to worry about putting away fish. I learned at an early age from my parents on how to put away fish. I learned where to catch the fish, and I go to the same places they did. We use the same nets like how they did. We teach our children to catch them in the same places, and even the same traditions of smoking fish like my dad used to. My dad put the fish in the smokehouses and he played music like Elvis Presley, which kept the bears away. And so we play music too, but I wasn't too much of an avid Elvis Presley, so I played 70 music. I'm worried about the escapement goals being met, and so I'm opposed to Proposal 105 and 132 to combine our escapement goals because I want to make sure the fish will be there for the next generations for both subsistence and commercial fishing to sustain my family and the people of Chignik. The decision made this week will affect our current generation and the next generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Harry Kalmakoff. Good morning, Harry. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Harry Kalmakoff. I'm from Chignik Lake. I was born and raised there, and I am in support of Proposal 106, 109, and 140, and I oppose Proposal 105. Because as a lifelong resident of Chignik Lake and subsistence user and commercial fisherman, of our salmon, I have been commercial fishing in Chignik all of my life since I was 9 years old, and being a full paid fisherman at age 11 as a skiff man for my dad, and that's when I start counting myself as a full fisherman. And also as a subsistence user, I oppose Proposal 105 of combining the early and late run salmon, sockeye salmon for Chignik system is something that in my eyes is going to make it probably take a lot of fish away from the early run and possibly cut into this late run as fishing earlier on the late run, which as a subsistence user and observer of all the salmon returning to streams, certain streams, ponds, and beach areas where they spawn, I see the fish return all in basically almost the same time. And if you're fishing on the late run early, you could be killing off one whole stream and not even know you're taking all the fish from that one stream. So opening it up early on a late run salmon or even early on the early run fish can be really detrimental to a lot of the streams along the lake system. So that is mainly why I oppose 105 of combining it into a one-run system. And I've started seeing it last summer with the management at Chignik Weir doing the counts at the end of June month and early July when it started transitioning from early to late run residents in the area. And I've even heard commercial fishermen calling the weir when they did their daily escapement announcements. Residents would ask, what is the percentage of early run, second run? And management would not answer these questions. They would just give us a daily escapement count and let it go at that and not even answer the radio or the phone after that when we tried to call and ask what was the split of early and late run counts.
Thank you, Harry.
Because, okay.
Thanks. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Yes.
Who specifically did you try to call or email and not get a response from?
They do their daily announcements on the VHF radio at certain times of the day, morning and night or evening.
And they being Kodiak's office or?
No,
Chignik?
no, right at Chignik.
Right in
Weir.
Chignik, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, it's right at Chignik where they would do the daily escapement counts over the VHF radio to let the fishermen and the residents know what escaped through the weir.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Harry, thank you for being here and for your
Okay.
testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Virginia Alec? Is Virginia here this morning? William Dushkin? William here? Okay. Good morning, William. Welcome. Got to press the button there on the mic. There you go.
You got me? Good afternoon and the other morning. My name is William Dushkin Sr. from Sun Point. Fished area AM since 1959. And I've been going to these meetings over the last, forever, I don't know. But it seems to me that the area AM is always the bad guy, you know. If somebody's wet in the bed, they area AM did, you know. And it's history repeated itself. I went through this once already, and them guys know why they're not producing, the runs are not coming back, how they abuse the system and stuff like that. So, I mean, come on. And you don't know all the hoops we got to jump through to get here. You know, it took us 2 days to get here, and I still got pots out fishing. We got a season running with the parallel with the board meeting, and if there's any fairness in this game at all, you would go status quo at least till next year and give us time to prepare for this here, you know. What do you think of that?
Give me a lot to think about.
Okay, that's all I got to say.
All right. Thanks for being here, William. Thanks for your testimony. George Gunderson? After George, we'll have Edwin Gunderson and then Arlene Gunderson. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. I'll be referring to RC 70. It'll be after, toward the end, I guess. So, wait. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I am George Gunderson. I'm an Alaska Native area. I'm sitting there and saying there. First off, I would like to say how disappointed I am with AFN. AFM is supposed to be one group, one voice, but it's not the case. There's too much politics. We are barely getting by now in the current area, with the current area management plan. Any one of these proposals could put us out of business. So I ask that you keep the management plan status quo. We all feel bad for our neighbors in the AYK and Chignik area. We have been fishing as long as anyone. The chum salmon depression could be due to global warming and/or an in-river problem. However, Area M has been unfairly targeted, even through there are other mixed stock fisheries in the area like Bristol Bay. So it seems to me, and NOAA studies, that mixed stock fisheries are not the issue. With global warming conditions going on now, no one knows what is going to happen to the salmon fishery. As we all know about the crab collapse in the Bering Sea, which is being blamed on warming conditions. With warming conditions going on, and these times of uncertainty, water warming, sea oceans rising, flooding, drought, more storms, lack of sea ice in the fall. Some of the eggs could be washed out to sea. With too many hatchery fish, Bristol Bay's large stockeyard runs, there was not enough feed to go around. Also, the Yukon had problems in the past with growth stripping. Did they fully recover from this? Then the Yukon River itself is having more flooding, ice jam, lots of debris, pollution going in the river, which is not good for the fry salmon, which are getting ready to go out to sea. All this is putting more stress on the salmon that do make it back. The warming of the river, they're putting more stress on the salmon too. Some of these still have many hundred miles to go. Chum salmon is down in the whole state of Alaska. No one knows for why for sure, but some of it is blamed on global warming. Where are the rest of the salmon, and why aren't they coming back? Taking fishing time away from Area M is not going to solve the problem. Anyway, RC 70 is fairly simple. I put it in to help with the Chignik early run, where they've been having problems. I don't think this is asking too much, and it should help with the early run. I kept it fairly reasonable. Didn't ask for the big numbers like Chignik got 300,000, and I do think that 300,000 with their current fleet is too high now, and that should be reduced to at least 150. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Edwin, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Edwin Gunnarsson from Sandpoint, Alaska, a Palo Harbor tribal member and an Area M fisherman for 24 years. I've fished alongside my brother, his son, with my dad at the helm. Fishing is the backbone of our community. I recently started a welding business to help service the boats in our fleet. Got married, bought a house. I also had a baby boy who I can't wait to take fishing when he is old enough. Living in a fishing community, my biggest source of income throughout the year, I count on in the summer to support my family. In the wintertime, jobs in Sandpoint are hard to come by in the winter. If we shut down for the month of June, that is a big cut to my income and subsistence. How will any of the families in my town be able to survive living there if we can't fish? As I said before, fishing is the backbone to our community. Without fishing, we don't have a community. With the prices rising in food, housing, electricity, and fuel now more than ever, we need fish to support our town and families. Living on a small remote island, salmon is literally our only resource. We don't have large-scale trapping or hunting like many other areas in the state do. Our freezers are filled with mostly salmon and berries to help survive the winter. Subsistence is a part of the Area M fishery. We want to stay on the same land as our ancestors, and this natural resource is really the only way possible. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to try and protect my way of life and subsistence practices. Please oppose Proposal 140.
Thank you, Edwin. Any questions? Arlene.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Arlene Gunderson. I'm a lifelong resident of Alaska. I am a Nungan and a member of the Palo Harbor tribe of Sanak. I enjoy being out on the boat, salmon fishing, as my ancestors did for many generations. I would like my children, grandchildren, and other youth of our communities to be able to enjoy fishing salmon in Area M as well. It saddens me when I hear statements like this from our youth. The way things are going here, I need to find something else to do. I love fishing. I've done it all my life. I don't want to give up fishing, but I can't make it anymore. This statement was in reference to the proposals before the board that will severely limit or shut down Area M salmon fishing in an effort to improve salmon runs in other areas of the state. With regards to the chums, it is assumed that every chum caught in Area M are heading to CWAC, but science proves they are not. However, it still seems that Area M fishermen are being framed as causing the stock depression in the Yukon. Area M is seen as the fix-all for the salmon returns. It has become seen as the only fishery that catches salmon returning to other rivers, streams. And if Area M can be stopped or severely limited from fishing, everyone's problems will be solved. Focusing only on Area M to fix the state's salmon problems is tunnel vision. This type of management will not improve the state's salmon issues, but only create a disaster, especially an unnecessary disaster for Area M communities, businesses, and families, limiting the fishery in Area M to the point of impossibility of our fishermen to make a living will not improve salmon runs elsewhere. Besides, regulations are in place with emergency orders if needed, which can be and have been used to protect salmon runs. This means we must keep the current Area M fishing management plan. Area M fishermen are working to help with conservation. The chum, salmon, and seawack will, while continuing to have the opportunity to fish and still make a living. Fishermen voluntarily move or stop fishing when the chums show up. The current management plan for Area M allow for fishing opportunities while supporting chum stock to move forward to seawack. Salmon fishing in Area M has a long history, and it helps our communities keep going. It's time to look at the whole picture of the salmon issues in the state. If we work together, we can find a solution. Area M fishermen continue to look at ways to be part of that solution. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. Any questions? Thank you all for being here to provide your testimony today. All right, let's go ahead and take about a 25-minute break, and we'll see you back here at about 10:20-ish. Thanks. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Time is 10:50. We're back on the record. And before we resume with public testimony, Director Nelson has a couple comments about the March meeting that he just wanted to get on the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt public testimony with this. It's just, before each meeting, we put out a press release telling the public about the dates and what's going to be going on at the upcoming meeting. I was going to do that later today for our March meeting, but there are a couple things that we have been talking about lately, and I wanted to make sure the board was in agreement with it, or make sure that it's the board's decision to do that. The first one was some discussion we'd had about extending the public comment deadline. That currently is scheduled to close tonight at midnight. And we had talked about extending it by a couple days, and I was going to suggest that we extend it through Sunday to give the public a little more time to, the staff comments will be coming out today, as well as the agenda and roadmap for the meeting will be coming out today. The other issue was some discussion about possibly canceling the hatchery committee meeting that was scheduled for March 9th, and then, but still holding the another meeting of the hatchery committee during next year's cycle, the 23-24 cycle. So put that out there on the table, get the board's thoughts on this.
Mr. Wood.
Do you need a motion, or what is you looking for?
A motion would be good.
Okay, I would move to dispense with the hatchery committee meeting of, what is it, March 9th?
March 9th?
March 9th. But with the understanding it would resume the next cycle.
And extend the comment period by 3 days.
Yeah, an extended comment period.
Second. A motion and a second. Is there any board discussion?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Wood.
What I don't want to have happen, though, is I've requested staff to give me a breakdown on hatchery production internationally in Japan, Russia, et cetera, and what they're throwing into the waters as well. If they could do that by a report, that would be great, but I don't want to wait a year for that to come.
All right, thanks. Yeah, and I was reluctant to want to postpone that hatchery meeting for a year, but given the extension of this meeting and the timing, all things, that's just something that I wanted the board to consider. So, Mr. Carpenter.
Just a question maybe to you, Art. How long is the public comment period going to be extended? Just the general understanding of the audience and people listening at home.
I had suggested extending it by 3 days so that it would close after Sunday, basically midnight Sunday, 11:59 Sunday.
All right, so I have a motion and a second.
Question?
Yeah, I mean, is there any opposition? No. Yeah, I think if there's no opposition, then we'll go ahead and extend the public comment period and postpone the hatchery meeting till 2024, spring 2024. All right, thanks for that little bit of housekeeping business. Appreciate the cooperation. And let's go ahead and get back into public testimony. Just for the public, I just want to let you all know that it is my intention, it is my goal to complete public testimony today. So we're going to stay as long as we need to stay today in order to complete public testimony. And, I'll make a decision depending upon how this progresses on whether or not we move into any committee work this afternoon. But it's important to complete public testimony today, so we're going to make sure that we get that done.
It's the second as unanimous.
Not necessary for a motion. That's me. But thanks for the support. All right, so we're at testifier number 234, Billy Dushkin Jr., followed by Jamie Yachmaneff Dushkin, Samantha McNeely, and Jared Danielson. And again, pardon my pronunciation. Billy, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board, for hearing my testimony, and I'll try and keep it as short and as sweet as possible because I know we've all been here for a while. As you heard, my name is William Dushkin Jr. You just heard my father's testimony, a few before mine. I have been fishing Area M, born and raised in Sandpoint, been fishing Area M with my dad for as long as I could remember. I started running the power block when I was 4 years old. I had to stand on a little milk crate just to work the controls. And from there, it just progressed. Fishing is the only thing I know. I've heard a lot of testimony about subsistence, and I feel for everybody. I want all this to work out for all parties, but this isn't just subsistence for our area. This is our livelihood. It's not just a hobby where we can go out and catch a few fish to throw in the smoker and, you know, be good for the wintertime. This is what we need to pay our electricity bill, our fuel bill, everything throughout the year. And it seems like I said, I've been fishing. I'm born in 1982, and I've been fishing with my dad since I was 4. And I remember these meetings going as far back as I could remember. Also, in the 90s, we were sitting there fighting with AYK. And then later in the 90s, it was Bristol Bay and AYK. And then early 2000s, it was Chignik and AYK. And it's always against Area M. I mean, I've heard testimony about science and numbers and everything. I heard people sit up here and say that they don't want to hear the numbers, that they just want to base this emotion or base this on emotion, and that's one thing we can't. I mean, all the Area M fishermen are just as emotional as everybody else. We need to get to a conclusion. We'll never be able to satisfy everybody, but it comes to a point where they got to quit blaming us and find out the true reasons for their resources. Look where they're fishing. Where do fish go to spawn? They go to spawn in lakes, rivers, and lagoons. These places that have diminished returns, where are they fishing out of? They're fishing out of lakes, rivers, and lagoons. When you do that, you're not going to have your run come back. We fish out of capes until it's local management, until we have enough fish up there so we can go fish the capes and lagoons. And there's even places that we can't fish nowadays due to Chignik. I'm new to this, and I just don't understand how our area could be judged by so many others when there's numbers behind it that have proved and suggested that Area M is not the problem, but yet we're always the scapegoat. Thank you.
Questions? I have a question for you. So, I mean, you said, I think at the beginning of your testimony that, and pardon me if I'm mischaracterizing it, but I think that your last words were scapegoat, target, and I'm just wondering, and that it's been sort of a lengthy, multi-decade sort of defensive posture that you feel like you've been put in, and I'm wondering, why do you think that is? What do you think the reasons for that are?
The same reason we're all sitting here today.
Which is what?
People blaming us for intercepting their fish. And, you know, like I said, I sympathize with everybody, but I have read numbers, like there was a statement here that for the AYK fish, before my time, there was studies done that said if they don't do these things, that their run will diminish. And it came with the 3 M's: military, machinery, what the heck was the other one? Military, machinery, and mining, yes. And Area M was not one of them. And I'm sure that, yes, we can't control which fish we catch out there. Like you said, they're a big migrating species. But as I know pretty much every fisherman that fishes Area M here, I grew up with them. And like you said, with the numbers with 2001 and 2022, when 2020, after we heard the message in 2001, in 2022, the whole fleet from Sandpoint all the way up to Unimak Island, when the chum started running heavy, we stopped. Not just in one area, every boat in the fleet dropped their anchor. And that was even after the emergency order cut down our time before that. There's just got to be an end game. And when you guys make these schedules, like, I remember there used to be a chum cap in the 90s, and then it went to the 96 hours on and 48 off, and that was working. But then we go out and get an opener and a half in, and then there's emergency orders that cut us down by even more. And we accept that. You know, we play by the rules. It hurts. Yes, it hurts our pocketbook, and that's not the base. We need a common ground for everybody. And we've been taking it upon ourselves, like I said, from Sandpoint all the way down to Unimak Island to drop the anchor when there's heavy chum flow, whether it's for a tide or for a day, we've been doing it.
So do you think in your fishery that there is interception?
I'm going to sit here and say no, obviously, but I can't, there's just been, we don't know who we catch. I mean, I know that we have local rivers up the wazoo for chum salmon and reds and silvers and everything else, and we can't fish those because they say that we're intercepting fish, when we have lagoons full of chum salmon, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wood?
Just want to see if I can't help you out a little bit, answer your question. You're feeling that Area M's getting picked on because they're diminishing the amount of chums being caught. This body is bound by Title 16 of the statutes. Okay? There's no discretion, there's nothing else. If indeed the harvestable portion of the stock or population is not sufficient to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence, the appropriate board shall, not may, but shall, adopt regulations eliminating consumer uses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Area M's in a position where they're admittedly intercepting fish that would otherwise be available for subsistence use. If indeed this board doesn't act, then they would very well be considered in violation of Title 16. Now, the question is for this board, is it may or may not take a full contingency to meet that requirement and therefore not have to totally eliminate. And that's where the balancing act's going to be, okay? So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, yes, no, I understand, like I said in the beginning, I understand that we will never be able to, you know, appease both sides. That's just what happens when politics gets into play there. There's always going to be somebody angry, but yeah, I think we're all just looking for an end game here. You know, this suspense, we're coming out here every other year just to fight for our livelihood, and it's just tough.
Mr. Zaray, I just want to say that I thank you for your perspective. I'm not trying to put you in the hot seat. I'm really truly trying to understand, you know, where you're coming from on this and what your thoughts are. Mr. Zaray.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be contentious about this or anything, but there was, when you were talking about the difference between commercial and the subsistence that you've been hearing about, and you made the statement, this is not a hobby, you know, it kind of hit me like, well, I don't know, I mean, I've lived the subsistence lifestyle in a real, very real way, and it's not a hobby. So, yeah, thank you, anyway, sorry.
No, I apologize if I put it out like that. I didn't mean any disrespect at all. It's just like, you know, this is, for everybody that I've grew up with, this is a passion. This is what we know. This is what they, you know, like I said, I started when I was 4, and when I went off to college, my old man even told me, oh, you'll be back. You got that salt water in your veins. 4 years of college, went back to fishing just to be an educated dummy. But yeah, I didn't mean any disrespect by the hobby comment. I just want you guys to know how passionate we are about it, and I'm sure everybody is. Thank you.
Thanks, Billy. Thank you for your perspective. Appreciate you being here, sincerely. Jamie, hi.
Madam Chair and board members, thank you for this time to be heard. My name is Jamie Dushkin. I'm here to support Area M. I'm against proposal number 140 and any proposal that affects the fisheries, Area M. I grew up fishing with my dad and my grandfather. I'm a 38-year-old Aleut from Falls Pass, Alaska. My dad and grandfather fished before there was ever 80 F&G. I live in Sandpoint and commercial fish there since 2013. Keeping us from fishing hurts our money income. My testimony is to keep the fishing grounds open for 96 hours a week. We all want the same thing, to work and to make money, to carry on the fishing generation to our kids, showing them how to survive and to work together. Let us fish and work. Having a job is what makes us money. Maybe the other side party is mismanaged. Area M shouldn't be the ones to pay for it. Area M has good quality fish. Subsistence fishing is different. So let's fish, make some money, stay busy, working, and don't be a Democrat. And I apologize if there are any. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. Any questions? Thank you both so much for being here. I appreciate you. Samantha McNeely. Hi, Samantha, welcome.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Samantha McNeely, and I'm from Nelson Lagoon. I grew up there and have lived there a majority of my life. I've gone commercial salmon fishing with my dad for 20+ years. A lot of people don't understand that the majority of the Nelson Lagoon fishermen are locals and live there year-round. All we have is commercial salmon fishing. We do not have any fall, winter fishing of any kind. We survive the harsh Alaskan winters solely on our summer salmon season. It pays the bills, pays for groceries, among many other things, and essentially it gets us through the rest of the year. With the decline in our fisheries over the last years, I've seen people struggling to pay bills, struggling to put food on the table. This shouldn't be the case. People aren't even able to put fish away because there aren't enough caught. Most of our fishermen are set netters, with a handful being drifters. Our fishermen cannot just up and leave to go and find fish, and that shouldn't be the case anyway. Many people talk about the science. What about our local indigenous knowledge? My grandpa Sherman used to say, one set, and that can make your whole season. Nowadays, that is impossible. Someone mentioned spending money on a brand new net when referring to mesh depth in Proposal 128. To save money, you can simply cut down your 70 mesh net and make a brand new 45 mesh net. All you have to do is rehang your lead line on. A gentleman's fishery was also mentioned. A few years ago, a handful of boats came to the mouth of the river, and even though they didn't set out, they did have 29 mesh nets. Talk about not being able to afford new gear. Also, talk about gentlemen. Someone also mentioned keeping their boat in tip-top shape. Our Nelson Lagoon local fishermen cannot even afford to keep their equipment in tip-top shape. Someone from back home told me they've been using the same outboard since the 80s and 90s because they cannot afford to buy a new one. Our local fishermen can't even afford to hire crew members because they cannot catch enough fish to pay them. This is not how it should be. We need to try and conserve the Nelson Lagoon fishery before it is completely dried up. Our weir was in an extra 2 weeks last year, and I believe that is the only reason we got our minimum escapement. We live there. We personally see what is happening. We aren't asking for the world. We are just asking for anything to help us out. Proposals 120 for windows and 128 for shortened mesh depth would benefit Nelson Lagoon. I've been hearing too much about the negative impacts, including over-escapement, etc. But where are the solutions? We need to work together to figure out what will work for all of us, not just Nelson Lagoon. I am willing to negotiate to help conserve our fishery. We need to do something, and we need to do something right now before it is too late. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you, Samantha. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Next up is Jared Danielson, followed by Charlie Swaney, Michelle Quillen, Francis Thompson, and Robin Samuelson. Hi, Jared. Can you turn your mic on, please? There you go.
Please refer to RC 53. Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. My name is Jared Danielson. I'm a 5th-generation fisherman and 3rd-generation Area M. I'm a member of Concerned Area M Fishermen and serve on its board as well. I'm speaking against Proposal 140. The Alaska Peninsula is known to catch seawack chums. However, WASUP confirms the harvest rates are in the single digits, which means on average 94+% of the fish go back to these rivers of origin or are caught outside of Area M. It's been the consensus of biologists and fishing game that these low WASUP number results are not impactful to seawack chums. Research and science point out that unfavorable ocean conditions and the abundance of Asian hatchery chum are likely the culprit to these declines in the wild salmon stocks in western Alaska. It's concerning that Asian hatchery species are challenging the wild stock. Wild salmon appear to be vulnerable to these hatchery fish either through predation, physical displacement, or competition for food resources, or a combination of all three. For example, genetic data show numerous Japanese and Russian origin chum salmon overlap with Western Alaska chum salmon in both the Bering Sea and in the Gulf of Alaska. These findings, together with other observations of density dependence involving Asian hatchery and wild chum salmon, provide multiple lines of evidence supporting the hypothesis that large-scale hatchery production may adversely affect growth and productivity of distant wild salmon populations. To make matters worse, hatchery releases are only rising. Russia in the last 3 years has increased production by an average of 300 million fish, representing about a 43% increase. Perhaps we need to work with other countries on the Pacific Rim to reduce the output of hatchery salmon. All things considered, we must rely on what science tells us. It is difficult for Alaska's wild chum salmon to survive in poor ocean conditions while competing with Asian hatchery fish for limited resources. Taking into account the science available, the benefit of Proposal 140 to AYK versus cuts to the June fishery just doesn't add up. The low harvest rates in Area M are of low significance to the AYK chum salmon swimming through the Gulf of Alaska. The evidence by Fish and Game earlier in this meeting points to our ocean being on empty, not Area M. I'm opposed to Proposal 140. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jared. Any questions? Quick question for you. So I'm looking at your RC here, and I was just wondering if you've done any comparative analysis with, other studies that have been over maybe the course of the last 20 years. Most of the ones you have listed here or reference are really recent.
Just WASP.
Just WASP?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. Charlie Sweeney? Is Charlie here this morning? First call. Michelle Quillen? Hi, Michelle, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The concerns shared by Area M fishermen around small chum harvests should be a strong indicator to again put in management measures to protect AYK chum, because this decline is the lowest on record. We cannot leave it to commercial industry to manage themselves, because it is your job, your duty to set the laws and regulations that are enforceable. It is not up to us to figure out compromise. The fact that we are here talking about this is not acceptable. We are witnessing cultural genocide against Native people. And despite that, we still manage to be respectful, kind, and open to all conversation. However, our voices continue to go unheard. My people have sacrificed everything and done everything that they can to be good stewards, good ancestors for future generations. But we have long carried the burden of conservation while others reap the benefits from the salmon spawning in our tributaries. Unlike Area M fishermen, our lands are accessible to outside hunters. And because of our subsistence laws, tribes have to compete on their own tribal lands and traditional territories. Therefore, trapping and hunting cannot offset subsistence fishing. Sound science and data have to go through a rigorous peer review process, especially before it comes before a decision-making process. But after seeing some of the data that was put forward to the board at the last minute to supposedly aid in decision-making, but to intentionally try to confuse everyone, I suggest an internal review of the department. by outside scientists. This meeting has only intensified the mistrust and frustration of the mismanagement in our state. A lot of change needs to happen, but here we only ask that you pass Prop 140 and limit the time Area M has their gear in the water, because that is the only thing that will work. You cannot set a cap and they cannot manage themselves. And if anything good came out of this, it's the unity between the Kuskokwim and Yukon people, because we will come back stronger. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Michelle. Any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Please withhold the applause. Please withhold the applause. Thank you. Francis Thompson. Hi, Francis, welcome.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the board, Mr. George Pappas from OSM. My name is Francis Thompson. I was a subsistence and a commercial salmon fisherman from the Lower Yukon village of St. Mary's. I am also here representing the Algonquin Tribal Council, whom I serve as vice chairman for the council. It is for many years whom could not be here to plead with you to implement equitable, sustainable management strategies for the returns of the AYK salmon. As our parents testified in this forum starting 50 years ago, now we, the second generation, are now testifying before you not to save our salmon, but to return it. We have sacrificed and lost so much, bearing all the conservation efforts solely on our backs, while intercept salmon fisheries and salmon bycatch in the Pacific pollock industry continue to fish. There is Alaska. It has its constitution. There is a governor elected by the people. He has his commissioner. And finally, the governor appoints you, the honorable members of the Board of Fisheries, that is given the Constitution mandate to manage the sustainable fisheries, and its state shall. Listening to staff reports given to you, I envy the final harvest report, and I tell myself, one fisher's $700,000 annual income earnings for one summer season will take me 28 years if my fishery returns where I used to minimally gross at least 25,000. Madam Chair, honorable members of the Board of Fisheries, the loss of our salmon returns and the loss of our way of life around salmon has brought harm and grief, nothing you will and can imagine. Much of this is not, most of it would not happen if sustainable management strategies were adopted a long time ago. Alaska's sustainable yield is your duty to, and its state shall implement sustained management policies, throwing that responsibility to the wolves to guard the caribou is wrong. and ask them to come back and tell you how many caribou is left that evening. Windows, implement longer windows. And the fishery, area and fisheries has fished in 2001, and they fished the 140 before.
Francis, your time is up,
So,
sir.
and Madam Chair, I'd like to ask that in my RC 54, that you eliminate the last paragraph, and I apologize for what I wrote. That is not me.
Thank you. We'll make note of that. Appreciate your testimony today. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Robin Samuelson? Good morning, Robin. Thank you for being here.
I could think of many other places I'd rather be. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. History is being made here. History because we have two major river systems that have totally collapsed, and we can't provide for a subsistence priority. The collapse of the Yukon and the Kuskokwim River system is not producing. Our Constitution, Title 16, gives you guys the power to correct the situation that we're in. 15 years ago, this board took a path to destroy all the protections that were in place for that chum run. There's no protections on the books. The Board of Fish has failed the people of the Kuskokwim, Yukon, and the fisheries that them people depend upon. I hear Board of Fish comments, oh, you know Bristol Bay catches 200,000 chums. I called our biologist. Do we catch AYK chums? There's never been documentation. If it happens in Togiak, and it's a small scale. I think we catch more reds than chums. I support RC 37, 38, and 39, which I submitted. It gives you a history of the South Peninsula and North Peninsula fisheries over a number of years. I also support Proposal 120. I strongly oppose RC 084. That's in you guys' hands and the commissioner's hands. And if you go down that crazy path, at least codify it. Don't come out with a proposal just as a proposal. You need to codify it. I've been on this board. I've been a student of this board since 1972 or 73 was my first Board of Fish meeting. You've never faced the problems that we're facing today, and most of you are not subsistence users and don't know how much it's affecting the people of the Kuskokwim and Yukon. I grew up in Anchorage, Alaska. Nobody spoke English. Everybody relied on fish. They ate fish 3 times a day. They have many ways to put it up. The lady before me that testified cried. I've seen people cry so damn many times. I damn near cried in front of you guys a couple months ago. It's bad. This is a human rights issue. These Alaska Natives were here before any damn white man. They helped the first white man that came into the country with their subsistence foods. You guys must do something to help the stocks of the Yukon and Kuskokwim. Otherwise, you're gonna break the law and we're gonna come after you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Robin. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony. Thanks. Please hold the applause, please. Brad Barr. Is Brad here? Edgar Smith? Welcome, Edgar.
Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Edgar Smith. I was brought into this world and raised in Sandpoint. I began fishing in 1975 as a crew on a seiner. In 1982, I and my brother bought our set net operation and began fishing the South Peninsula and have been ever since. I submitted PC 157, voting to comment on proposals 145, 130, and 140. I would like to see proposal 145 passed, and with amendments for August, proposal 145 would give me as a set netter an additional 4 hours to fish on these openings, and this would bring pressure up. This would be less pressure to fish on the last day of these openings. There are times when the weather is bad, kelp is thick, and if a little fish come by, it adds pressure to getting and working the nets and getting them out of the water. Also, I would like to see this July management plan continue into August. The fish managers for South Peninsula have been managing the pink salmon and chum salmon run in August to the back side of the run. They want upwards of 50% of the pink run for the whole South Peninsula in the streams before they open for fishing. Past 2 years fishing in August haven't started till the middle of August. As a set netter, I need to have the pinks running on the capes to catch them and make the most of the pink salmon run as a set netter. I hope the board addresses this for the set netter in the South Peninsula. For proposal 130, an amendment to the Northwest Stepback Management Plan to remove the 300,000 guaranteed catch to the Chignik area on the first and second run. In regulations now, it states all fish caught in the Northwest Stepback after July 1st are counted towards the Rzinski run. So why does Chignik need a guarantee to catch 600,000 fish before Northwest Stepback can even open if all the fish are counted after July 1st to the Rzinski run? In 2002, 3, and 4, Rzinski was over-escaped. This led to the creation of the Northwest Stepback Plan. A lot of debate have been made at the 2000 board meetings on its creation, but for some reason, the 600,000 guarantee catch was injected to this plan. It needs to be removed for the fishermen and the management to rightly manage the Northwest Stepback section to its fullest. I'm opposed to proposal 140. I fished the Chignik Islands during June, and using the 2002 chum salmon genetic study for the 2002 salmon season in June, I might have caught 84 chumps bound for CWAC. If proposal 140 is used to manage my June season, I will have to pull my net every night. I would have to spend 3 hours in the morning setting it, 7 hours, and 4 hours at night pulling it. That's 7 hours out of 16 hours in the fishing day manhandling gear. I hope this board looks a little closer to the CWAC region and even in the region itself to why they aren't getting their chums, and especially at the trawl fleet that plows the Bering Sea outside their entrance of their rivers. The trawlers don't keep their chums they catch. They dump them or grind them up. I will be severely restricted to catch salmon in the South Peninsula in June by proposal 140 and maybe let 84 chums turn the corner into the Bering Sea to only be caught by one of their CDQ trawlers. Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me testify. I will be available for committee as a whole.
Thank you, Edgar. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thanks. Yakov Rutov, followed by Jennifer Hooper, Tanya Evan, and Marie Kaciak. Welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you. My name is Yakov Rutov. My family and I reside in Sterling, Alaska, and I am a commercial fisherman from Area M. First off, I oppose all proposals that restrict fishing in Area M in any way without scientific evidence explaining such measures on how much benefit and impact it will have on both parties. Today, I'm testifying regarding Proposal 120. I strongly oppose this proposal. There are tools already in place for the local fish and game biologists to use in case of low escapement numbers in Nelson Lagoon, and putting in mandatory closures will just tie their hands when the numbers are high, which will lead to overescapement. When you look at the Nelson Lagoon sockeye run graph from the year 1962 to 2022, you will notice that after implementation of the Magnan-Stevens Act, the graph stays basically the same with peaks and valleys for about 30 years. Then in 2007, there was a natural flood event in November after the summer salmon run spawned in the lakes and rivers all along the North Peninsula shoreline. In 2008,
Commercial fisheries biologists wrote the annual report on their observations of events and general trends that had been observed. In the report, they explain how in late November and early December of 2007, an exceptionally large flood event occurred in areas of the North Alaska Peninsula. Landslides and channel scouring occurred in most of the watersheds that had salmon eggs in the gravel at that time. That surely resulted in egg loss. They write, and I quote, "The impact to salmon resource in the area is unknown at this time, and the full impact of the flood and the resulting effects on the 2007 production will be more fully understood in 2012 and 13 and after," unquote. They were right. As you can see in the graph, for Nelson Lagoon in 2010 to 2012, the escapement was the lowest in 32 years. 2011 was the first year since 1975 that the escapement goal was not met. According to fish and game biologists, the most recent decline in the run is probably due to a record escapement in 2017. One other thing I would like to point out, Nelson Lagoon fishermen do not have exclusive permits that restricts them to that area. I live on the Kenai Peninsula, so I have to travel 700 miles on a boat away from my home in order to participate in this fishery. Nelson Lagoon is part of Area M. It is to our benefit that we meet the escapement goals in that river. Thank you for.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Jennifer Hooper? Hi, Jennifer. Welcome.
Good morning. Madam Chair, board members, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jennifer Hooper. I'm from Bethel on the Kuskokwim, and I work for AVCP. The first time I was in this seat was 25 years ago. We were advocating for a regulation that would allow for subsistence fishing with a rod and a reel. Elderly ladies had been cited for fishing off the seawall in Bethel because the hook and lines they were using were not allowed, even though it was a traditional gear and they were only trying to put food on their table. In an obviously much more complicated way, I am drawn to the similarities to what our families in the AYK region are currently facing, being told they cannot practice their traditional subsistence ways to get food on the table. Here, though, it is because there just are not enough fish. Science is saying climate change and warming ocean conditions are likely affecting the survivability of salmon and contributing to the declines to the AYK systems. What can we do about that? Shouldn't we be ensuring conservation where possible and trying to get more salmon to return to our river systems? Right now, our situation is critical and every fish counts, and escapement is imperative. The Area M June fishery is a known intercept fishery, so why not have reasonable windows and sideboards in place to minimize the effects on stocks migrating through? We've had windows on the Yukon and Kuskokwim for subsistence, all to allow for shared harvest with those communities above us and for escapement. It seems pretty common sense and works, and Proposal 140 will help to do that. You've heard from many testifiers, both last month and this week, expressing they have not been able to meet their subsistence needs for several years now. The residents and fishermen of the Alaska Peninsula have historical use of their June commercial fishery and are beneficiaries of the salmon migrating through. But for those who have come asking for help, they have a right to fish for food. My family has a right to subsistence fish for salmon for food. The 100+ communities and thousands of families in the entire AYK region have a right to fish for food, for subsistence. The state has an obligation to protect and provide for subsistence and to prioritize escapement. We need that assurance, and our salmon need that protection. I ask that you consider and pass Proposal 140, and I sincerely thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any board questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Tanya, Evan, or Yvonne? Is Tanya here? Hi, Tanya, welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Tanya Van from Russian Mission. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. I fully support Proposal 140. We're not asking to shut down Area M, even though we've been shut down for a few years now. Our subsistence needs have not been met. My smokehouse and freezer have not had fish in few years, which means I wasn't able to teach my baby sister and daughters our traditional way of life. What we rely on during the winter, and especially during the Russian Orthodox Great Lent, our restrictions are way up here, and Area M restrictions are down here. We're just simply asking you to equal the restrictions so our future generations can fish also. Many communities have been greatly impacted with little to no subsistence fishing to harvest. Fish is one of our main food source, and with the restrictions, we have seen the impact it has on our communities. Not everyone relies on store-bought food. The cost of living has raised. Living in the villages, there's not much jobs available. Health problems have also risen in our area. One hospital has seen an increase in stroke patients in the YK Delta and was wondering what's going on, what changes are impacting in their health. It's not fair for certain districts to have little to no subsistence fishing while further up the Yukon are allowed to buy permits to fish any species of fish. What's the use of monitoring the fish while they are not allowing districts to subsistence and commercial fish? I strongly urge you to approve Proposal 140. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for being here. You did great. Marie Ketchiak? Good morning, Marie. Welcome.
Waka. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have never seen anything like this in my life where I've been in a gathering. It's usually my native leaders that step forward, but I was very curious as to what's going on so I can talk with my own people in my own way and have them have an understanding of why we are starving. It's not our fault that we're starving. We have never gone to war to starve. But I see it's like a war bond that has to be put on here to have our survival skills in place and to continue to subsistence. I'm a proud person. I'm a Yupik and a Koyukon person. I'm a shareholder of a corporation that is Deloitte Sheet. I am also a tribal member of Holy Cross. And I am an affiliated person with the Dena'ina Chiefs region. In all my years of living, I always thought when I was born in the territorial days, I would never see a day when we would have to fight with our neighbors about why we don't have fish. Why isn't my freezer as good as your freezer? Why some people have a commercial license, subsistence license, and me, we have nothing? What's wrong with the system? It's broken. It's sad, and we cry, and our children cry. Don't get emotional, they tell us. Well, what's wrong with you? We have to cry about something. We're hurting. We have to get emotional. Otherwise, we're going to walk around all mad all day long. And we're still not happy. My grandfather and my grandmother always used to tell us, we have native dances that celebrate the salmon coming. We have stories to tell our children about each bone in that in that fish, that salmon, why it's there, and what is the best piece of fish to feed your guests. Those nice things are gone. It's at the hands of the state of Alaska and this board. So I have no questions to, don't ask me nothing, because I won't answer you. You've heard it all today, and you're going to continue to hear it. And I pray to God you make good decisions. I support 100%. 140. 140. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Marie. Shanda Bilodeau? Hi, Shanda.
Hello, everybody. Madam Chair, board members, thank you. Last time I was here was 20 years ago. A little nerve-wracking. I'd like to start off introducing myself. I'm a subsistence user and a commercial fisherman of Chignik. My name is Shanda, and I'm from Chignik Lagoon specifically. I've lived there my entire life, and we've come to find out that salmon's our heart. It's the heart of my community, my culture, my family, everybody. I have 4 children at home. And when I was about 6 or 7, my dad, he handed me this butter knife because I just wanted to fillet a fish like my family. It's a tradition, instilled in them, passed on to me. I took that butter knife, excited I was going to get this big red salmon, right? He hands me a trout. I was disappointed and sad, but I got better at it, you know? I said, I'm going to take it, I'm going to do it. Well, I wish I could pass that tradition on to my children. About now, all they get is trout. My boys sit on the beach and they cast, catch a lot of bullheads, not as much trout anymore. And to get reds, it's been hard for me. Last 2 years, my husband abandoned me. Sorry for the sad story, but it leads to a good point. I was a sole provider. For 4 kids, 13 to 5, it's challenging. I live in a community, it's very small, and it's continuing to dwindle. Our year-round numbers have dropped. Well, 2 years ago, I had to make a really big decision for my family. I brought them up in all sorts of traditions and our culture, and I had to kind of go beside that because of my personal issue. Well, I had to go tendering in Bristol Bay. I had to do that to support my family. Just to make it by. That's not even providing everything. It's not enough to cover. I mean, we all know tendering, it's not the same pay as commercial fishing per se. Well then, after that, we had to hurry up and rush home, so we could get in on the best part of the fishery, which is our second run. You know, hoping that there's gonna be something there in the beginning. Well, first year we did okay, I felt, but why am I saying if it's okay? It shouldn't be okay with the amount of fish that we had caught. I wasn't able to get subsistence that year. Second year happened again, was unable to get subsistence. Now, subsistence is really big in my community. My elders, that's what they talk about. My community right now is made up of elders and youth. The in-between generations aren't really there. My group, they're not, we have a couple people at home. Everybody has started to spread their wings and go elsewhere because there's not a good fishery in Chignik. I want to say on that note, I'd like to support Proposal 140. You know, I'm not saying Area M is the issue. We need studies done, and I don't want to condemn anybody.
Thank you, Shanda.
Thank you.
Any questions? Appreciate your being here, and thank you for your testimony today. Marty Takak, followed by Chuck McCallum, Tony Gregorio, Tom Wooding, and Don Harris. Is Marty here? Hi, Marty. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. I've heard a lot of people talk about Chignik Lake this week. That's where I live. My name is Marty Takak. I sit before you representing the Chignik Lake Village. We stand unified in the recommendations made by the Chignik AC on the proposals and action plans. As you've already heard, Chignik Lake residents rely heavily on subsistence and commercial fishing. I cannot emphasize that strongly enough. Over the past 5 years, harvesting subsistence fish has become extremely difficult for our community. The last time I testified to this board, I told you that we're moving further downriver, away from the waters we traditionally fish. We are still searching for better spots. We have to make real decisions if the gas money is worth the trip, when we can't depend on what we're catching. This summer, I went on multiple trips for several hours searching, with little to show for my effort. The economic fallout from these disasters is widespread. We are living with less and less each year, while cost keeps increasing. We're able to get through these tough times by sticking together. We help whoever has a need. We share what we have. We look forward to the time when we catch our food and sell fish commercially, like we've been able to the not so distant past. Combining the escapement goals is not only the wrong time, but it shouldn't be done at all. There are 2 runs that require separate monitoring. If the board allowed the department to combine them, how will they be able to respond when either run falls short? They spawn in different areas, leave the lake at different times, and return at different times. We were really looking forward to a solid action plan to rebuild our runs. The action plan is written in a way that doesn't take into account the history of managing for 2 runs. It was also dropped on us with little to no time to comment on. I serve on the AC, and we never even had a chance to look at it, even after asking many times. We can't adopt a plan that hasn't been reviewed and commented on by the AC. An earlier version of this board made poor choices in 2004. The right path is to use the established escapement goals while we search for ways to rebuild our run. We're not looking to catch more fish. We're looking to get more fish up the river and give them a chance in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Chuck McCallum. Is Chuck here today? Tony Gregorio. First call, Tony. Tom Wooding. Hi, Tom. Welcome.
Hi. Please refer to RC 22. Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Tom Wooding. I'm currently an Area M drift fisherman. I'll be available for the committee of a whole. I'm speaking today in opposition of a proposal 120, which, if implemented, would severely restrict the department's ability to manage the Bear, Sandy, Ilnik, and Meshik sockeye systems for maximum sustained yield. In addition, passage of this proposal would be extremely costly to fishermen and processors, while at the same time threaten the future production of the North Peninsula systems. Last spring at the statewide meeting, I presented the same data set that you see before you in RC 22. The data set includes all the combinations during the WASP study. 3 years, 26 different fisheries, 23 different reporting socks, just shy of 1,800 combinations. And when one excludes all observations below the 1% harvest rate, you're left with the 269 points that appear on the graph. I then plotted the percentage of the run of each Wassup fishery harvest against the percentage of the catch each stock represented in each fishery. There are 3 clear zones of varying harvest rates. The top zone in purple are 100% terminal harvest. The middle zone in yellow is a transitional zone where terminal and non-terminal harvests are mixed. The lower zone in green represents harvest rates below 10% and is comprised of 99% non-terminal harvest. Keep in mind, all harvest rates are biased high, as stated in the WASP report. Non-terminal sockeye harvests occur in Chignik, the South Peninsula, the North Peninsula, Bristol Bay, and throughout the state. Towards the upper right section of the graph, I've circled the Nelson Lagoon terminal harvest of the Nelson Lagoon stock in the purple zone, which has typical harvest rates that you would expect in terminal Wassup fisheries. On the second graph, I've removed all observations except ones involving the Nelson stock. Again, results are expected. All non-terminal observations fall in the lower left-hand part of the graph in the green zone, typical for non-terminal harvests in Wassup. There is no smoking gun here that would justify passage of Proposal 120. Fishery managers have known for a long time that the most effective way to manage escapement in a particular system is for opening and closures of areas in the vicinity of the river of origin, not ones at a great distance. North Peninsula managers have a history of producing excellent results using the plan we have in place today. In my opinion, it'd be foolish to adopt a plan that would jeopardize the proven effectiveness exhibited over decades, providing opportunities in time of sockeye abundance while ensuring escapement. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tom. So just for clarity, I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to communicate with the graphs, specifically with respect to Nelson Lagoon.
I'm trying to show that Nelson Lagoon stock is not unlike almost all Wassup fisheries in the greater Bristol Bay area, is that most of the harvests, the high harvest rates, are in the terminal fisheries, and then there's smaller harvests are in other fisheries adjacent to the fisheries, and it's dependent on distance. There's a strong correlation between inverse proportionally from distance to harvest rate.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Don Harris. Donnie Harris. With McGrath, Takatna, Nikolai, Toledo, LTD. No? Okay. Gust Wasley. Hi, Gust. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I will be here for the Committee of the Whole. My name is Gusty Wasley Jr. I am a third-generation subsistence and commercial fisherman in the Nishigac Bay, living in Clark's Point. I support Proposal 140. What is a lifestyle? Some think a lifestyle is getting up each morning, going to your daily job, supporting your family. My lifestyle is harvesting our natural resources, such as salmon, caribou, moose, etc. One day, if you wake up and find that you no longer have a job to go to, how would you feel knowing that you can no longer support your family? I would be devastated if I was no longer able to harvest our natural resources. All stakeholders should be held accountable for the conservation of our natural resources, in this case, salmon. I commercial fish in the Nishigak. I love the lifestyle, but to me, the subsistence way of life is more important than making a quick buck. Due to the lack of salmon in the YK district, their subsistence way of life is at risk. Generations of knowledge is going to be lost if nothing is done. Alaska Statute 1605-258 B4A states, if the harvestable portion of the stock or population is not sufficient to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses, the appropriate board shall adopt regulations eliminating consumptive uses other than subsistence uses. In this case, you are the appropriate board and are bound by state law to take action. Proposal 140 would ensure the longevity of our natural resources, which have sustained our ancestors for millennia. Thank you for listening to me right now. Koyana.
Koyana Gusty, any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chris Wenzel. Hi, Chris. Welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Chris Wenzel, and I fish in Area M. The Alaska Peninsula is an amazing place to commercial fish. I realized this back in 1990 when I started crewing on a drift boat. I bet there's close to 1,000 miles of fishing grounds in Area M. Seeing opportunity in this in 1995, I gambled and I invested in a set net permit. I tried my luck set netting in sections all over the Alaska Peninsula, from down at Cape Ludke up to East Stepovac on the south side, and from the Black Hills section up close to the Stroganoff line on the north side. Some days were more successful than others. The weather and my catch rate played a huge factor in where I chose to set net. Being able to move around the whole Alaska Peninsula was key to my success as a set netter. In my 5 years of set netting, I fished in, I believe, 9 of the over 50 sections available to set net on the Alaska Peninsula. When fishing was slow or the weather was tough at my favorite spot, I'd move to my next favorite spot, and so on and so forth. If I'd have chosen just to fish in one section, that would have limited me to only fish when the weather was favorable and to only catch what fish were in that section at that time. And sometimes I did choose to stay in a certain section. Molar Bay was one of them. I'd sit on the boardwalk bench and watch my net with all the amenities of home. Fishing in Molar Bay was very comfortable. But sometimes the Tinder report up the line was better, but I chose to stay in Molar Bay with the comforts over moving up the line for a higher catch rate. I oppose Proposal 120. The Alaska Peninsula has many sections available for permit holders to fish, not just one section. Please vote no on 120. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. All right, after the lunch break, I'm going to take up first calls for the following people: Clyde O'Diamond, Virginia Alec, Brad Barr, Chuck McCallum, Tony Gregorio, and Donnie Harris. That'll be second calls for those individuals right after lunch. And then we'll resume with testifier number 256, Luke Peterson. And we'll see you again back at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch. All right, everyone, welcome back. The time is 1:39 PM. We're back on the record. We're going to continue with public testimony. Before we pick up where we left off, I'd like to do second calls for the following people: Clyde O'Diamond, Virginia Alec, Brad Barr, Chuck McCallum, Tony Gregorio, and Don Harris. So is Clyde O'Diamond in the room? Hi, Clyde, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Clyde O'Diamond. I am testifying on behalf of Chignik Lake Subsistence, and it's getting harder every year to get fish. It's not like it used to be. And I grew up fishing in my younger days in Chignik Lake, and I'm here to support the same proposals as the Chignik AC. And this is my first meeting to the Board of Fish. Thank you for listening.
Clyde, thank you for being here and providing your testimony. Is there any questions? Thank you. Is Virginia Alec here? Second call for Virginia. Brad Barr. Second call for Brad Barr. Chuck McCallum. Second call for Chuck McCallum. How about Tony Gregorio? There we go. We got a live one. Hi, Tony, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Board of Fish. Here we go again. I'd say when I was listening to the guys from my area testifying, they're finally starting to echo the same thing I've been saying. No tiki, no ashi. You got to get the fish in there. And people from the interior that are, I feel for them. Chignik, we're that close to being the same deal. And it worries me. I had to fish Kodiak the last 2 years, but I don't like that. I'm gonna go back to Chignik and try it over there because it's where I was born and raised. My mom was born in Katmai in 1909, and when Katmai exploded, they moved to Perryville. We grew up with subsistence lifestyle. And what my mom caught is what we ate that day, because my dad died when I was 3. And everything, our culture revolves around salmon, it revolves around stuff off the land. And I remember the days when we used to share. Somebody catch caribou, everybody got a piece. Everybody caught a bunch of fish, it was spread out around everybody. But now we get this, we're starting to feel the crunch on a lot of these things. We got no more caribou around. Moose are hard to find. Salmon subsistence is, if you're not on top of it, you're not gonna get it because sometimes it goes through pretty fast. I subsist on the first run, it's the bluebacks salmon. They got more oil in them, they smoke better, and I like them better than the second run. The second run are the greenbacks. And this one proposal in there to mesh them up together, it ain't gonna work. It's 2 different types of fish. I don't know if these guys figured out if those can mix together, but I don't think so. They're 2 distinct fish. And it ain't gonna work. All it's gonna do is gonna kill one of the runs and then the next one. Then Chignik is gone. I don't know who drew this deal up, but I thought I was pretty smart, but But this proposal, you actually have to dumb down to figure out what the hell is going on. It don't make sense. And this is coming from our guys that we're supposed to trust in. It's not meshing up. Chignik was, I grew up there, and I live in Chignik Lagoon. I'm a village council president, and we have to deal with this stuff. And we're asking you guys, 140, it's not the best thing in the world, but at least it's a start. I mean, we got to start somewhere. We got to start going backwards and find out where we messed up in order to fix a lot of these things. So that's all I got.
Thanks, Tony. Any questions from the board? Thanks for your testimony today. Appreciate you. Is Donnie Harris or Don Harris here? Good afternoon, welcome.
How do I use these gadgets and where do I sit?
You can sit at the mic with the red light on, right there, right?
Right here.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead and sit down. Good. Just start. Hold that down. I don't. Okay. This is the second time I've attended a Board of Fish meeting and given testimony in my 45 adult years, and the gap must be at least 20 years, give or take. Area M then, Area M now. What are the chances of that? The Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers have witnessed abundance as well as scarcity. Alaska's Constitution, Article 8, Section 4, talks about a sustained yield principle, and is also in 72, Amendment 5 passed. There's going to be no exclusive right or special privilege of fishery shall be created or authorized in the natural waters of Alaska. Does not restrict the state from intervening when conservation is needed. At the same time, it does not restrict the state from taking action to prevent economic distress among the fishermen, those that are dependent upon their livelihood, and sustained yield is basically good for everyone. And we know that our rivers are suffering due to a lack of a lot of other things, but primarily the biggest positive thing that could be said is if there was a reasonable escapement that could be built on. And I know there's a myriad of a lot of other impacts, but I don't believe Area M is the one variable that has negatively impacted the fisheries and caused us a lot of worry and concern over the years. Truth be told, almost every fishery accounted for here has contributed to these circumstances one way or another. And I don't think that those fishermen down in Area M would eat themselves out of their pocketbook, livelihood, and home, thus impacting us even further. And then let us remember the name Alaska is derived from an Aleut word. With all due respect and deference to Virgil Umpenauer and supporters then and now of Proposal 140, that idea has already had its day 23 years ago. Surely success and successful people don't become that way overnight. Most people see at a glance as wealth, great career, purpose, but it's all a result of hard work and hustle over time. Isn't it high time the overall fishery is put first for all in a manner worthy of our ancestors, leading with respect and leaving everyone with dignity? That is my dream, and I know it's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you put your name on for the record, please? Please don't applause. I'm not going to say it again.
My name is Donnie Harris. I'm from McGrath, Alaska.
Thank you, Donnie. Appreciate that. I would also just remind testifiers not to refer to anybody by name. Thank you. Second call for Charlie Swaney. Charlie here? All right, Luke Peterson. Welcome, Luke.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and Board. My name is Luke Peterson. A complete list, or sorry, I'm the president of the Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association, and a complete list of our submitted positions are under PC 22. I would like to speak to proposals 122 through 124. Currently, fishing inside Cinder River Lagoon is allowed, and the 2022 escapement goal was 36 to 94,000 fish, and 0 drift netters or set netters fished. This is another example of Area M fishermen going after more access to Bristol Bay fish. In Boatwright et al. 2016 showed that Outer Port Hayden fishermen caught 93% Bristol Bay fish in 2014, which is similar to the WASP study, which showed 70 to 90% depending on the year. Cinder River is only 7 miles away from the South Ugashik boundary. In December, Bristol Bay Board of Fish meeting, there were several general district proposals that were shot down over concerns of king salmon, chum, and silver stocks. Proposals 122 through 124 should be shot down for the same reasons. If there would be a significant Cinder River fleet, this would put the Ugashik River at risk. Boatwright et al. Showed that Outer Port Hayden fishermen at times catch more than 50% Ugashik fish. The Cinder River ebb fishing would be heavily targeting Ugashik fish. Having a fleet fishing on Bristol Bay fish so close is a recipe for disaster. Vote no on 122 through 124. Proposal 125 is just another Bristol Bay fish grab. We all know that king salmon and other salmon run along the beach. As written, we oppose 125. All meeting, I've been hearing, follow the science. Let's follow the science from Area M. Boatwright et al. In 2016 showed that Outer Port Hayden fishermen catch only 5% of their local fish. Let's move the Outer Port Hayden line back to the line proposed in Proposition 126. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Any board questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Next up is Daryl Vent, followed by Ralph Zimmon, Tim Huker, and Gerda Cosbrook. Is Daryl here this afternoon? Hi, Daryl, welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board and staff. I was all prepared this morning, and I was thinking, man, I'm getting ready for the meeting, and I said, oh, okay, 2:57. I was thinking, man, I'm getting ready, and then they say 2:56, and it's lunch break. Boy, so I went and had lunch. Now I don't have my notes, so I got to go from what I could figure out here. I guess I could manage. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about how we do things up in the Kayakuk River. Our people used to live in fish camps all up and down the river there. In the summertime, we'd go to fish camp. Springtime, we'd have a spring camp, you know, and we do all this fishing. And it's for a purpose, because our people lived like this for a long time. And I explained to you that we had fish camps. Now, we don't have any fish camps. We don't have anybody fishing. Our kids are not learning how to fish. And the people are saying that, you know, how are we gonna live? What are we living on? The food in the store costs quite a bit. I would, let's say, for instance, I go over to Shungnak, and the round trip, that's like 300 miles, and you get 2 caribou. And what does that cost you? Gas and parts. Now, you know, it's becoming a struggle. Our people are relying heavily on moose. but we don't have no help with the predation with the federal part. State, you know, on state lands, it's good. We're able to work with this. But when it comes to federal lands, we got grizzlies, we got wolves. So we're having we're fighting a battle that our people have to live with. Our kids are gonna have to grow up with. And we don't want them to see something that said we did something wrong when we were growing up, when we should have prevented this. So when we're talking about, proposals, say for instance 140, those are starts, because you guys are hearing us now. You're hearing us that our people are hurt, they're starving out there. That's true. If you have to live, let's say for instance you're in the city and there's no beef, what are you gonna do, That's like telling us there's no fish. You can't buy fish no more. You can't buy beef no more. It'd be hard because you're limiting yourself to what food you can eat. Out there, it's a reality. You guys can improvise. You can say, okay, I get chicken, ham, or, tuna. Well, now we're getting into where there's going to be no fish out in the ocean also. They got to look down the road here. It's going to be a fact. If we don't prevent it, if we don't start learning how to do amount necessary for subsistence, sustained yield, all these words that we use to regulate how things work, we're not going to come back to, say, okay, there's going to be fish on the table for you to eat. Are we going to be able to say that? Thank you.
Thank you, Darrell. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony today. Ralph Zimmern. Hi, Ralph, welcome.
Madam Chair, Board, and staff, my name, for the record, is Ralph Zimmern. I'm from Bristol Bay. I sit on an active Chignik Advisory Committee, although I'm representing just myself here. And I've had over 50 years doing this. All through that time, we have had a lot of years that failed. So I want that to be made clear that we had to work hard to get to the point of rebuilding our run. So what I'd kind of like to emphasize that I've been very sensitive to the AYK situation all my life. I started out at 19 running a boat. I've watched it progress to the point where it's now not even able to get subsistence fish. It's pretty tough. I would like to say that I point out that I don't, I oppose 124 expansion. I see it as expansion of more fishing area. I support 128, which reduces mesh size from 70 to 45, but I might add also that I fought very hard against this when it came on because I could foresee the problems that were going to come. I support 140 for the same reasons of sometimes the fish come off the ocean and a lot more hit in an area there that can really be a conflict. I had friends from Cook Inlet that told me on given years where we failed miserably, they ended up at 10 million more fish and they really thought it was ours. Okay. So having said that, I would like to point out, even in the most recent years, we've had some very poor seasons. We've had some good years, but we had to work to get that built. And I want to bring up a point that in 1997, out of concerns, we're in the NERSHA, which is the Anchorage River Special Harvest Area, because the Queejack was not even close to meeting any guideline. And what I sought advice from a past chairman, what are, if anything, I could do to try to stop that? Meaning, one of the worst things that we face in this business is we're looking at projections that are yet to come. Well, I call it IRF, in-river fish. They can be ghost fish. I wanted them in the lake. So thank God we're able to get that shutdown going on. Meanwhile, when talking about area, if you just take a look at the map of the Chignik River Special Harvest Area, and in reference to sometimes talking about rocks, whatever, it's pretty self-explanatory. But I would like to point out something, two things. One, there was a saying, I believe always, that you could choke a goose and maybe you'll still get the golden egg. But if you kill that goose, there is no golden egg.
Thank you, Ralph. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Are there any board questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Tim Huker? Hoiker? Sorry. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Oh, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Tim Hoiker, for the record. I'm here today to speak about Proposal 120 in support of, and it will provide windows to allow fish back to Nelson Lagoon. This will allow the managers the tools to manage other river systems on the north side. The AC has been working with other stakeholders and staff to come up with solutions, which hasn't went that well. So we've been working on some other options to bring to the table. And one of them was back in 2013, rolling closures were put into effect as a last-minute attempt to help Nelson Lagoon. And it did. Nelson Lagoon had good harvest and above-average escapement for 6 years. In those 6 years, the managers and the stakeholders worked together without conflict. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. But in 2016, at the Board of Fish, a handshake deal took place, and those rolling closures were taken away. And in 2018, the Nelson Lagoon has seen a decline in harvest and escapement ever since. So I will state this, which was part of a proposal in 197 submitted by the Nelson Lagoon AC in 2013. It says, in 1998, the fleet started fishing further north. This is when we started to see significant changes in the Nelson Lagoon fishery. In 2006, when the North Line opened above Port Hayden, our fishery began to rapidly decline. So those years, and those are some of the reasons why we feel that the rolling closures significantly helped. And we would like to see something back in that nature to allow some windows for some fish to move down the coast into the system. So this year, Nelson Lagoon is predicted to harvest 19,000 fish. Last year, they harvested 58,000 fish, which was the worst in almost 50 years. So there's no hope for Nelson Lagoon right now without any help from the board on Proposal 120. I mean, there literally is nothing to look forward to. So, with that said, I hope the board considers helping Nelson Lagoon with Proposal 120. And I would like to note some of the reasons why I feel that, windows are a significant management tool. I mean, I fished Bristol Bay for 20 years, and the Chignik River section, of course. And the way the Bristol Bay is managed now with the windows, every single tide has a closure programmed into it to allow fish to move into the districts, fresh fish. That's the problem. We just don't have fresh schooled fish. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Any questions? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, on my way in this afternoon, somebody stopped me, said an amendment's coming on the 120. I haven't seen it yet. Does it address what you are talking about, the window situation?
Exactly, yeah. We're working on some stuff with staff right now to get this. We're new to this, so we're just trying to get it. But there should be something by this evening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Heimbach?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was out there fishing all during the 80s and 90s, and that fleet was packed in to the Bear River area, which is like 50 miles closer to Nelson Lagoon, at a time when Nelson Lagoon's productivity was very high. And so I'm struggling with the idea that moving the fleet that much further away is now all of a sudden the cause for low escapement. And can you explain what your view on that would be? And also, why ADF&G, in your opinion, hasn't been more proactive in providing these windows that you think were helpful?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I believe that why is because back then the fish were closer to the Nelson River and the Bear River. As they get closer to the Nelson, they spread out, and the Bear River, you got more fish into there as they're not as defined as, I believe, as up at the north. I think the school is more confined, and it seems to be that way. It's obviously the farther north, the worse it is for Nelson Lagoon. And obviously, I think there was a little bit more of a windows back in the day with Bear River, how it was managed, and don't quote there, but talking to the elders that had fished there, they never fished 24/7 like the outside fleet fishes now. There is probably no fishery in the state that fished much time last year as the fleet did. They started June 20th and didn't quit till they had July 18th, which is periodically the sockeye run, they stand down for 2 days. And that is, I don't understand how you can manage any fishery that doesn't shut down.
Well, Tim, with all due respect, I am one of those elders, and I don't remember anything like that at all. But what I am also more interested in is, why do you think the department has not taken a very proactive view about the possibility of what's happening like you describe? Where's the ADF&G missing here?
Well, thanks for the question, to the chair. This is what I've been told. Numerous conversations with ADF&G is that Nelson Lagoon is managed on its own. The outside beach has no say there, and they manage for escapement only, not harvest. And Nelson Lagoon has made minimum escapement for a long time, except 2011, I believe, was the worst. Last year might as well have been there. And that is the thing. They said, you need to come here to the Board of Fish and change the tools in the toolbox if you want that to happen. That's what I've been told numerous times. This is where it starts. This is how it gets fixed. This is what we have to work with, and this is how we're managing it. And I don't know, that's what I've been told. So that's why we don't get windows. And I know last year that they didn't have to give that closure last year, that 2-day closure. They didn't have to, and they did that to see if they could move some fish into Nelson Lagoon. And I mean, it shot Bear River up tremendously that 2 days. They had a huge spike of fish. Nelson Lagoon got a little bit, but not enough to see a significant change. And that just shows right there that they didn't fish Bear River section until July 8th last year. That is unheard of. That shows the fish are changing a pattern. They're coming from the north. It's not, you can see that. And there's people that fish Bear River that would like to fish Bear River more, but they're forced to go up north too. So that's I guess that's where what we see.
Mr. Jensen, then Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, are you a set netter or a drift netter?
Set netter and drifter in the lagoon. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm just relating to another testimony I heard previously, earlier on here. The this morning, and he was a set netter at one time, and if he didn't think there was going to be fish where he was, he'd just pick up his set net and go to another site. Are you locked into one site, or do you, can you fish anywhere else just like he could?
I do have a drift permit, but my children all have set net sites in Nelson Lagoon, all 4 of them, and my nephews. So, but I do have a drift permit. I have a drift skiff. It's not a drift boat. So yeah, I would have to get a boat, which is understandable. But like I tell them, my kids ask the same thing. Why, Dad, why don't we just go out there and fish? And I don't know. In my heart, it's a problem. I don't think adding to the problem is the solution. I think we need windows for all fisheries. The fish need a chance to get through. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter. Oh, wait. Follow up.
I have a quick follow-up. How many days did you not fish last year? How many days were you shut down?
That's a good question. We were closed down. We didn't fish our regular schedule, which starts 3 days a week till June 15th, and it goes 4 days a week after that till July, I believe, the end of July. And there was some closures in there that we did stand down. We didn't stand down as much as we probably thought we were gonna. You know, we weren't closed down as much as we thought we were gonna, because back in 2010, we were still discussing that. We sat for 3 weeks, I believe, in July because of escapement. And this year, we didn't sit down as long as that. I think it was always hoped to try to get that escapement, which we didn't really have at the end. We obviously, there's been testimony that the weir was in for 2 extra weeks just to achieve that, and it probably wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for them serious August rains to push them up over the weir, which we believe that those were poor quality fish anyways, and later fish to boot. So we don't really believe they should have been added to the escapement for the periodic time what we think the fish should run.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. A question or two for you. So one of the things that we have to look at, obviously, and the department also looks at this when they're managing the fishery, is they need to look, are we meeting our minimum escapement goals, which you can look at the Nelson Bay Lagoon escapement records for a pretty long period of time, and they've been very successful in putting adequate fish. And the other one is, are they providing enough fish into that system to provide for local subsistence? And I think that that's probably also being addressed very adequately. We've heard from a few other people that there's sort of an unwritten rule or a gentleman's agreement between the people that fish outside and the people in Nelson Bay that there's kind of an unwritten barrier there that you'll kind of be separated. So I guess my question is, if we were to adjust the management plan to allow for these rolling closures, to allow more fish to move into the Nelson Bay Lagoon, if the runs in 3-4 years come back and they're fairly robust again for whatever reason, do you think that the people in Nelson Bay Lagoon would have to follow the same regime in regards to those closures? And then I guess the second part of my question is, would it be okay at that point for these people to come in and fish in Nelson Lagoon if there's more than enough fish?
Well, certainly they have the right to come in there and fish. The Nelson Lagoon is sort of like the outside gentleman fishery. They have quarter-mile shows, they stick to those, and Nelson Lagoon is we've been there about 30 years, and we purchased the lease sites and there's rules with the lease sites. So we sort of everybody sticks to those. And they have their drift spots just like they sort of do on the outside with the gentleman's agreement. And theoretically, to come in there, you wait for somebody to retire, or you purchase their, as they retire, you purchase their outfit to take that sort of spot. That seems how it's been working. Nobody's come in and push people. Well, there was a time, so, but I don't know if we want to get into that right now.
Just a quick follow-up then. I guess the point I'm trying to make, or the question I'm trying to see if I can get to the bottom of here, if we put something in regulation that addresses rolling closures outside, and there is robust runs where those rolling closures are in place outside, the department still has to control escapement. Do you think that it will become an issue? Will the people in Nelson Bay A be able to handle the robust runs themselves without additional people coming in and doing that?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I think I understand a little better. Yes, I think that that would be a good thing to have, that problem, to have more fishers in there. There used to be up to 45 fishermen in there. It was a pretty robust fishery at one time. There was multiple tenders, and it was a really big producer. So I think that would be a good thing to have the fish to come back. That's a good problem, not a bad one. Should people come, they'd be more than welcome to come in there and fish. There's areas that aren't even being fished now because there's no fish.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, thank you.
Gerda Cosbrick. Hi, Gerda, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you for letting me do my testimony. My name is Gerda Cosbrick, and this is my personal testimony. I'm the daughter of John Christensen from Ilnik and Annie Carlson from Port Haydon. I have lived all my life in Port Haydon. My family has lived a subsistence lifestyle and has been commercial fishing for many generations. The village of Port Haydon is where the line is drawn between Area M and Area T permits. We are the front row seats to watch the results of the changes that happen at the board every 3 years. I've grown up working for my dad's fish company, buying from the local fishermen. We have been able to fish the shoulder seasons in the past, and right at Port Haydon. The Kings that was once abundant and was a lucrative fishery, now we're just happy to see one fish. What happened? Who's responsible? Management, global warming. We as fishermen can throw that around all day. But one thing I do know is management no longer counts them in our river. We must all do what's right to preserve the fishery. When our caribou went from 20,000 to 1,500, the department shut us down for 10 years. We taught our children that we must share the responsibility and could not hunt the caribou. There are generations of children that miss the cultural activities. I cannot express how important the caribou is, like our fish. I have served in the Lake Peninsula School District since 2001, and during that time, 4 schools has closed. Last October, we closed 2. Pilot Point and Chignik Bay. I support Proposal 140 because it helps the fishery take responsibility for the lack of fish in other areas. Sometimes we must go back because we did not make the right decision in the past. I support the Chignik and the Yukon Kuskokwim people. We are required as Alaskans to ensure that everyone meets their subsistence need. Food security in our villages must happen. I've been to the Board of Fish in the past with the message that we did not meet our subsistence needs and nothing was done. We cannot let that happen again. I support Proposals 120, 126, and 128 because that will help rebuild our king salmon. Bristol Bay has had good seasons lately, but not always been the case. Our rivers have been shut down also. I oppose Proposals 121, 122, 123, and 124. Opening more waters during the time of depression of chums and kings is not good management. I also have to say something to say about the voluntary shutdown of chums. When the salmon is there and without state enforcement, that will not happen. Anyone who says that knows that when we get in a fishing state of mind, especially when we did not make our pounds, there are good intentions, but reality is different. We, the caretakers of the land and water, expect change. I do not envy you on this board because you must do something. Something must change, and we need good leadership without bias. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerda. Are there any questions? Mr. Heimbach.
Hi, Gerda. Nice to hear your testimony. I was curious on subsistence. Is Port Huron Tribal Council been able to get BBEDC to put at least an ice plant down there for silvers?
We have an ice machine, but it hasn't been in use because it was given to us when CDQ first started.
Is it an adequate power supply problem or what?
We can't get power to the place that we put them, by the city of Port Huron.
Yeah. Thanks, Gerda.
Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you. Mackenzie Englishu, followed by Dathan Paul, Fritz Johnson, Ronald Kruger, and Clinton Ivanoff. Hi, Mackenzie, welcome.
Hi, Madam Chair and Board, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mackenzie Englishu, and my tribe is Gwich'aujay, otherwise known as Fort Yukon, located in the Upper Yukon, and I'm 19 years old. I'll be speaking on behalf of myself today. Growing up, my grandma's house was always filled with salmon, and with that came the best memories of my family coming together to help put away for the winter. When I was younger, I would sit and watch my grandmother cut fish, and she would tell me stories of what salmon were like in her childhood, that today they were a lot smaller and less of them. She said that she would tell me her memories of my great-grandfather pulling a fish out of the river, and that oftentimes it would be bigger than her. Each year as I got older, I was given a new task. In 2018, I was ready to cut fish, and I was the last one in my family to do so. My little sister is now 5 years old and has never seen the presence of a salmon in our household, and she will most likely never will unless change is made. For this reason, I support 140 to ensure the passing of traditional knowledge to all future generations and to ensure the escapement goals are being met for the survival of salmon. As an Indigenous person of Alaska, our subsistence needs are not being met as promised in Alaska Statute 16.05.258. Masicho for your time.
Masicho, Mackenzie, any questions? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony today. Dathan Paul. Hi, Dathan.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Dathan Paul. I am 19 years old, and I'm from the village of Holy Cross on the lower Yukon River. I'll be speaking for myself. I grew up going to fish camp on the Yukon River, and already so much has changed. Growing up, the first job I had in fish camp was gathering wood and packing stuff up from the boats. I listened to what my elders had to say and the stories they told. Something they talked about often was how much fishing has changed since they were a kid. They said that there's less fish, they're smaller, and that they're harder to find. From the years that I've lived, I can say the same. Salmon is our way of life, and in order to keep that lifestyle, we need to pass down that knowledge learned at fish camping on the river. I am in support of Proposal 140. Reducing the amount of time commercial companies can fish will help bring up the salmon population. We cannot wait until the salmon are gone to assimilate a plan. You have to act now. As people who live on the land and depend on the land for sustenance, we need to prioritize subsistence fishing for Indigenous communities of Alaska. Food security for the next generation is not guaranteed, and the knowledge we hold may be lost. This is a problem we face today, and it will not only affect Indigenous communities of Alaska, but all the ecosystems of Alaska as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Fritz Johnson. Hey, Fritz, welcome back to the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Fritz Johnson. I've lived in the Bristol Bay community of Dillingham for 45 years and fished on drift boats and practiced subsistence for all those years. I oppose proposals 122, 123, and 124 to give AREM permit holders access to the Cinder River section under the guise of targeting Cinder River sockeye. I also oppose Proposition 105 that would merge the early and late run Chignik stocks. But I really wanted to say a few words on the virtues of terminal fishery management. The term came up yesterday in testimony about a commercial salmon fishery on the Kuskokwim, and prompted a question from a board member asking how, under terminal management, would you know when to open commercial fishing if you had to wait until escapement and subsistence were assured? Couldn't a commercial fishing opportunity be lost? Well, yes, sometimes it could be, but that's the point. We know that escapement trumps subsistence, and subsistence comes before commercial or sport fishing. Mixed stock fishing makes that more difficult, but it's kind of like that proverbial box of chocolates. You never know quite what you're going to get. Although over time you get a pretty good idea. Area M's mixed stock fishery has existed since before statehood, which was, remember, back when we had fish traps. The adaptive management work pioneered by Area M seiners seems to be a step in the right direction, if it's sincere, but it seems kind of loosey-goosey as described in RC 84, establishing a cap of 450,000 chums when the state may, not must, but may, close the fishery to seining while giving drifters a night off, drifters who get to set their gear again when the sun comes up. I don't know if that would accomplish what the Yukon and Kuskokwim need to rebuild chum runs and fulfill the board's obligation to manage those stocks for sustainability. ADF&D's research suggests that the next couple of years could be very important for rebuilding those runs because the Bering Sea is cooling off a bit, shown by healthier chum populations near Kotzebue fed by a colder current from Russia. And yes, there seem to be more Hokkaido chums in the 2022 genetic samples than Western Alaska fish. But since when does the board make decisions based on only 1 year of data? Some of the biggest king salmon ever spawned in the Elwha River in northern Washington, a population that all but disappeared when hydroelectric dams blocked the river. The dams were dynamited in 2011 and salmon runs returned. Surely AYK salmon stocks deserve the same for the sake of the people whose lives and culture depend on them. That's all I had.
Thanks, Fritz. I think John Wood has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was going to let Fritz get a free ride in spite of all the motions for reconsiderations he's made over the years. But if you look at the most recent RC on that adaptive plan, it is
The last one I saw was 84.
Yeah, if you look at the most recent one, it is shall rather than may.
Not the version I saw last night, but thank you. I'll check that out.
Any other questions? Thanks for being here, Fritz. Appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you.
Ronald Kruger? Hi, Ronald. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board, for listening to everybody's testimony. This is a fish meeting. I wish I had fish to share. Good morning, or good afternoon. I am Ron Kruger Sr. I'm from Anvik, Alaska, and a member of the Anvik Tribal Council and Vice President of Delagues Inc., the Angska Village Corporation for Anvik. I have the following comments. The Anvik River is a major tributary of the Yukon River. Until recent years, with the fisheries crash, it had the largest chum run in Alaska. We have one ADF and G salmon mounting weir on the river, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Our chum, king, silver salmon are core to who we are. With our village being at the mouth of the Anvik River, it has been a place that has always provided. Our fish are critical in all that we do. We use it all the time year-round. It is sure strange to have a potlatch and not have any fish to share. During funeral potlatches, we passed out smoked fish, which are one of our most prized, valued traditional foods. We believe in sharing our best foods during this time, and these are foods that we work for with our families and put away to share and enjoy throughout the year. We don't have dried fish to take out now during the winter travels or any kind of travels while trapping, hunting, and everything else. It was a daily food. Anvik Tribal Council supports Proposition 140, to limit bycatch and commercial fisheries, which is one thing that there is control over. According to the state subsistence priority, we should have a reasonable opportunity to harvest our fish for our livelihood, to maintain it. As it is, we are compromising by asking for this limit. We need to take action now and put our fish first. When it came to our land claims years ago, our native people stood together for our land. We need to stand together for our fish. Think what they are going through and facing. We need to support their recovery. We need to take care of our fish and everyone. Thank you for your time. I urge you to support Proposition 140.
Thank you, Ronald. Are there any board questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Clinton Ivanoff, followed by Teresa Clark, Frank Woods, Alexander Tulloch-Pollock, and Maurice Enright. Is Clinton here today? No Clinton? Okay. Teresa Clark? Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Teresa Clark. I'm a Aleutian tribal member from Galena on the Yukon River. I work for the Yukon River Intertribal Watershed Council, an organization composed of 57 Yukon River watershed tribes. I come before you to testify in support of Proposal 140. This proposal does not deny the Area M fishers to stop completely fishing. What can I say that you already haven't heard? Probably not much. Our people have been living along the AYK River since time immemorial. We have been relying on salmon since then. Our subsistence needs for salmon are not being met. Salmon is a crucial part of our diet. Once again, our subsistence needs are not being met. Like the commercial fishers that fish Southwest Alaska and the Aleutians, we also want to maintain our lifestyle and pass on the ways of our life and livelihood to our youth. We cannot teach our youth to preserve salmon anymore, as we cannot fish for salmon. Our fish camps are not being used, as we have not fished. Michael Peters, Peter, chief of Gwich'aze, who didn't make it here in time to sign up to testify before you, has told me that their smokehouses have been empty for years. When one Gwich'aze person fishes, they feed at least 5 families, as many do not have the means to fish or own a boat. This is our culture. We share and help each other. It's becoming a food security crisis. Our Constitution, Article 8, Section 4, Alaska Statute, Chapter 16, Section 5, subsection 258, and Chapter 5 of the Administrative Code, Section 39.220A, provides that conservation of wild salmon stocks consistent with sustained yield shall be accorded the highest priority. Highest. I plead to the board that the state of Alaska enforce this statute and administrative code in accordance with the Alaska Constitution to help the AYK rivers, people, and residents. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Teresa. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Frank Woods. Hi, Frank.
Hi. For the record, Madam Chair, my name is Frank Woods. I'm 57-year-old, a lifelong resident of Bristol Bay, commercial fisherman, active subsistence user. I ain't got enough time. Too much information. What I'll point out is I'm a survivor of the Bristol Bay fishery. We had disasters like Not as bad as the economic, ecological, and biological of the YK area. But there are times when our villages were starving, but we still had fish on the table. I support 120 in some degree, limiting catch rates and harvest within all stocks of concern and fisheries disasters that are beyond expanding fisheries at this time. There are stocks of concerns in Meshnik for kings. We have a stock of concern in the King Salmon Management Plan in Nushagak. There's also the silvers that have not returning. I oppose 121 through 124, strongly oppose 124, that expanding a known buffer zone between two terminal stocks, Area T and a mixed stocks area, Area M. We need that buffer zone. For information on Nushagak Advisory, I was advisory chairman from 2008 to 2020. I reference RC 93 as changes during my tenure and before. We've been at this board at this level for ever since I can remember, but never to this degree. We not only have an economic and biological disaster, it's like walking into the Great Depression when I talk to people, from my relatives and friends from Chigniks, the Yukon, and the Lower Kuskokwim. My heart goes out to you listening to there. Every day we've been listening to that testimony that is real important, that we have a responsibility. I believe it's just a big clash of the titans. I was luckily born and raised by my grandmother. She told me that was a right way of living. And she seen the first sailing ship and the first school to be put up in Klukuk and Togiak. I went to school, my parents are the beneficiaries of the boarding home schools, and I am raised and got my degree and got some education, and I am fully invested in the capitalization of Alaska. 90% of resource comes out of rural Alaska, but only 10% go back in. I'll finish up as my comments from 2013 as chairman. The Area M Board of Fish meeting had a mixed stock fishery and stocks of concern. I stressed that the management plan is inadequate and they need a peer review. That was federal rule comes in 50 CFR 135.25. Is that you cannot manage, regulate common sense. The science behind this says that number one, we are getting chums that are destined for somewhere else. I'll leave that fight to somewhere else and I'll be in committee. But the last thing I'd like to appreciate, thank you for listening and appreciate all your efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Carpenter. We got one for you.
Excuse me, Frank.
Got one question for you here.
It's not really a question. I just wanted to bring something to your attention regarding some of the proposals that you didn't support, but there's several RCs that recently have been submitted that withdraw proposals 121, 122, 123, and 124. So just want to let you know you can check that out.
Oh boy, thank you. That's good news to hear. Thank you.
Next up is Alexander Pollock. And if I'm saying your name wrong, I remember you from the AYK meeting, and I think I'm wrong, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Alexander Pollock. I'm a subsistence user and commercial fisherman. I live in the village of Levelock, located in Bristol Bay, and I feel responsible to give concerns to this board today. With that, I support Proposal 140. The stock of salmon is bound for other river systems that has been threatened to the salmon's life cycle and spawning grounds. Without salmon properly managed, it will continue to cause fishery disasters and for places like AYK region and other salmon habitat areas. Please think of the ecosystem. There was a management plan with the shorter fishing periods that allows the salmon to migrate to their essential fishing habitat grounds, and it should be reconsidered in this cycle of meeting. Referring to the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, in 1996, it was amended to protect, conserve, and enhance the EFH for the benefit of the fisheries and subsistence lifestyle. The Sustainable Fisheries Act of 96 enacted numerous science management, conservation mandates that recognize the importance of healthy habitat for commercial and recreational fisheries. Fish and other marine species depend on their habitat to survive and reproduce. Strengthening requirements to prevent overfishing and rebuild overfished fisheries. Set standards for fishery management plans to specify objective measurable criteria for determining stock status. Added new national standards to address fishing communities and bycatch. Established new requirements for fishery management councils. Identified, described essential fish habitat. And protect, conserve, and enhance EFH for the benefit of fisheries. In 2002, update to the EFH regulations allowed fishery management councils to designate habitat areas of particular concern, specific areas with EFH that had extremely important ecological functions and or especially vulnerable to degradation. Established for federal EFH consultation process that advises federal agencies to avoid, minimize, mitigate, or otherwise offset adverse effects on the EFH. State and federal agencies must consult with NOAA Fisheries when their actions or activities may adversely affect habitat identified by federal regional fisheries management councils or NOAA Fisheries as EFH. I would ask if that was considered by this board. Finally, the Bristol Bay communities provided salmon and flew thousands of pounds to the AYK communities last year. Due to the fishery disasters in AYK, this lifestyle is real. You heard it from everybody that made proposals the past few days. And the interception of salmon stock is going to continue if this isn't passed. I also support 126, 128, and 139, and thank you for allowing me to provide this testimony.
Thank you, Alexander. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you. Next up is Maurice Enright, followed by John Moeller, Emil Christensen, Fritz Sharp, and Nate Rose. Welcome, Maurice.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Maurice Enright, and I am a Yugashik Set Netter. I support proposals 120, 126, and 128, and I oppose the rest of the North Peninsula proposals. I am opposed to proposal 121 because an additional fishing time in the Three Hills section will be detrimental to the Yugashik and the people who fish there, especially years of smaller runs. I'm absolutely opposed to opening the Cinder River section. The North Peninsula fleet is already fishing in my front yard, and giving them more fishing area than we have already given up is unacceptable to me. I support proposal 126 to reduce the fishing area in the north portion of the outer Port Hyden section. This would create additional harvest of Ilnik and Meshik fish and allow more Yugashik-bound fish to pass through. I also support proposal 128 to reduce the Northern District gear mesh depth limit from 70 meshes to 45, and again, give more opportunity to fish to enter the Yugashik system. Lastly, I am fully support proposal 140. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members, for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Maurice. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony today. John Moeller. No Moeller? First call. Emil Christensen? Hi, Emma, welcome. You need to press the button, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Emil Christensen. I'm a local resident of Port Haydn. I'm a fourth-generation native fisherman. I've been commercially fishing for 46 years as a permit holder in Area M and Bristol Bay. Prior to that, I fished with my mom on a set-net site when I was 8 and started fishing with my dad's boat when I was 10. My traditional fishing areas are Port Haydn, Ilnik, Cylinder River, and Ugashik. My crew is made up of my grandsons, nephews, and all the revenue earned stays in the local area. I'm opposed to Proposal 121, 122, 123, and 124, opening up the outer Cinder River to commercial fishing. The outer Port Haydn and North Ilnik areas already have a significant impact on Ugashik stocks and Port Haydn kings. Management of the Ugashik fishery would be extremely difficult with a fleet a few miles away fishing with no concern for escapement. In the past, we had sat for 2 years. We sat for over a week, and we had to stand down mid-season to ensure escapement while the Area M fleet is still fishing in the outer Port Haydn area and the Ilnik areas. Mechanisms put in for conservation will not work due to the fact that in a fast-moving fishery like Bristol Bay, the damage is already done by the time those mechanisms are put in place. Proposal 121, opening up the Three Hills section earlier, would impact subsistence needs for already depressed king salmon in the local area. Port Haydn used to have a small king and coho fishery, but now we have a hard time getting our subsistence needs met. I support moving the outer Port Haydn line in Proposal 126 to decrease the amount of Ugashik fish intercepted by the Area M fleet. Although we are experiencing good returns right now, I've been around long enough to know that a downturn in a run can happen. Making a decision based on an idea that the Bristol Bay has enough fish to go around is not a sound policy in the long term. I also support Proposal 140 for the conservation of chum. Under the state constitution, subsistence has priority over mixed stock fisheries. I'm not opposed to people fishing and making a living from it, but the burden of conservation should be shared. Fish is the lifeblood of our native people, and when that component is removed from a culture, the effects are long-lasting and permanent. A voluntary self-management system is not the answer. It is the job of this board to fix that problem. As a board, the decisions you make today or during this process, good, bad, or indifferent, will be your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Emil. Mr. Heimuck has a question for you.
Hey, Emil.
Hey.
Knowing that you live in Port Haydn, would it work any hardship on you if that whole concept that people are talking about, creating a buffer between Minchikoff and down wherever the Area M fishery is actually going, would that be any problem for you with your license?
Could you repeat that again?
I'm not completely sure about who all is allowed to fish in the Cinder River area because things have changed over time. But if they were to develop that buffer between Minchikoff down there and wherever the Area M fishery starts, would that disenfranchise you out of being able to fish Cinder River with your permit?
No, I'd still be able to fish it. We're allowed to fish the inner Cinder River and the inner Port Haydn and the inner Ilnik areas right now.
So is the Cinder River then open inside during July, is it?
Not for Area T, no.
Okay, that's what I wondered. Thanks.
Thanks, Emil. Appreciate your
Thank you.
testimony today. Fritz Sharp. Hi, Fritz. Welcome.
Madam Chair and members of the Board of Fish, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Fritz Sharp from Twin Hills, and I had participated in the fisheries since I was 9 years old. Now, due to health issues, I've had to quit fishing, but that only means I have family that is participating now. I've had to supplement my family that fishes, and I have a limited income source. So even if I'm not fishing, now it does affect me financially. My experience with Area M fishermen is that in 1988, in the month of June, they went on a one-week strike. I remember hearing about that on KDLG that year in June. 4th of July usually was the peak season. Well, the peak started at Togiak Bay, usually 4th of July. That year, even before the 4th of July, the salmon started hitting Togiak Bay. Best season I ever had at Togiak Bay. So I know that they have some connection to our salmon in my bay. Not only that, but I've asked people from Kuskokwim and Yukon about how their seasons were in that year. And they confirmed that that was their best season they had too. I'm here for the record, I guess. I'm supporting 140, 120, 126, 128. You know, I've looked at the map and I see how much coastline Area M fishermen have. While in like Togiak, they've shrunk our area to fish. You know, if the Area M fishermen want to fish on our side of the bay, you know, I know it's extreme, but get rid of all their permits and give them Bristol Bay permits. Here's why I'm saying that. Our villages are growing, and our young need opportunities. This conversation needs to happen. We have people here that do depend on their fish, but on one end, they're concerned about their next $1 million investment or their second or third home in Arizona, and on the other side, they just want to fish to feed their family to subsist on. I understand that emotional comments don't make for good policies, but they need to be heard too. Families are hurting. Let's not study the species to their extinction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Fritz. Are there any questions? Appreciate your being here. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Nate Rose. Is Nate here? Connor Murphy. Hi, Connor. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Please reference RC 13, 15, and 75. Dear Madam Chairs and members of the Board of Fisheries, my name is Connor Murphy, and I'm a lifelong resident of Kodiak, Alaska. I've spent all but 3 summers of my life in Port Muller. I started commercial fishing when I was attending college, and I've fished halibut, sablefish, cod, salmon, and several species of crab from the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. However, my primary source of income is from my shore-based set net operation at Port Muller on the Alaska Peninsula. I am author of Proposal 102, which is one of many proposals requesting to prohibit the retention of Chinook salmon on smaller river systems on the North Alaska Peninsula. The authors of 99, 100, 101, and 102 have collaborated and jointly submitted RC 13, which is substituting language to our proposals. I am also author of 129, which requests for monofilament web to be allowed by set net gear only in the northern district of the Alaska Peninsula. In recent years, vegetative debris such as eelgrass, algae, kelp have been much more prevalent, especially during the summers when the climate is warmer than usual. I have submitted RC15, which is like a kelp farm, but is what my set net looks like when the water is experiencing algae bloom. Monofilament is currently allowed for use by set net gear and Cook Inlet, and the Board of Fisheries recently adopted the use of monofilament in the Kodiak area for set netters since they have the same issue with algae blooms. Monofilament does not catch or retain algae as much as multifilament web, and has spent thousands of dollars in pressure washer to combat marine vegetation problems, and I would like the board to adopt Proposal 129 to give set netters in the Northern District another tool to combat vegetation. In addition, I have submitted RC 75, which is a gillnet study by ADF&G, which states monofilament has no significant difference in CPUE for sockeye to concern issues with efficiencies. Lastly, I recognize the port harvest yields of recent salmon runs in Nelson Lagoon. However, Nelson Lagoon has only failed to achieve escapement goals one time since the Magnuson-Stevens Act of 1977, with that 1 year being 2011. I oppose any proposal that would deviate from the current management plan or would remove the department's current ability to manage the management plan, that would deviate from the current management plan or remove the department's current ability to manage the North Peninsula salmon fishery off of local salmon escapement. Removing the department's ability to use science to manage the fishery will have long-term consequences to the stakeholders who are reliant on the commercial value of the harvest of the resource. As you heard in the Peter Pan testimony yesterday, the Port Moller plant would not operate if Proposal 120 passed. Peter Pan Seafood's decision to not operate in Port Moller would jeopardize the existence of my operation as I'm reliant on fuel, water, freight, and short-sized services, but most importantly of all, market to sell my fish to.
Thank you, Connor. Appreciate your comments today. Any questions? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Connor. Thanks for your comments. First, on RC 13, I just wanted to commend you and the other three individuals that kind of came together and looked for a common solution to this to bring before the board. That sometimes makes our job a little bit easier. And then specific to your monofilament proposal, can you just give a brief description specific to cost about the differences between the gear that's being used now versus monofilament, if you know?
Yeah, the cost to do monofilament, I believe it's about a couple $100 a bundle wed cheaper for monofilament. I think with the bigger expenses with pressure washers, I usually spend about $1,000 a year in pressure washers just because I go through them so much, and probably still will need them, but I probably hopefully won't not use them as much if I have monofilament web. From what I've heard from other Kodiak scent netters, it's pretty efficient when it comes to keeping the algae down in your nets. So hoping to adopt that in Area M, in the Northern District at least.
Okay, thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up is Kyle Willingham, followed by Peter Schonberger, Clarissa Devine, Robert Mack, Ole Haynes, and Kylie Thompson. Hi, Kyle, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm sure you're all tired, so I'll try to be brief. My name is Kyle Willingham. I grew up in Juneau. I started fishing in the Aleutian 17 years ago, and I participated in many fisheries around the state in that time. I've been a crew member seining in Area M for the last 4 years. We've heard a lot of testimony about Area M June fishery being generalized as an unrestricted fishery. On the grounds, however, nothing is further from the truth. The self-management plan that the Area M seine fleet adopted in June of 2022 resulted in many instances where the fleet stood down and stopped fishing, even though the fishing was good. When a lot of chum were present, we chose simply not to fish. Everyone in this room can agree with the truth that sitting idle while fish are running by is extremely challenging. For the seiners in Area M, it requires everyone in our fleet to adopt the same approach and agree to implement it. Getting fishermen to agree on anything is hard. Getting them to agree to fish less is something else entirely. This truly was a fleet-wide effort, and despite the challenges, 100% of the Area M fleet participated. Without a coordinated self-management plan, that leaves us with a set number of harvestable chums. Some call it a chum cap. The sad reality of a chum cap management style for Area M is that what you will inevitably have is a classic tragedy of the commons, where everyone fishes as hard as they can regardless of what species is being caught, having no incentive to cooperate to reduce the collective chum catch. From what I've experienced, the chum cap does not incentivize any conservation whatsoever. Please reject Proposal 140 and allow instead a flexible self-management plan to continue for Area M. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks, Cal. Appreciate your testimony today. Peter Schonberg. Hi, Peter.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Peter Schoenberg. I own the Equinox and I'm an Area M seiner. I'm also a member of the Area M Seiners Association. I support status quo for the Area M June fishery as modified by RC 84 and the amended plan RC 97. Why adaptive management? With a hard cap, there will always be those who think they will be better off to fish hard until the cap is caught. With adaptive management, we can use a combination of real-time, on-the-ground management combined with peer pressure to slow the chum catch. I was one of 7 who helped manage our chum catch in 2022 June fishery. There were 3 of us who made the decisions in the Cape Lutke area. The 4 other decision makers were in the Southwestern District and the Shumagon Islands. The Cape Lutke June fishery draws a significant fleet and is unique because of the way the fish come through the offshore areas. We required the cooperation of the entire fleet to stay away from chums. Our group of fishermen was 100% cooperative, and we used a common channel in the fleet to warn boats away from areas where chums were coming through. We noticed early on that an hour or 2 into the ebb tide, our chum catches increased. As soon as we started getting reports of this increase, we stopped fishing until the end of the tide. We would set a restart time 4 or 5 hours from the time we quit and then go fishing again. This worked well. I'm not sure if that pattern will hold into the future, but I'm hopeful that we will see patterns like this again. This type of reaction would only be possible by being there. During most of the June fishery, the whole fleet in Area M would shut down in the early evening. Part of this was to slow chum catches, but it also gave us time to unload so that we could have chum numbers before noon the following day. These catch numbers were our daily report card. We didn't have a specific target, but we would do informal projections to see trends and to get an idea of where we might end up. We knew that we needed to significantly reduce the June chum catch to a much lower level than in 2021. I estimate that we stopped fishing during about 30% of the available hours. The hours we gave up also meant that we gave up a significant opportunity to catch sockeye salmon. It was distracting to work on this while fishing, and our group leader, who you met yesterday, did the bulk of the data and communication work with the rest of the managers. The work he did was remarkable. My job was more along the lines of keeping communication and cooperation going with the Cape Lutke fleet. I would volunteer to do it again, and with more experience, I think we can be even more effective. We all know what's at stake. I'm not a fishery biologist, and even as an amateur fishery biologist, I only know enough to be dangerous. We would like to continue June fishing because it's a significant part of our salmon season. The genetic studies show that we have a low impact on Western Alaska chum stocks, but these studies should be continued. Please allow us an opportunity to continue developing the adaptive plan as laid out in the RCs I mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Quick question for you, and maybe it's a question for the department, but has there been submitted that daily report card of chum catch in June? Is there a record of that somewhere?
That I don't know.
We would like to use a better data collection system, and we have been working on a portal, and that would be available to the Department of Fish and Game and probably to anybody who's willing to become part of the program.
Okay, cool. Well, if somebody can pull together sort of a daily chum harvest based on your adaptive management program for the month of June for 2022, I'd be really interested in looking at that.
Okay, well, we'll have to look at that. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you for your testimony, Pete. I hear people talking all the time that they don't want to have a hard cap. They don't want to have a hard cap, but we have about 3 or 4 RCs all making it through the process here that are dancing all over the head of that hard cap. And we all know this. It's sitting there at 450,000. What I don't understand, that was the number the seiners submitted. How is it that we don't want a hard cap, yet we put a hard cap number in there? And what does that imply if you don't think it's a hard cap?
Well, I think it implies a target for us, which in a lot of years would mean that we do have to slow down and be adaptive. I don't think it's higher. I don't think that number is higher than a lot of previous years. I don't have all that data, but I do, from my experience and having been out there the last 15 years, we would have to work to hit that target. And we would have to give up some time, but we would be able to continue to make a living, and we would be forced to adapt, to move out of hot spots and stop fishing when we need to fish. I think that what you're getting at is you see this number that's being batted around, and I think that one solution that we have to consider is the idea that we do have a point at which Fish and Game can say no more. You're done. You're not going to be able to fish the 4th opening of our June fishery or something like that. That's kind of a hard cap, but it's not. That's not supported by all the rest of this, which is a carrot and stick thing where we get the opportunity to fish if we don't screw up.
Pete, with all due respect, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, it's like, okay, we really don't have a limit, but we think maybe we should stop fishing. And who is going to decide? And on what basis would somebody decide that you have to or would keep fishing? It seems like that's really the very fluid thing going on that makes it really hard to attach to this.
Well, I'm not sure. I think we need to have further discussion on that. I think that I think we put a number out there that we thought was doable. With work, and that would be less harmful to, we catch fewer chums that way. I don't know. I mean, that's a hard question. I mean, I just don't want to see a situation where they say, yeah, we're going to put this number down without adaptive management. And the guys who think they can do better and put in their business plan, they're just going to fish as hard as they can till the cap's catch is caught. That's very counterproductive, and it's really not good for the rest of the fleet either.
I thank you for your answer, but I do agree with you. That's going to need some real fine tuning.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Clarissa Devine.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Clarissa Devine. I was born and raised in Sandpoint. I have family ties that lead back to the 1890s. I am a 6th-generation fisherman, and I hope my son will be the 7th. I have subsistence fished all my life and have participated in commercial fishing. Our culture and way of life are of significance also. For as long as I can remember, we have been having to defend our area, our culture, our way of life, and livelihood. Myself and all members of Area M strongly oppose Proposal 140 and any and all proposals that pose as a threat to cutting fishing time. I believe we should let Area M self-manage as we have been. The captains have already proved 100% their willingness to help let chum pass. Believe me, it's not easy to do, but we've done it. I believe the areas that haven't been able to make their escapement goals are due to poor ocean conditions, and the concerns with the ecosystems have been the #1 factor. I don't believe shutting down or reducing fishing times in areas that aren't having problems to be your solution. Science is simply presented to us to help us make these decisions. With our areas voluntarily standing down, we are facing hardships as well. We, too, have no subsistence fish left in our freezers. I am currently pregnant and still fishing to keep up with the cost of living in our area and to put food on the table. How can our fishery pose as the #1 threat for the AYK region when the largest mixed stock fishery in the state lies between us? We are not the only mixed stock fishery in the area. We are actually quite small in comparison. If the board chooses to adopt these harmful proposals, our communities and our generations to come will suffer. Please consider the science when making these decisions, and I will be participating in the committee of the whole. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Robert Mack. Hi, Robert.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is Robert Mack. I'm a 4th-generation fisherman from King Cove. My grandfather got his permit that I now use from the CFEC. It is one that I take great pride in holding on to, and these restrictions that I see set before us are going to hinder my growth for my family, my 3 daughters. They asked Dad, why you go fish? And I said, because it's what Grandpa taught me, it's what my dad taught me, and I want to teach you. Further reduction of time not only hinders my chance to teach them a lifestyle that I was taught, it also hurts my community as a whole. They rely on the money from the taxes. It's hard to not think of my kids' generation not being able to do what I do. I also use my time out there to do subsistence, and I bring them out there to do it too. And it costs me a lot to get them out there. That's why I fish, to make the money to get them to come out, see their ancestral grounds, see how we preserve our fish. And it's a hard decision. I strongly encourage you to maintain status quo for Area M. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Ole Haynes. Welcome, Ole.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for the privilege of testifying before you today. My name is Ole Haynes, and I'm a 4th-generation commercial fisherman, born and raised in Alaska. I'm an Area M seiner. I grew up fishing with my grandfather, my dad, my 3 uncles, and my siblings. Together with my wife of over 17 years, we have 4 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom are being raised as I was in a commercial fishing family. I want to begin my testimony with a question. What is one of the main themes running throughout virtually every testimony spoken here this week? That is the acknowledgement that wild salmon runs and populations cycle up and down. They are cyclical in nature. It has always been that way. I am confident that everyone in this room can at least agree upon that fact. All of our long years of data validates this. Blame shifting and fault finding is part of human nature. It may be valid in a situation like this. What can I possibly say in 3 minutes to affect change? I can't, but ADF&G biologists can, and they are, with their research and findings. We can see very clearly from their presentation on Monday night that the recent crash of the AYK chums is most likely to have been caused by the radical changes in the Bering Sea and the North Pacific ecosystem itself, and not the Area M fishermen. Their own research supports this because the health and fitness levels of those recent terrible returns was extremely poor. The ecosystem for those young salmon was out of balance, and those juveniles could not survive out in the ocean. We saw that from her red ocean temperature graph. And now she says that that same ocean graph would show much cooler temperatures. She now says that things have changed and that the ecosystem itself is recovering and rebounding to historically normal levels, which most of their recent research shows that the health and fitness levels of those younger chung salmon surveyed and set out to return to the AYK region is improving. She also confessed that there is hope going forward, and that as soon as 2024, we could most likely begin to see those fish return in greater numbers and begin to trend and cycle upward. I believe that she has provided a great amount of hope by her research. In conclusion, we oppose Proposal 140 because of the science. Please maintain the status quo of the Area M management plan. Please do not reduce the fishing time in Area M and threaten the livelihoods of thousands of us Alaskan fishermen who depend so heavily upon our June fishing to feed our families. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? Thanks, Ole.
Thank you.
Kylie Thompson? Hi, Kylie.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Kylie Thompson. I live in Sandpoint, Alaska, and I purse seine in Area M. I'm also the president of the Area M Seiners Association. The board has a crucial choice to make. You can take one of two paths. Path number one, repeat past mistakes by imposing severe time and area restrictions on the June fishery. Or path number two, endorse perhaps the most dynamic in-season fleet control of catches implemented in any fishery. These issues before you are emotional. We are all Alaskans and neighbors. But to move beyond the tension of the moment, we must look at the bottom line of this debate. Stakeholders from the AYK are asking this board to impose the kind of restrictions that might work for their fisheries, but are unreasonable for a fishery like Area M, where in 2022, the harvest rate was 5.5% of the total CWAC stock. I ask you to support the South Peninsula Fleet and its ability to make immediate fleet-wide decisions to avoid chum salmon catches. There is simply no way for this to happen from the normal top-down management system. In 2022, we demonstrated our approach to be very effective at minimizing chum harvest while maximizing sockeye catch. It is clear that severe time and area restrictions as proposed here would simply eliminate the opportunity for such flexible management system to work. Further such restrictions would likely not result in lower chum harvests. The communities of our region are counting on you to take a hard look at the science, consult with the department, and remember that the survival of the families living in Sandpoint, Falls Pass, King Cove, Acatan, Nelson Lagoon, and Cold Bay are at stake. We have all shown up here to meet with you, talk with you, to be a part of a solution as Alaskans. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding RC 104.
Thanks, Kylie. Any questions? Mr. Wood?
Not so much a question, but a request that you continue meeting with people who have different views on how to manage the issue, and see if they can't get a better understanding between all of you all as to what this entails.
We will do. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thanks, Kylie. If you could just briefly go over what the difference between RC 84, RC 97, RC 104 are.
RC 84 was the original language proposed by our organization. RC 97? That was Mr. Wood had suggested some language changes. And RC 104, this morning we noticed in the description of what we did in 2022, we said fleet, and it was sane fleet. We just added the word sane several times, but I wanted to re-RC so that it was clear.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Axel Copen, David Bash, and then Brian Hartman. Hi, Axel. Welcome.
Hello. I'm going to be, well, a lot of this information I got here is on RCs 40, 41, 43, 44, 67, and 51. I know it's a lot. You can look at them later, but just wanted to point that out. Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is Axel Copen, and I'm from Chignik. I'd like to address ADF&G's scientifically indefensible and irresponsible decision to combine Chignik's two dominant stocks into a single stock for management purposes. Rather than take into account the myriad of possible causes for the recent downturn in Chignik sockeye production, such as poor ocean survival, increased competition from hatchery fish, reduced fecundity, and historically unprecedented fishing time in Area M since 2004, the department has chosen to base their entire justification for this plan on one simple assumption not even supported by scientific data, that there is a single bottleneck in the Chignik watershed where late-run juveniles outcompete early-run juveniles in Chignik Lake. The department then decided to pick and choose the data they would use to build a case in support of this assumption. They have omitted volumes of good information, good data, completely, and they have misrepresented findings from previous studies. We've talked to the people who were involved in those studies, and they said it was misrepresented. In building their run reconstruction model using data from the WASP study, they inexplicably omit all portions of it that show the interception of Chignik sockeye in the South Unimak, Dolgoy Island area, and Shumagan Islands. They use only one data point, 2016, to change the Chignik component of the Cape Igvac interception fishery, and fail to mention well-known interception of Chignik sockeye around Kodiak Island itself. At the same time they are omitting the documented interception of Chignik sockeye in other areas, they are also including the small Chignik harvest of some non-local sockeye stocks. There is no good scientific or moral reason to exclude the 47% Chignik component from the Dolgoy area while insisting on using the mere 10% non-local sockeye harvest within the CMA in their model. That's not good science. That's the manipulation of data to fit an agenda. There is also zero consideration given to the fact that the years the WASP study occurred coincided with the 3 worst years of Chignik sockeye harvest in over 30 years up to that point. Using their singular assumption and cherry-picked data, ADF&G decided to combine Chignik stocks into a single stock for management purposes. This increases the risk of overexploiting one of the stocks when it's weak, like the early run is right now. The fact the department is not going to be using in-season GSI to actually know how much of each stock they are passing through the weir elevates that risk, as can be seen in RC 40. The department has also failed to model the possible negative effects of these drastic changes and the impact it will have on the genetic diversity, subsistence, and commercial fishermen of the Chignik area. This process has not been open and transparent, nor peer-reviewed, as good science must be. The policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries states that depleted salmon stocks should be allowed to recover and diversity should be maintained to the maximum extent possible at the genetic, population, species, and ecosystem levels. Combining Chignik's 2 dominant, distinct stocks into a single stock for management purposes clearly does not meet that standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel. Mr. Wood?
Axel, I caught all but the last one of the RCs that you are referencing, something 1.
51.
5-1, thank you. And would you please submit your remarks as an RC?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony, Axel.
Thank you.
David Bash?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is David Bash, and I own a setnet operation in Area M. I have been a resident of King Cove for the last 40-plus years. There has been a lot of testimony on the hardships from all areas, and I don't take this lightly at all. My decision-making is usually data-driven and there has been plenty of data presented to you for you to consider. It is my belief that the Area M fishermen have made considerable sacrifice already and would like to see the current regulations be left status quo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your conciseness. Mr. Carpenter has one question for you, though, David. You're not getting off quite that easy. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, David. Just a general question. Obviously, you're a set netter, Area M. I'm just looking for a little perspective. Maybe you can give me some context. Do Area M set netters in general move around quite a bit, or do they tend to stay in one exact location?
No, they move around. We move around, and like for the last 3 years, the set net in our area has been really, really down. I probably would have been money ahead if I would have just left my boat on the beach last year, with the cost of insurance and fuel and maintenance and gear.
Very good. Now you're good. Thank you. Brian Hartman.
It's on. Good day, Madam Speaker and the board members. My name is Brian Hartman. I am an Area M gill netter. To the people of the YK Delta, I am truly sorry about what's going on in your area. I am asking the author of Proposal 140 to take the Area M set netters off this proposal. Our fish numbers on the books are so small in June. I don't think Area M set netters are the problem. Our numbers by fish. Don't get me wrong, I get it. I've relocated once already from Nelson Lagoon. There are no fish. Arnie Shaw rebuilt Nelson Lagoon and Area M after the fish trap days. We had it good from '79 to the late 90s, and all that ended in the late 90s. So in the late 90s, I started fishing on the south side. We had tough years on the south side too. There were lots of restrictions put on Area M setnet group. We need our own set fishing schedule and our area back. We need the Southeast Mainland District so we can fish our area. The number of fish we catch is small in the big picture. Think about this. What about the draggers in the Bering Sea? Are their numbers right? What happened to the crab fishery in the Bering Sea? Don't look here, look over there. I'm asking this board to give the Area M setnet group our own set fishing schedule in our area. I support a weekly schedule, and I know the setnet group will support 147. God bless all. We are living in a crazy world right now, but it will get better. God bless America. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the rest of the board.
Thank you, Brian. Any board questions? Thank you for your comments this afternoon. All right, we're going to take about a 15-minute break, but I want to let you guys all know that I'm going to do second calls for Clinton Ivanoff, John Moeller, and Nate Rose right when we come back on the record, and then we're going to take up the final ACs and hopefully wrap up public testimony. All right, 15 minutes. Second calls will be coming right after we come back on the record. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Let's do this final push through public testimony. Thank you for your patience. The time is 4:01. We are back on the record, and I'm going to do second calls for the following three individuals: Clinton Ivanoff, John Moeller, and Nate Rose. I'm going to do second call for Clinton. I think he's not here any longer, but Clinton Ivanoff, second call. John Moeller, second call. John Moeller. Nate Rose, second call. Saw him here a little bit ago. Is Nate here? Okay. So let's go ahead and start with the Lake Iliamna AC. Is Jim Tilley here? Jim Tilley, Lake Iliamna AC, first call. Mark McNeely, Nelson Lagoon AC. Hi, Mark. You sure are. You just need to press the button. There you go.
Here we go. Good evening, Madam Chair, Board. I'm Mark McNeely, Nelson Lagoon AC Chair. I'd like to start off with the proposals that we support. Nelson Lagoon AC is in support of Proposal 106, 109, 110, 111, 118, 120, 126, 128, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 143, 148, 149, and 150. Nelson Lagoon AC is opposed to 105, 107, 108, 115, 116, 119, 121, 122, 123, 124, 127, 129, 130, 131, 141, 142, 145, 146, 147, 151, and 152. Nelson Lagoon AC, we did not have an AC for some years. We were not able to put in a proposal on our own. I was brought aware that the deadline for the proposal submission was in 3 days. So I put together some information that I remember I received back in 2016 from ADF&G. It was a spreadsheet from 1962, and then at the time it was to 2016. And in that it showed the escapements, it showed the catches, and the total of both. That spreadsheet is what I used for most of my information in the proposal 120. So I think there was some questions at a couple of our meetings of where the information came from. Let's see, we had 6 meetings since formed last fall. Nelson Lagoon consists of set netters and drifters. The drifters, 2 Two other than myself are no longer capable of fishing outside of Nelson Lagoon because of health reasons. Our set netters are not capable of fishing outside Nelson Lagoon. Not all set netters have boats capable of traveling outside Nelson Lagoon. They're skiff operations. Nelson Lagoon fishermen know only one thing, and that's to fish in Nelson Lagoon. Our equipment is in poor shape. Nelson Lagoon forecast is less than 20, or for this coming season is less than 20,000 salmon. We have nothing to lose. Proposal 120 is being amended with regulatory language. I believe you all have that now. Rolling closures that were in effect 2013 and 2018 showed a positive impact for Nelson Lagoon's escapement. During the rolling closure years, 3 years in particular, right in the middle of the rolling closures, years 2015, 16, and 17, the North Area fleet plugged the canneries. There's so many fish. And the Area M fleet was put on a catch limit of 5,000 pounds each per day. This showed an extreme positive impact for Nelson Lagoon. So much so that Nelson Lagoon fishermen prayed for limits. These impacts prove to us that curtailing North Area M harvest have a positive impact in Nelson Lagoon. Nelson Lagoon supports those also have failing systems. We've heard testimony here for the last few days that some stories that are just truly heart-wrenching. And you look at the numbers that are flying around, it depends on what you're looking at. The numbers the catch numbers are huge. There seems to be plenty of fish being caught in North and South Area. Should be plenty enough to share. In the past, when Nelson Lagoon was healthy and Bear River had not been open, Nelson Lagoon kept the cannery in Port Moller open. They didn't leave then. What changed in Nelson Lagoon is a change in regulations for North Area M. We've seen deeper nets. We've seen unlimited mesh size. And we've seen earlier fishing times. OPH, we went from the 25th of June to the 20th of June. And between the 20th of June and the 20th of July are the most important times for Nelson Lagoon fish to return. By extending that for 5 more days, 5 earlier days, made a big impact on my fishing. We don't seem to see any or much anymore for the spring fish. We've seen once it opens on the 20th, it's like it never stops till the end of the season and fish quit running. So we've seen weeks on end. In 2020, I was up at Ilnick fishing, and there was a couple of fish going by, but there was a big blow. It was blowing. I didn't go any farther than Ilnick. I didn't see the point. And then I heard that it was going to close. And so I ran back to Nelson Lagoon in the hope that something would be getting by. When we left Nelson Lagoon, we had, I think it was 1,500 pounds total maybe. When we came back to Nelson Lagoon, we had, I think it was on a Monday, and we got 3,000 pounds. We fished all day. We fished all day for that. And then the next morning we went out and we got 58 pounds, what was on my ticket. We made a few sets that would have been much better the day before. And there was nothing. And that was for the 1st of July closure for one day. And then on the 15th of July, we had a couple more day closure, but you wouldn't see any impact on the 15th of letting anything go by up there at that time. The Nelson Lagoon fish were primarily all the way, pretty much all the way through that area already. So what was coming to Nelson Lagoon by the 15th had already reached Nelson Lagoon. You wouldn't see anything. So Ilnik is opened earlier. It used to never be open until July 5th. And the weir went in 2007. We showed a impact. I seen an impact on my own fishery in Nelson Lagoon. A lot of people talk about, why don't you go somewhere else? Well, I do, but I don't have RSW. We at Nelson Lagoon, the cannery is generous enough to send us enough ice to keep our fish cold. The people so we have set netters and gill netters. The set netters, they don't have big boats. The guys that do have boats, 32 footers, they're not equipped for any traveling. They don't have deeper nets.
Mark?
Sure, please.
That's the time for your AC comments. Would you like to begin your personal testimony?
Yes, please.
Oh, wait, sorry. Stan Zuray and then Mr. Wood have questions.
Yes, Mark, I'd like to get, if it's possible, if you have seen the revised proposed Area M Adaptive Fleet Management Agreement or have some idea of what that's all about. You know, being a Nelson Lagoon AC spokesman, you know, I'd just like to get, it would be kind of like a little different of an opinion than, you know, I've heard from different sides so far. Do you have an opinion on that? You know, just on an opinion.
Through Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay, do you know anything about like this, it's called a revised proposed Area M Adaptive Fleet Management Agreement. It's the thing where it's the chum avoidance plan that's being put out by, and talked about at this meeting.
I did hear about that. And then, well, my opinion is that there's probably, I can't speak for the south side so much, but I would imagine that there's enough, I don't know, cheating, if you will, but that having to police themselves, I don't know if that would actually work. I can't speak to, I mean, there's a bunch of fine folks in, you know, King Cove, Sandpoint, and Falls Pass, and same with the, you know, up north and all that. But no, I don't know. I don't really think that, personally, I don't think that that would be a favorable situation.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. Just, you know, yep.
Okay.
John?
Thank you. Mark, you referenced a generous hatchery, generous process of giving you ice, and there also you buyer. Have you spoken with Peter Pan about your revised 102?
No, I actually just seen the last of the final, or yeah.
I think it might be a good idea for you to do that, so we'll have a better idea of that situation when
I have spoke to Peter Pan before I came to Anchorage, and it was pretty much the same consensus as what everybody's saying here, is that Peter Pan would pull out. I mean, but I was always taught that.
my question is, we already have that on the record from Peter Pan themselves. My question is, you're putting in an RC, which will change it to rolling windows of some sort.
Yes.
I haven't seen it yet. Have you taken that RC concept and sat down with Peter Pan and explained to him?
No, not yet. But they seen the original proposals, and we stuck to what Tim was talking about, the rolling closures is what I spoke to earlier that we had previously, 2013 to 2018. But that's not the language that we're submitting for an RC for 120. What you have there is the language for the 3 days on, 4 days off. And no, I haven't discussed that any further with Peter Pan.
All right, Mark, if you'd like to begin your personal testimony, please do so.
Yeah, I just want to, say that we got a pretty bad situation here. I didn't know it was nearly as bad up in the AYK is what I'm hearing. And, you hear all these other things, the trawlers interception and Area M interception but it's like, it does seem like there's a deeper issue here. But the one thing that everyone in Alaska seems to have in common is the fish. And you got the have fish, and then you got the don't have fish. And it's just like with the numbers that you see coming out of Area M, it seemed like even though that there may not be the problem, it seemed like they could cut back and, help share with get these streams some salmon back in them. Otherwise, what are you going to do when those things are gone? I mean, it seems to me that waiting for them to become a stock of concern is like going backwards about it. If you see that things aren't being met, then, the earlier you can get on that and, ensure fish are getting back to there, it's going to make it a stronger system, make it back to hopefully where it was before. But that's all I got.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Tom Carpenter has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for being here. I just want to address something, or maybe have you give your opinion. So in the Northern District, the department manages these sections and these specific rivers that fall within the Northern District. Each of them have individual, or the bigger ones have individual escapement goals. How are these rolling closures, if they were put in place, wouldn't that make it harder for the department to manage some of these larger systems in regards to not putting too many fish in there?
Yeah, and then I agree with that. I could see the complications there. But we're mentioning the rolling closures as an RC, but that's not what I submitted for the 120. The 120 is 3 days on, 4 days off. And then as a management tool, they can manage outside the river mouths, or from the beach to 1.5 miles out.
Follow-up, if I could, Madam Chair. And then, so I'm looking at the chart here of the Alaska Peninsula, specifically the Northern District. And I see that there's 3 sections, the Bight section in Port Muller, the Herndon Muller Bay section, and the Herndon Bay, which are relatively close to Nelson Lagoon. Are they having the same sort of problem, the people that are set netting in there, not having any fish to harvest? Because I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I can't speak to, Muller Bight, I think, is the only one that's having any fish. Every so often, I can't say every year, fishermen go in and fish dogs in Herndon Bay. And I'm not aware of any sockeye in there. But I do believe that fish caught in Muller Bight are probably Nelson Lagoon fish as well. The fish come from the north to the south. And that's how I've always known it. When I go over there to fish, I don't fish for fish going north. Even when I go down 20 miles down the coast to, the Black Hills area down there, is I fish for southbound salmon. Did I answer the question?
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. You
Thank
guys
you for
have a
your
good evening.
testimony today. Mitchell Siebert with the Lower Bristol Bay AC. Hi, Mitchell.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Appreciate your time and your decisions. I'm Mitch Siebert, Chairman of Lower Bristol Bay Advisory Committee. I'm a resident of Port Hayden, Alaska. I've traditionally fished in the Ugashik area for 45 years, and I've also fished in Ilnik, Port Hayden, Cinder River, all the way to Naknek in every stream. I'm here to read my minutes, so I'll start with we started with 120. We didn't approve this one, but we have great sympathy for Nelson Lagoon. We thought that with the proposal we submitted and would have more direct fishing on stocks and would move the fleet south where they could concentrate on the other systems that have been over-escaping. The objective of the Port Iden section isn't being met. So we were figuring if the stocks were harvested in the Port Iden section more aggressively, that the fleet would move south, and with the concept of the last gentleman, and concentrating them over their rivers on when they see their curves above the level that they expect for that day, they could concentrate them around the mouth of their streams. So we voted, we'd support it with 120. It was brought up in our meeting. Proposal 121, amend the fishing season in the Three Hills section to increase potential fishing time and lining sections is similar. We were concerned this may take Nelson Lagoon's fish while this run is in good decline, and earlier fishing with no stronger management in the other systems would affect possibly king salmon, which are in trouble on the Ilnik, Port Hayden, and it's few ocean river streams with maybe a run of 10, 15 kings. Proposal 121. Oops, that was what I just talked about, I'm sorry. Proposal 122. A Cinder River, I would say 122, 123, and 124 were all about the same comments, so I'll just read off of one of them. Fishermen from the local areas have fished set net and drift boats in the Cinder River quite a bit in the past and had enough water to operate. It is not too shallow to fish. If two set netters went in and fished, they would take care of the over-escapement in a very clean way without putting more demand on enforcement with new outer districts and line fisheries. This area would be too close to a terminal fishery of Ugashik and would result in large numbers of Ugashik stocks being harvested in an intercept fishery only 7 miles away. We strongly oppose that, and we'll be talking about that in committee more. Proposal 125, amend the closed waters to change the boundary line in the outer port section. We oppose that one, and there's not any evidence or explanation how this pivot of the line would help make a more orderly fishery. The fishermen already have a system to call in on a radio to each other to coordinate when it's their turn to fish on the line. And nobody bucks that system, and then they will not set out for the fisherman that sets out. He gets a quarter mile or more, then the next fellow could set out. And it just takes, I mean, you got GPS, and it's not hard to do, you know, especially with no pressure like somebody's gonna cork you like in Bristol Bay. In Bristol Bay, with police all over the place, guys come along and throw their net out going 30 knots, and there's police, and they never get a ticket when they're setting in. It's an orderly fishery, it's just a little bit crazier, but nobody's ever been hit by another boat, I mean, or damaged. There's nothing like that going on. So, I mean, their orderly fishery is already orderly, and this might possibly create harvest of more Bristol Bay, namely Ugashic stocks, which is a small system in Bristol Bay compared to the other ones. So a lot of times they say, oh, Bristol Bay has 70 million fish, but Ugashic is, you know, it's a small system compared to the rest of them. So you can't put all those in the same box. And proposal, moving on, 126, which is our proposal that we submitted. The proposal would put more fine-tuned attention on salmon rivers along the North Peninsula. These rivers now have smaller fish and less diverse age class due to overescapement. Quality would be increased by controlling overescapement, as the tenders wouldn't have to travel as far. And also, if they get ahead of their escapement, the tenders would be taking fish further south. And they could, so that was one deal on that. Proposal 127, we oppose that. We feel the upper end of escapement goal would be a more appropriate trigger. Proposal 128. We are in support of this proposal, but wonder if there should be a discussion about keeping the mesh at 29 mesh deep in the Nelson Lagoon. But there was also discussion that if the mesh length was 45, Nelson Lagoon has a very deep channel, and there's other proposals that try to open areas to control escapement for that area. So with these nets, they would be more efficient on the bigger runs and have a better chance of harvesting their stocks. And with the drift fleet, a 45 mesh, they have 75 mesh deep nets now, which go, 30 feet down, and that's how deep the water is out there. So early in the season, they're unnecessarily harvesting king salmon up till about the 6th of July. And some systems should have been called stocks of concern, but there's no escapement numbers. It's just, there's no ranges or anything for escapement, so it really hasn't been looked at or concerned, and we just a little tiny town. It's hard to get across fighting Goliath, more or less. We're getting more organized, but in the past, we just got chewed up by well-off and well-organized organizations. Okay, and Proposal 129 would change harvest to be more efficient, and that was, and we didn't vote for that. They were all opposed. And with that, I'm done with my minutes.
Thanks, Mitch. Good report. Any questions? Stan, go ahead.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to having to deal with this, and I'm just wondering if you have an opinion on the voluntary avoidance program that's going on between Area M fishermen and AYK people. If you have an opinion on how that would work, if it would work. Doesn't have to be a long, I'm not asking for a long thing, but.
Well, if you give them like their own management, there's hearsay of chum chucking. How could you be accurate with your numbers, if that's possibly go down and enforcement isn't big enough to monitor it. I think it should be more board design than letting the fox in the hen house make the decision, you know?
I really didn't mean to bring up some of this, but this is what I need to, this is kind of, yeah, anyway.
Mr. Wood, then Mr. Heimbach.
Have you read RC 84, 104, which describes the plan that Mrs. Ray was asking about?
We figured at our meeting that, well, I mean, we've made supporting calls there, and we support Chignik and Area M, and we can't.
My question is, there's two RCs in front of the body, RC 84 and 104, both of which deal with the adaptive program. Have you read them?
No, we didn't do much work on area. We were only concerns down there, since we didn't have too much skin in that fire, and it would look like we were biased maybe and mess up some of our others. But our only concern was if the area was moved around to get away from this or to get away from that, that the department wouldn't put them in there where the Ugashik or Igigik stocks was, would consider it anyway. That was our only concern. So we really didn't do that too much because we figured that it's going to be covered, and you could see that it has them over and over. And so that's what we have on that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Mike, did you have a question? Commissioner, did you have a comment?
So I heard you talk about the potential for chucking chums as a reason not to change regulations. Wouldn't the potential of chucking chums occur under any regulatory regime you have, whether it's like 140 that would specify time and area or an adaptive management approach?
Well, you know, I hear things that don't get said right here at the board level, and I really believe them. They're talking to me about this issue, and it's all hearsay to the board level, but it's really happening here and there. You could believe it. Why wouldn't they? I mean, you get a seine set of 4,000 to 6,000 pounds, you dump it on the deck, and you could just go in a few minutes and clean the chums. I mean, you could see the chums, they just pop right out like sore thumbs right on the deck there. But, you know, when they have a very large haul, they have to sort of dump them in the hole. They can't dump them on the deck. But all the small hauls, I'm not saying they all do it, but, you know, I mean, it's in their best interest to not get closed down because of them. So, I mean, you like, again, I'll make the statement, the chicken's in the hen house still, you know? You can't trust that. You can't be sound management. You can't go with that.
Mike?
The Commissioner and Mitch bring up an interesting point that's near and dear to my heart. We have an entire industry in this state that is built around the possibility of harvesting and releasing salmon. It's called sports fishing, hook and release of king salmon in the terminal stages. Why wouldn't people want to release a live chum salmon or any salmon back into the ocean if you didn't want them?
Okay, well, late in the season in Ugashik, historically, a lot of chum salmon come in. Okay, I'll give you an example. I'll catch 100 chum salmon. I'll see a couple wiggling. They might make it, but the rest of them ain't gonna make it.
And that's something probably a lot of people would disagree with you on in the sport fishing industry.
Well, these are not hooks. Well, you could see that sports fishing industry, the barbless hooks are more safe than the barbed hooks. The barbed hooks almost have 100% mortality according to some people, compared to the barbless hooks. So there you go on that. That's my opinion.
Let's keep it to questions. All right. Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate your report.
Thank you all. Have a nice afternoon.
Tom Kriska and Percy Lolnitz, Middle Yukon AC. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Please begin when you're ready.
Okay, I'll start it off here. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I have a AC report here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read the proposals that we passed. Find them, huh? So anyway, we had proposals at our AC, a meeting we held in February. Well, actually, it was January, I think. And I'm trying to find a list of the, here we go. Okay, so these proposals were the Board of Fisheries proposal. And we had proposal 79, we supported that 13-0. Proposal 80, we opposed 0-13.
Gentlemen, those were AYK proposals?
Pardon me?
Those were proposals that were for the AYK meeting last month? Do you have?
I think that was, we had our December meeting.
Those for last month. Those for last month.
Yeah, that was the last meeting we held.
Yeah. Can you start with the proposals that pertain to this meeting, please?
140.
Starting with 98.
Starting with what?
98.
98. You must have a different copy than I do, because I was handed this yesterday. And which proposal you have before you?
So we have proposals 98 through 153, I think, before us at this meeting, 152 or 153. So the proposals prior to proposal number 98 have already been deliberated. That was at the last meeting, and we don't need the minutes on those.
Okay, so you don't need to go there.
Okay, so you have them before you, and that's already a done deal then?
Those are done. If you have
Okay.
anything from 98 to 152 or 3, that's this meeting, and we'll happily hear your
Okay, so anyway,
recommendations.
we had proposal 140 during that meeting.
Yep, that's in the,
And that was one of them that we had discussed. So if there's on discussion purposes, we didn't have those minutes typed out. And so I looked into them before I came over here, and I think they had them on record, but they weren't handed out, fully typed out and everything. So anyway, we had other businesses that we took care of too, but I'm not going to get into that because it's a lot of it is a Board of Game proposals. So if my Tommy, I guess you can go ahead and address this crowd if you had anything to.
Okay, just on, from our AC and some sort of that discussion on 140, we support that 140. There's just too many things going on that we can't really do anything about. I don't know if anybody can do anything about. We're really concerned about the way fishing is going right now. At one time ourselves, we used to fish commercially up on the river, and seemed like that fishing back in the day was all the way up the Yukon, all the way through our down along the coast, all the way to Area M. And now we can't even fish for our subsistence. And if you really think about it, I hate to be the guy that have to, the last say-so or whatever of the decisions of this what's going to happen in time for the fishing industry, because the way it is right now, you started way up like this, and you're winding up all the way down, and then the only fishing part and where the commercial fishing is happening, and it's just coming to a closure, coming to an end. Even through Bristol Bay, there was people fighting. Everybody is at each other's throat here for what? For a few dollars, which will wind up going away. And like a person said before, we'll all wind up looking for different jobs. And this happened to our folks up in the interior. If you realize it, a few years back, the whole North Slope was shut down. We had hundreds of our guys come home, just say, nope, no more work. And you can imagine the things that they went through and said, hey, we don't have jobs, and they got to have something to sustain themselves. So a lot of them are working on different jobs right now. They're finally going back up north, and this is a couple of years later. At the same time, the fish is crashing. So, and those were young guys that we brought up, we led, and then it came to where they almost didn't know what to do, because the salmon really helps us out with other species. And the whole thing is just, it's being hurt really bad, the way nature is. Nature, lives off nature, and as well as we do. The thing there is that, the fish is there to feed some sort of something, us, the predators, everything else. But once you don't have that, you start eliminating your sources, and then it just comes down, like I said, it's just going to come down and choke and choke and choke. And the last one to get choked is the people that's helping it get to that point. I mean, the poor management. I shouldn't say that. I don't like to point fingers at anybody, but I have to say somebody at somewhere is got to be accountable for this stuff. I know nature and global warming, that's part of it, but when you can help a system before it comes to extinct, right now you have a little bit of power to kind of fix that problem. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm kind of trying to keep my cool here. I'm a very reasonable person in what I'm talking and what we're doing, but I hate to get upset and then go home and look at the people I represent and to help like that, and go back to be sort of like embarrassed, can't do anything about anything. It's like, what good are you? I don't know. And it goes not only to me, everybody else in this management crisis or whatever you're supposed to be doing. The Fish and Game, do their part. I'm going to say a few things, because the way the Fish and Game is right now, and money is the main factor in all of it. I'm just going to get there, because I don't like to BS around and stuff. But money is going to kill you. It's going to go right to the end, you're going to have nothing. And when it comes to that, that's just to extinction and all of that. There's laws being broken, and people are breaking them. And we try to find ways to help it, but what's going on is that every time we find a way to go trying to figure it out, then they come up with all kinds of this science stuff to answer these questions for something they have to, they put on table and answer it on the other side. It's just totally wrong. I mean, I don't get it. I've been helping and going to meetings for a lot of years now, and we had some powerful folks with us before. They're all gone. They were arguing the points, and now today I feel the points that they were arguing about to help the situation, but they didn't have the tools, all the data, everything to help us along with this. Right now we do. And I'm going to say that, You're going to have to do your job. The Fish and Game has to do their job, because if it comes to an end, we're not going anywhere. We have to still live out there in that country no matter what. And it's going to come to, another step up the ladder. The legislatures, they're the ones that wrote all the stuff with the Title VIII, and ILCA stuff. They're going to have to be the ones that go back there and fix it with whoever you may have. So I don't want to get into this too much, but I'll leave it at that right now.
Thanks, Tom. Are there any questions for the AC reps? Thank you both. Would you like to provide your personal testimony at this time?
Yeah, I have personal testimony.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members and staff. I want to thank you guys for allowing us to be a part of this meeting. And my name is Percy Lalnitz. I'm a lifelong resident from Kaikouk. It's right about the middle Yukon, on the Yukon River. I'm here to advocate for the protection of our way of life, and also to support the proposal 140 as written. And you probably heard this over and over again, that our subsistence needs are not being met. And I know it's pretty critical that the Board of Fish must adopt 140. I heard other speakers talk about the extinction of the salmon, and I really don't understand why the board don't try to fix the problem. It's been going on. It was on radar for a long time. And history, I believe, is going to be made, whether it's today or tomorrow, but it'll be out of this meeting. And we may be voted up or we may be voted down. But I know there's something going to come out of this one. And I hope it's a good decision that benefits all areas of the state. And I guess it's, I served, on other boards, and I go to other meetings, and we've been doing this same type of thing for, I think, since 2013. So that fishing issue, to me, I think I see it as it's totally out of control. I think there has to be something done by you guys. You guys are the experts. We're pretty much out there doing our thing, but coming down here and learning, still learning more about this government. So.
Thank you, Percy.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony today, and also I want to thank you for your service on the AC.
Yeah, thanks.
Tom, do you have personal testimony?
Yes, I do. Calm down a little bit here. Anyway, I do have personal questions on the other behalf. We have, like this there, you heard this over and over. The kids are not going to ever learn. We have older folks, which is really sad to see them, that they're going to be going away with sadness in their hearts. That pissed me off there. and we're learning how to subsidize the different species like sheepfish, whitefish, all this other kind of things. The bears and the wolves, they're coming into town, and we have to shoot them regardless because of safety of others. I mean, the kids, one of these days, something is going to, go wrong there. Like in town a few years back, they got 9 dogs killed in their village. 9 dogs. And it's happening all over the places. The bears start coming into town. One set of folks in the Hoosley area last fall, a bear stood up and was right in the front. You could see the paw tracks, and it's looking right into a person that's sleeping right here. I don't know if it'll ever break into that window. I better get to what I'm doing here. Like I said, that $9.80 a gallon out there, global warming, that's causing us trouble. Like I said before, at one point we were fishing, our slope got shut down. I think if I was the Area M people, I'd be looking for other jobs, and I'd be looking for another way of life here, because as this is going on the way it is right now, it's going to come to a zero. So be prepared. Be prepared to sustain your life and your kids, because if it comes to that, the zero is zero. Your kids got to eat. So something to think about. And I'd really encourage some of you board or whoever might be or whoever have time to come to our, you could go down to the Area M fishery before for a few days and check out their fishing, and then go fly to Fairbanks and come around the other way, down to Yukon and check with the folks. Go up there and look at them, live with them. I don't know, check it out, because your hearts will be hurting, and you're hearing stuff politely from us, but you go up there and we have to listen to hundreds and, 18, 20,000 people crying about this stuff. And I don't like to beg. I'm not the guy to beg, and we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to make sure something that comes out of this, whether it's today, next week, next year, or whatever. And that's one of the reasons earlier, or not earlier, a few days, or yesterday, I was saying, we can't wait the 3 years for your cycle. So at some point, we need to probably set up, if this goes down and decline quicker than we think, we need emergency meetings within a year, two, not 3 years. By the 3 year, it'll be done and over with. So thank you. And
Thanks, Tom. Are there any questions? Thank you. Thank you for your passion, and thank you for your service on the AC. Virgil Umpenhauer and Mike Kramer, the Fairbanks AC. Welcome, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Van Dort. Virgil and I are going to split our time. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair Van Dort, members of the board. Virgil and I are going to split our time and primarily address 140. I'm going to take the first 5 minutes if I can get a signal at that point, and then I'll hand it over to Virgil. I'm going to cover some of the legal aspects, and Virgil's going to discuss the history of Area M management. I have served on the Fairbanks AC for 25 years. I've been involved in many disputes involving allocation. Proposal 140 has nothing to do with allocation. This is about conserving a stock that for the past 3 years has failed to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence. The law very clearly requires you to eliminate all other known harvest of a stock if a reasonable opportunity for subsistence cannot be provided for that stock. The board's mixed stock policy 5AAC 39-220A requires that conservation of wild salmon stocks consistent with sustained yield shall be accorded the highest priority. Allocation of salmon resources under the mixed stock policy will be consistent with the subsistence preference of AS 1605-258. AS 258 provides, if the harvestable portion of the stock or population is not sufficient to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses, the appropriate board shall adopt regulations eliminating consumptive uses other than subsistence uses. Proposal 140 is a compromise. It allows for significant harvest, but helps ensure at least a few thousand more AYK chum escape. The Yukon River alone accounts for between 27 and 34% of the CWAC component. That's easily identifiable through the math of the total runs for the various portions of CWAC. In 2009, for example, if you add up the total runs for Bristol Bay, Norton Sound, Kuskokwim, Yukon, you'll see the Yukon accounted for 34.4%. That year, then, based on the harvest, 34.4% meant 73,000 chums were intercepted in Area M that were bound for the Yukon, and that's just the summer run stock. In 2022, 27.4% of the total CWAC component were made up the run component of the Yukon. So the Yukon accounted for 27%. It's the biggest river. It's always been the most prolific. That amounts to 27,000 chums that were intercepted in Area M. We urge you not to look at it as 5.5%. That might seem small, but 27,000 fish means a lot, particularly when a resource is down to the sustainable escapement threshold. These fish are so far beaten down 92%, 88%, and some of the tributaries reduced, that they are below their ability to reproduce themselves and come back. 3 years might be too late for these fish. The board has to do what it can right now to help put more fish on the spawning beds. If it doesn't act now, this stock may never recover, and thousands of subsistence dependent families will suffer losses far more catastrophic than any money the Area M fleet may temporarily lose. An RC there has the real earnings for the Area M seiners. They vary between a low of about 200,000. One year they made 900,000 each in the seine fishery, 3 months out of the year. Yes, they will take a hit with reduced fishing time in June, but they're still going to make plenty of money. The reds for the foreseeable future are money fish for them. Chums should not be a money fish. Chums are subsistence fish. We should do what we can to let them go. Area M's strategic location ensures that almost all fish bound for Western Alaska will pass through that area. The openings are longer, the boats are bigger, and the nets are longer and deeper than any other fishery I know of. Their primary goal is to intercept Bristol Bay sockeye, but they also make millions every year killing and selling chum salmon from other areas. They ask you to let them self-manage their chum harvest as they did in 2022 in preparation for this meeting and knowing ADF&G was doing a genetic study. Despite these self-serving measures, the fleet still harvested 96,116 CWAC chums. Summer chum pass through Area M in June, fall chum migrate later, but at least fall chum can be genetically identified. In June 22, Area M harvesters killed and sold 1,693 Yukon fall chums, while subsistence users accidentally harvested 1,577 of the same stock, a mere 8% of ANS. When the commercial harvest of a stock of concern exceeds that of a subsistence harvest that provided no directed opportunity, the subsistence priority law requires the elimination of the commercial fishery. I ask you, how is the board implementing the subsistence priority law? The fact that Area M harvested more Yukon fall chum than subsistence users should not be acceptable. Please don't base your decision on a last-minute report from the department, who they itself admit is preliminary and subject to change. Each of you, no matter what seat you were appointed to, should recognize that every fish counts when a major river like the Yukon cannot escape enough fish to meet ANS or even the sustainable escapement threshold. Failing to meet the SET means the stock may soon be extinct. Drastic conservation measures are needed to save these fish now, not 3 years from now. I'll wrap it up because I'm cutting into Virgil's time. Conserving stocks of concern is this board's most important job. You cannot control a warming ocean, but you can and should control a known source of mortality known as the Area M June fishery, because every fish counts, and your job is to conserve them. Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, in April, the department put out the 2021 summary and the 2022 outlook. The very first sentence states, with the exception of the Southeast Alaska Chinook salmon fishery and the Area M June fishery, all commercial fisheries in the state of Alaska are managed by in-season returns. The Chinook salmon fishery in Southeast is managed by the Transboundary Panel. I'm on the Yukon River Panel. I've been a part of the Pacific Salmon Commission, the Salmon Treaty, since 1988, longer than anyone from either country. I want to give a brief history. In 1982, over 1 million chums were caught in the Area M June fishery. That year, the fall chum fishery on the Yukon failed. There was all kinds of a commotion made over that and et cetera, and so what the board finally did in 1986, they put in a 400,000 chum cap. In 1987, there was hardly any fishery came to the Yukon. I commercial fish with a fish wheel, and we didn't get to fish that year. In fact, our fall season was closed pre-season. And so in 1988, then the board put a 500,000 chum cap. 89, a 600,000 chum cap. Then in 91, in the board meeting in 1991, when I was chairman of the board for YURDFA, the department said there cannot be, due to the Bristol Bay forecast, they would have to catch 900,000 chum salmon. Okay, the board passed that. They made a 900,000 chum cap. So I immediately wrote a petition, gave it to the board, which was rejected. So then I gathered 11,000 signatures on my petition, sent it to the lieutenant governor. I knew the lieutenant governor personally. He was from Dena'ina. They basically ordered the board to do that. So we went to Juneau. 88 of us from AYK went to Juneau, and at that meeting, we wrote the mixed stock policy. So we didn't have a mixed stock policy before that meeting. This issue has caused the mixed stock policy to be written. It caused the legislature to write the allocation criteria. And then I'm going to read something real quick. This is from the transcript of the Board of Fish meeting, and I was on the Board of Fish in March of 1995. I'm going to read what one board member said. I'm not willing to take as drastic a step as this proposal asks us to do for dismantling communities on the south side of the Alaska Peninsula for somewhat marginal conservation benefits in distant waters. And I'm not for trying to diminish the importance of chum salmon in Norton Sound or the Aniak River. So I'm going to read you my answer to that. I just want to reemphasize one thing. Escapement was met in northern Norton Sound this year. It was met at the expense of a zero-directed commercial fishery for an area that used to have a viable fishery. It was met with subsistence closures. And when I say subsistence closures, I mean people have not fished there for subsistence for 4 years. They've not had a sport fishery, no fishery. I know most of those people because I was the commander of the National Guard up there. I was so infuriated that I wrote my definition of sustained yield because we didn't have a definition of that. And so I showed it to other board members. And what we decided to do was write a sustainable salmon policy. That caused us to write it. I'm one of the people that wrote the sustainable policy. And so then we tried some other things, and none of them worked. And so I talked to the trooper captain that used to come. And I says, I was a sniper officer in Vietnam. We used optics. Okay, we used optics. All you guys got to do is set an OP up over there, and you can find out whether all these rumors are chum-chucking your true. So they did. I talked to the colonel of the troopers yesterday. He remembers all that because he was a trooper captain or a lieutenant at that time, I think. Anyway, and so they did that, and they caught a bunch of seiners chum-chucking, and they all got convicted. And also what I did was I talked to the trooper colonel or captain, and he says, you know, you need to get a copy of the fish ticket pronounced. That's what this is. It demonstrates that one fisherman caught 8,532 chums, sockeye and 88 chums in the South Peninsula. Another one caught 7,163 and 8. Okay, enough for that.
Thanks, Virgil. Thanks,
Okay.
Mike. Appreciate the AC report. Looks like Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Yeah, you got a tough job there, Mike. Would you please make your remarks part of RC? Because you were throwing out a bunch of figures I'm very interested in. I didn't catch how they related to each other. I'm trying to quantify what the result would be if 140 were to be adopted as written, just like I'm trying to quantify what would happen if we went the adaptive management process. So if you can help me out in that regard, I certainly would appreciate it.
I certainly can do that.
Okay. And then, if I understand you correctly, 140 is written, if you were to adopt it in total, would it eliminate all chum interception of AYK chum?
Of course not, but it would make a dent. It's a compromise. It's a reduction in fishing time that's going to directly translate into more chums getting to the spawning grounds in AYK.
Then how does that allow us as a board to say we have eliminated that consumptive use? We have reduced it.
That's correct. It would reduce it. And let me just say this, this isn't enough time to really present.
No, and
what
we'll
I
get
need
into
to
this,
present.
okay?
No, all over the state, all fisheries that fish wild stocks get 2 openings a week. The Yukon used to get 6 openings, 2 6-hour openings. If there's lots of fish, they get extended. The fishery in Cook Inlet gets 2, in regulation, 2 12-hour openings a week.
Virgil, let me get back to Mike and answer to the question.
The subsistence priority law requires you to eliminate it. We know that's not going to happen. We're realists. Not going to happen. Not going to get 4 votes to eliminate Area M June fishery. 140 merely seeks a reduction in fishing time because we think that's doable and it's absolutely necessary at this time to conserve this stock of concern.
Okay, that's how I see it as well, and I was wondering if you saw it as well. Thank you.
Commissioner.
So, Mike, I wasn't at your AC meeting, so there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that when you force fishermen to fish in a smaller time frame in a less spatial area, that you end up potentially not being able to avoid chums. Did you guys discuss that at all when you were putting your plan together and the potential impacts of not having the fleet have flexibility and moving around? I'm just trying to figure out how you came up with the reductions in numbers. Are they just related to the reduction in time and area, or are they based on something else?
Proposal 140 merely reinstates the management plan that was in place 01 to 03. And we know there's a substantial reduction. Some would say it was too substantial reduction, but 01, I understand they went on strike. That accounts for the very low harvest in 01. 2 and 3, the participation wasn't high, but the ex-vessel value, I understand, was fairly similar. It was a reduction, but there's lots of causes for that. Could have been a poor sockeye year in Bristol Bay. I haven't crunched those numbers well enough. Did we discuss the specific so-called precautionary measures that were taken? No, because we didn't know what they did or how they did it. We've learned a lot at this meeting. And I think, there's some good things to having the fleet do some own self-policing. I heard someone else, though, talk about the fox guarding the hen house, and I've never known of any resource extraction industry that has successfully policed themselves for the benefit of others. I think Mr. Wood had a good point there that, yes, we appreciate your efforts, but is there a way we can codify this? Is there a way we can make a regulation that has some hammer over your head? So if you don't do this, because I submit, this was done last year, probably by direction from the department. If you guys don't do something this year, we're going to shut you down. I suspect that message was given to the Seine fleet at least last year, and that's what caused them to jump into action, also knowing that this meeting was coming up. It's always contentious, and someone's always trying to restrict them. Is it going to be done next year? I doubt it, certainly not on a voluntary message. Is it going to be done 2 years from now? Probably, because this board will have another cycle and they'll be worried again.
So is the acceptable level of harvest of chum salmon in this fishery what you experienced during the 2020, 2021 fishery when you had the basic framework of 140 in place?
I'd like to answer that one. Okay, as I said, I'm on the Salmon Treaty Panel. 0.7% in this study that hasn't peer-reviewed or nothing were allegedly Upper Yukon Fall chum. I'll tell you what that stock is. In the treaty, on the main stem of the Yukon River, we're supposed to put a minimum of 80 fish across the border, plus the Canadians' harvest share, because the low end of the escapement goal is 80,000. On the fishing branch of the Porcupine River, the low end of the escapement goal, that's after the Canadians harvest their share, is 25,000. Okay, on the Porcupine, with the where we're supposed to put a minimum of 25,000, we put 2,400 across the border with the Canadians not harvesting anything. And in the main stem, instead of 80,000 across the border plus their harvest share, we put 22,000 across the border. And so we know that, and the other thing is that what I cannot understand is why the two divisions in Fish and Game are managed so differently. The Game division, and the best example is the 40-mile caribou herd. The 40-mile caribou herd, year before last, they wanted 10,000 harvested. They were issuing 2 permits per person. We had horrible conditions similar to what's happened in the ocean happen, so the productivity is now went way down. What happened was you had about 1.5 feet, 2 feet of snow just before Christmas. Then it rained 2 inches, 2 days, 2 inches. Ice, super ice, thick, but then it rained 2 more feet. So what happens to the animals that eat grass or lichen or whatever they eat that's on the ground? There's a whole bunch of snow with a big thick thing of ice. So what did the department do? Instead of 10,000 caribou quota, 400. That's what they did. Why doesn't the department do the same thing with fish? I don't know why they don't do the same thing with fish, but they have the same statutes for management, but they just don't do that with fish. I just can't figure it out.
More direct to your question, Commissioner, in 2021, yeah, the harvest was 1.1 million. Are they going to get anywhere near that with 48 hours a week? No, they can't. There was a combination of factors they say led to the 1.1 million. One of those factors was an abundance of Asian chums, for sure. And there was also some pretty concerted effort because it's been some big sockeye years for Bristol Bay. 140 is going to dramatically reduce the chum catch in June, which is going to put more fish on the spawning beds in AYK.
I think I didn't get my point across. So in 2002 and 2003, the 2001 was the strike
Okay.
year. In those 2 years, the average harvest of chums was about 380,000 in the June fishery. I guess what I'm asking is that like the target level of chum harvest that you see with the design of 140 moving forward?
Yes. I've heard numbers of 450. Member Wood, submitted an RC suggesting 450. The Sainers talked about how they picked their number last year. It was a little fuzzy what the answer was, but it was somewhere between 500 and 550. Their proposal suggests 550, similar to a cap. Caps have not worked in the past, but we understand there's some desire on this board with some members certainly to institute something that looks like a cap. And we're certainly willing to, explore those options if 140 goes down. There's other proposals, that deal with caps and other such things. But, is 350 acceptable when people aren't getting a reasonable opportunity for subsistence? No, not under the subsistence priority law, but reality sets in. We got to get 4 votes out of this board, and we would think that 350,000 chum intercept, would be acceptable to certain members, and 450 is, or 140, I'm sorry, is a good compromise in that regard. And it's going to put some more fish on the spawning beds in AYK. We'd like as many as we can, but if they can limit themselves to 350, that's a lot better than a million.
Just to be clear, I said 380, not 350. That was the average
okay.
harvest of those two. So
350 would be better than 380.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you, Mike.
John and then Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. You just raised a point I've been trying to get at very unsuccessfully here for the last couple of days. And I've talked to our executive director, parliamentarian-wise, how we don't box ourselves into a corner if we don't have 4 votes for one of the 2 proposals. And in that event, if I just heard what you said, is you've got a backup position. I'm not asking you to divulge it now, but you have a backup position should 140 fail and should the adopted program fail. Is that what I heard?
Well, we want to vote up or down on 140. We want to see where you guys sit on
Understand.
140. We want to have a discussion as written, and most of the folks behind us that have testified in favor of 140 have all said this is a compromise. Why should we give up anything else? I think certainly from what we've learned at this meeting that the set netters are not a big problem. 4% of the total harvest, and they're not catching as many chums as the people farther at sea. Certainly not the AYK bound chums because they're setting their nets along. Anyway, 4%. That's a possible thing we can talk about is removing the set netters from this, but that's something we can discuss in the committee as a whole. As far as, pushing 140 aside and going straight to talk about,
No,
cap
that wasn't what I
or
was,
self-policing.
the situation I was presenting. I was assuming that both of the adoptive and the 140 would have failed. What do we do next? And I don't want to get to a situation where we do nothing.
Well, you're taking up, there's about 6 or 7 other proposals that seek to limit the area June fishery. any one of those can be amended in any number of ways. The board often generates its own proposal as a compromise solution. We expect that would happen. We're not writing off 140. We want to have a thorough discussion on it as written and get a vote. If it goes down, then we go to 138 or 136, whatever the numbers are that talk about caps and other things, and those can be discussed and amended in such a way that we'll get 4 votes.
Thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you very much. It's been impressed upon all of us, as though we didn't know before, that what we're talking about is chums here. But in the course of discussion and everything that's been conceded by AYK people to get to where they are today, it also strikes me that it's responsibility of us to have a reasonable basis to analyze what is being given up in addition to the chums in Area M. And I was just kind of curious that you guys are very well aware of the value of sockeye and the relative amount of CWAC chums that are headed for the Yukon River. Are you aware a little bit, or do you think it's something we should consider as far as a reasonable basis on which to take so much more away from column B while we're trying to get some from column A?
Go ahead, Virgil.
I have an answer. It's called the allocation criteria. Number 4, other fishery resources available. They have a tanner crab fishery that I wrote the management plan for that's successful, that they get to fish, and so does Kodiak. They also have a pot and jig fishery that I was one of the people that wrote that management plan for. The pot and jig fishery was passed in '97 at a meeting in Wasilla, and there's people in this meeting room right now from Area M that were there and lobbied me to do it, and I did everything I could to get them that state waters fishery. And then in '98 is when they got the crab fishery, and those things are still going, and I don't know how many of them have halibut quotas, but some of them probably do, and I don't know how many of them have black cod quotas, but I'm sure some of them do. And so that is part of that answer. And the other part of the answer is looking at the alternative resources for what we have in the Yukon and Kuskokwim regions and even Norton Sound. And we have whitefish and we have pike, which are long-lived critters that don't even get sexually mature till they're about 15 years old, and she-fish, which are another long-lived fish. But the problem with trying to harvest, if you harvested enough of them to replace the salmon in a year or two, there wouldn't be any of them left either. And so we don't really have anything else that we can go to. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but I think that's one thing that you're supposed to go by, that this issue caused to be written by the legislature.
I'll be more concise. The AYK people don't have a backup. Whitefish and pike are not a substitute for salmon. You've heard from hundreds of people, that have said that and the reasons why. The Area M fishers not only have these other fish they can catch, but Bristol Bay sockeye are going to be bountiful for the next 3 years. We know we're all going to be back here in 3 years fighting the same war. They're going to want more. We're going to want them to take less, no matter what you guys decide this year. This thing changes every 3 years, dynamically sometimes. They're going to catch Bristol Bay sockeye. I think the forecast is for 80 million fish next summer. They're going to make a lot of money on sockeye next year, regardless of 48 hours a week in June. Plus they have Chinook, plus they have chums and pinks.
I understand what you're saying, but actually that wasn't the core of my question. If in fact this is the contentiousness of this extends far beyond these board meetings, it seems like just saying to somebody, well, you have other opportunities, you can go and do that, we've provided this and that, without any evaluation of the reality or the practicality of shunting that off over there. I wonder if it's incumbent upon us to also evaluate just the salmon component of this, and if you have talked about it.
We certainly have talked about it. If you go back there and look at the Limited Entry Commission stuff, it's got from 1975, the income they've made from 1975 through 2001 for all gear groups. It's also got over there how many people got issued multiple gear groups, and I've got all that info here as well. And then they sold those extra permits to guys that got shut down in the Pacific Northwest because of the boat decision whenever Judge Bolt decided that the treaty from the 1850s is a valid treaty and put half the commercial fishermen out of business down there. So they came up and bought the extra quotas and doubled the number of fishermen in Area M.
So I would like to see some of this discussion happen in committee of the whole and certainly in deliberations. I think that's incumbent upon the board to deliberate on when we have 140 before us. Commissioner.
Mike, I have a question for you. So you wrote me a letter asking why the department was neutral on this versus, taking a pro stance on subsistence. And I guess I'm probably partially to blame for that because there's going to be a time when subsistence, summer chum salmon are going to recover, and we'll probably have subsistence open. And at that point in time, it does become an allocative call for this board to make a decision on how many chum are harvested in Area M versus how many chum are harvested inside of commercial fishery inside the Yukon River. So do you see that in the future if we get to a point in 2 or 3 years where we have subsistence opportunity not restricted for summer chums, but then we have this allocative conflict between Area M and the Yukon River commercial fishery, and why we would be neutral on that?
I'm sorry I don't share your optimism. 2019 was a very poor year, and it also had warm water. There was massive die-offs of chum observed in many of the major spawning streams, namely Clayoquot. And so the biologists are very concerned that the 2019 brood year, which comes back this summer, was wiped out or severely diminished by the high water temperatures that we experienced that summer on the spawning beds. So I think this year's going to be a disaster, really, no matter what happens. 2 years from now, who's to tell? We hear the ocean's getting cooler. That's not going to have an effect for a couple's life cycles, I don't think. Certainly not in 23, certainly not in 24 or 25. 23 is going to be bad no matter how we cut it. And it's perfectly appropriate for the department to take a neutral, its allocative stance when you're giving a reasonable opportunity for subsistence. The law allows that. You can account for other consumptive uses. My concern about saying it's allocative and therefore we're neutral this year is you haven't provided a reasonable opportunity for subsistence for 3 years running, no reasonable prospect you're going to provide one next summer, and you can't call that allocative under those circumstances. Law doesn't allow it.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
All right, so you each have 3 minutes for personal testimony. Would you like to use that at this time?
I would.
Okay.
I've learned a lot about different fisheries I've never had much experience with prior to this year. We mainly focus on AYK stuff. I've learned a lot about the Chignik fishery in particular, reading the materials for this meeting. And I want to devote my personal testimony to 105 and 132. I grew up trusting the department to conserve our resources for future generations. My father was an ADF&G biologist on the fish side. I had an uncle who was an ADF&G biologist on the game side. Recent actions and inactions by the department have deeply shaken my trust in the department. The 11th hour preliminary genetic report on stock composition they ask you to rely on is just one example. The most disturbing example, however, to me, is how the department is trying to usurp this board's responsibility to design management plans for mixed stock fisheries through proposals 105 and 132. Your plan to restrict harvest of early run Chignik sockeye in the Shumagon Island June fishery that you passed in March, I think 31st of 22, 8 days later, the department comes out with, oh, we're going to join these two stocks into one, and therefore nullifying your management plan for Chignik. That's an usurpation of your power, your authority, and I would hope the board would fight back strongly on that. The June fishery that you said had to be restricted on June 15th, 20th, and 25th if they met this threshold for the early run Chignik. The department sought to nullify that by saying, well, we'll take care of that by making 2 runs into 1, lowering the escapement goal by 100,000 fish, and therefore nullify your management plan. They can't do that. Your authority is to set management plans in mixed stock fisheries. Their only authority is to carry out your management plan. And I would hope that you push back strongly on that, mainly because the science just doesn't support what they're doing. I urge you, all of you, to read carefully Dan Schindler's RC, I think it's 51, where he breaks down the department's rationale, the scientific basis, if you will, for taking 2 distinct stocks that spawn in different lakes at different times and say, well, we're just going to call this 1 run and we're going to manage it in such a way that we meet this lower escapement goal without having to do this drastic thing like shut down the Shumagons on June 15th, 20th, and 25th. We know from history that when you manage a stock like that, you tend to overexploit the early run let the commercial guys go at it. If you start getting concerned about escapement halfway through the season, you try to make up for it by letting in some late-run fish. In this case, that'd be disastrous. You're gonna shift this run from an equal composition of early run, late run sockeye spawning in different lakes over a period of a few generations. You're gonna push that run more and more towards the late end because the department's going to allow overfishing on that early part of the run. They always do. Because they're gonna say, we don't have escapement numbers in yet. We're gonna let them fish. Oops. You know, by July, they're gonna say, oh, well, now we might have a problem. What are we gonna do? Well, we can shut down the fishing in July to make our escapement up Chignik, and you're gonna make the escapement in the later half of the season, not the first half, and that's gonna cause big problems with what was prior to genetically distinct stocks.
Thanks, Mike. Any board questions? Mr. Umfenhour, you have 3 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had all these rumors about chum trucking, and so we told the department, well, we told the troopers, we want to know whether that's what's going on. So in 1995 work session, the colonel for the troopers for Fish and Wildlife gave a report to the Board of Fish in Juneau at the work session. And he said, well, we saw him releasing lots of salmon, throwing them overboard. And so I says, well, did you do anything about it? No, we couldn't do anything about it. And I said, why? Well, because they were releasing them. It's catch and release. And so I asked the department, I says, well, what do you think the catch and release mortality is with purse seines and gill nets, drift gill nets? And the department's answer was, well, it's probably somewhere between 90 and 95% mortality. So what we did is we said, well, we want mandatory retention of all of the salmon in the area and fisheries. So then we find out 3 years later, I can't believe this, the Department of Law messed it up and didn't put it in the codified regulations properly, and so then we had to readdress it so that it is. But it is in the codified regulations now. And so in 2001 in the year 2000, we had a crash on the Yukon. At the time, it was the worst crash that the Yukon had where they could count fish, because there was another crash in 1919 that was similar, and that's what caused the tagging studies that took place from Dr. Gilbert from Stanford University, and here's part of one of them, that took place afterwards in 1922 and 1925. And at that time, over 25% of the salmon that were tagged were recovered in the Yukon River, and that was mainly because of the Army forts that were on the Yukon that harvested fish for their dogs, because the only way the Army could get around in the wintertime, and one was at Dena'ina, where one of our board members lives, and there was another one at Eagle Forts. And the one at Dena'ina, it's right in this Fur and Fishery report from 1920 that they need 40 tons of dried salmon a year for the fort's dog teams. And in the year 2019, when it crashed, they had to order 44 tons of bacon and a whole bunch of cornmeal to feed their dogs. But anyway, so we got the report from the troopers on the people that were chum trucking.
All right, Virgil, thank you. Are there questions? You got a lot of history in that head of yours on this, on these issues, and I thank you for sharing it, and thanks for your service on the AC.
Thank you.
And on this board.
I don't want to seem disrespectful, I just am very passionate about this subject.
You're all right. Mike, don't go too far. The commissioner and I have a little something to say to you. Commissioner.
So every year, Board Support solicits nominations for the Excellence in Service Award that recognizes outstanding contributions in service to Alaska's communities, fish and wildlife, regulatory processes by the Fish and Game Advisory Committee members across the state. This week, the 4 winners of the 2023 awards were announced. They are Willow Hedrick of the Anchorage AC, Randy Alvarez of the Lake Iliamna AC, John Renner of the Copper River Prince William Sound AC, and you, Mike Kramer, for the Fairbanks AC. Mike, you've had a lifelong passion for both hunting and fishing in Alaska and have been a member of the Fairbanks AC for over 20 years. You served as chair and vice chair of the AC when dealing with diverse issues such as antlerless moose, which you and I clashed about when I was the director of wildlife conservation, and it's always good to have views that we can talk through and find consensus on. And Copper River dipnet fishing, which is also another controversial issue that has different sides on it. You've represented the committee at many contentious meetings from Anchorage to Cordova, where finding common ground is often difficult. You've worked on several management plans, always trying to avoid the battle over the last fish or moose by finding innovative solutions that look impossible when you start the process. I think that's showing through forward on what you're doing with 140. And you continue to serve and is a valuable resource for new committee members. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your service on the Fairbanks AC and for everything you've done for fish and wildlife across the state.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I apologize if I came across as a bit caustic or combative, but yes, as Virgil does, I feel pretty passionate about some of these issues, and I voice my opinion strongly. Thank you.
Let's get a picture.
Catch it for you. We got out of town.
Can you stay for committee? Thanks.
To say thanks, Mike. Thank you for your service on the AC, and we wanted to present you with your award before you skipped out of the meeting and had to leave town. All right, we have a final AC testimony. Central Kuskokwim AC, Mr. Walter Morgan. Hi, Walter.
Hello, Madam Chair and board members. First time I'm coming to a meeting like this, and man, it's something else. I volunteered on the Central Kuskokwim Advisory Committee. I've been on there for 12 years. Sometimes we don't even get a stipend, but there's a lot of important things to go through, and one of them was change the boundary line from 18 and 19. We work with the state and change the boundary lines there, but here I am. I serve on 5 different boards, so, and seems like every month I got appointed to a new board, so. And I told my family I have nothing to do, I might as well get on the board, because a lot of these decisions are, important, so. Glad to hear, it's a learning experience for me, and first time I get in front of all you people. And one thing we discussed on 133 to 140, we accepted those, especially 140, because, we're hurting at home. And a lot of us on 140, we were wondering why they didn't have a cap on it, and we supported those, very strongly. And, that's about it for my AC report, but I have a personal report.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions with respect to your AC report. You may begin your personal testimony.
Well, the past history of me is, I'm 65 years old, I lived a long time, and we lived off the Antioch River, and it's a big spawning tributary. A lot of kings, a lot of dog salmon that goes up, silvers, reds,
But when I was a kid, back in 1967, my dad used to bring us up for a picnic, and you couldn't walk 5 feet without stepping on a salmon. I mean, there was salmon all over the place. I mean, you can watch the salmon coming up the river, and our dad put we use a willow and he put heavy twine on there with a hook, and he bring a tub up there, and he said, "You boys just fish until you fill that tub." There was too many fish to use a net, and that's how we got our dog salmon, and because we had dog teams back then. But the king nets we use were probably here to you on the edge of the table. And fast as you put the net and pull it in, there's fish coming out, and it took 3 of us to pull in the net. And these are huge kings. They're 4-footers, and they have big heads. I mean, they were all big fish. I don't see them anymore. Once in a while we get them. I've seen a big change in my life of quantities of fish on the and Antioch River is the biggest tributary on the river where they spawn. It's something to see. Nowadays, you spend all day. I go out and drift 11 times, and I burn, 20 gallons of gas, and I come home with 1 pike. And I put up fish every year, and that's what I do. I live on the river. I don't do anything else during the summer. During the winter, as soon as it freezes, I'm out there, I'm walking on 3 inches of ice and try to get the verbeck. We get those, then we start on whitefish, then we also hook for pike, and I go to the Yukon. It's a 45-mile dash across the tundra, but we get the huge pike from the Yukon. And, that's how I live. Pretty much all my life I eat fish, and we have all different ways of putting it away. We salt it, we dry it, we freeze it. And they rot the heads. I don't eat it, but they rot the heads and put them underground. They eat those too. It's fish is our life. And, I was raised up with my dad. There were 10 boys and 2 girls. Of course, I got to be in the middle.
Thank you, Walter.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your service on the AC. Thank you for your testimony today, and appreciate you being here.
All right, thanks.
I'm going to do a second call for Jim Tilley, the Lake Iliamna AC. Hi, Jim. And I just want to let folks know that my intention is to take about a 20-minute break after we conclude public testimony and then begin Committee of the Whole Group 1 tonight. Okay. Welcome, Jim. Turn that mic on, please. Press a button. Now you're hot.
There we go. I'm a 35-year resident of Lake Iliamna. We reside in Pope and Vanoy Landing on the Copper River. I fished in Bristol Bay since 1978. And our advisory board, our last meeting, we had it during a hurricane, so everything was kind of real fast and barely complete. We adopted 3 proposals, 122, 123, and 126. All these are geared for a more liberal Area M fishery, and that was just below Ugashik. It's getting a lot closer. Before long, we're going to be looking at them. And it's kind of discerning when you pull in a load of fish on the south line on Ugashik, and they're all scarred up already. We all oppose the Area M and the intercept fisheries. The Queejack has been at the low-end escapement for the last 2 years. And 4 million is just barely enough to keep things going up there. But the main thing with the low escapement is that we don't have any fish on the west side of the lake or the north side. And one of the bad things about that is the New Helen River goes up into Lake Clark, which is a national park. And we really don't need to have the feds start screaming and barging in on us. The only river on the lake that really got a good run the last 2 years is the Gibraltar, and that's not a very big river. The sport fishermen, without a whole big, huge piles of guts and eggs floating down, the sport fishing has been kind of weird up there in the last few years, too. And we didn't address it at the meeting. I wasn't even at the meeting because of the weather. We support Proposition 140. This is something we've all come up with since the meeting. And what we think is the early fish that are missing are caught down at Area M somewhere. Somehow they figured out how to nail them early lake carp fish. And that's about all I have.
Thanks, Jim. Are there any questions? Well, gosh, thank you for being here. Thank you for serving on the Lake Iliamna AC, and we sure appreciate you being present to give your report today.
We good?
We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's see. It is 5:42. Let's come back on the record at 6:15, and we are going to begin Committee of the Whole Group 1. 6:15. Okay, welcome back. Time is 6:21. We are back on the record. We're going to go ahead and begin Committee of the Whole work on Committee of the Whole Group 1, which is subsistence salmon and sport fishing. Before we begin, I just want to give a couple of bits of information about procedures for committee work. So, with respect to committee work, we're going to follow a New England town meeting style. Committees meetings are intended to provide opportunities for additional information gathering and at times for dispute resolution, if we are feeling successful. Committees are not a forum for debate nor a platform for repeating information that's already been received through public testimony. During board committee meetings, AC representatives may express both the official positions of their committee as well as their personal views. However, they must identify which of the two positions they're stating. So AC members who participate in committee need to make it really clear whether you're representing the AC's views or your own. During the committee meeting, the public will come forward and use the microphone to speak near the front table. It's got a blue skirt on it right there. If you intend to speak, please move towards the front of the room in order to minimize the waiting time in between comments. When you speak, please state your name clearly for the record, even if you've already done so earlier. Much like testimony, please do not use names. We're looking for new information only. If people start repeating themselves, the committee chair is going to move on to the next proposal. And if substitute language is being developed, or if you feel it should be developed, please speak to what the substitute language says or what you think it should say. If you have substitute language that has been dropped as an RC, please reference the RC, and again, speak to the substance of the substitute language. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Committee Chair Wood. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're here to gather new information. Keep in mind, we've seen 650-plus public comments, 23 AC comments, 295 public comments here at testimony, and 100 RCs. So if you know that information is in any of those, please do not bother giving it to us for a third or fourth time. With that, I turn to staff. Proposal 98. Staff?
For the record, Tyler Lawson, Cold Bay Assistant Area Management Biologist. Proposal 98, modify waters closed to subsistence fishing for salmon to increase access for subsistence users who are not commercial salmon fishery permit holders. 5 AAC 01425, waters closed to subsistence fishing.
Thank you. The proposer is the department. Does the department have anything further they wish to put into the record?
No.
Thank you. Anyone wish to present new information to the board? Mr. Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Pappas, OSM. I just wanted to say that we have John Gherkin, the in-season Federal Subsistence Manager with the delegated authority from the Federal Subsistence Board here. He is a manager for the Alaska Peninsula, Bristol Bay, and the Aleutians. It's probably one of the largest jurisdictions in America. These are available to answer questions for any of your terrestrial questions. We have a couple proposals here with freshwater. I don't think we do have comments, but just in case, I wanted you to know that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone wish to present new evidence, new ideas or data? Seeing no one, we move on to the next proposal, and I'm going to group the proposals, number 99, 100, 101, and 102, because they deal with the same issue of king salmon in the tributaries over by Fort Muller. So RC 13 addresses the consolidation by all four proposers of those. And with that, we'll open it on up, and the department just read the description of one of them so that it's on the record.
Mr. Chair, my name is Tyler Palm, the area sport fish biologist for Kodiak, Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands. Proposal 99 is 5 AAC 65022, special provisions for the bag possession and annual limits and methods and means in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands area.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to bring new information on proposals 99, 100, 101, or 102, or RC 13? Seeing here, no. Where? Oh. Come. Fake this out, sir. This will move on to proposal 103. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 103 is similar to 5AAC 65022, special provisions for bag possession and annual limits and methods and means in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands area.
Thank you. And the proposer is Candace Nielsen. Is she in the audience? Does anyone who wish to bring new information to the board on Proposal 103? Seeing and hearing no one, we move, whoa. Yep, I've got one more. We move on to Proposal 104. Staff?
Mr. Chair, Proposal 104, 5AAC 65051, waters closed to sport fishing in the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands area.
Thank you. And this is being proposed by the department. Any new information to be brought forward by the department?
Nope, not at this time.
Anyone in the audience wish to present new information? Hearing and seeing no one, Madam Chair, turn the gavel to you.
Thank you, Chair Word. I think that's a record. All right. Well, I think we will go ahead and adjourn for the day at this point, and we will come back on the record tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., and we will begin deliberations on Committee of the Whole, Group 1. See you tomorrow morning at 8:30.